Yo. Hi. How we doing? Hope we're doing good. Hello. Sorry, I'm a little late. I'm a little late. My bad. Unfortunately. I'm a little late. But I'm here now. Thank you, Zoom. Appreciate it. Hi, Mihik. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Well, I need to adjust my model a little bit. That's much better. Okay, that's perfect. Hold on a second. Hold on a sec. I need to adjust a few things, and then we can start right into someone's late. Yeah, sorry. My bad. My bad. I need to adjust a few things, but hi, Samix. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. I also need to make sure I have all the videos ready. Okay, I added Croc Rock, so that should be fine. Aside from that, I think we're okay so far. Yeah, shouldn't be a big deal. Should not be a big deal. We also have some... What's the word? Drama. We have some more drama. Hello, Ducky. How have you been? I'm alright. I'm alright. How are you? I'm alright. I am alright. I'm gonna quickly still steal... something? Okay, works. Okay. That's it. Okay. Got it. I think we're starting as usual with Croc Rock's video, unless he's not here, because the Croc is always late. If not, we'll start with something short and sweet. The chocolate one. I guess we'll start with first. Okay. I got this. Horrific. Okay. Here's Croc Rock. Ah, he's here, see? He's always here to start. I think that's good. Poke, Croc Rock. What is it? What is it, buddy? But yeah, I think we're ready, pretty much. But what is it, buddy? What is it? Get some more water. Yeah, it was just late because I had something. Coco's is eating me. Well, you are food, it would seem. Crocorocs are not friends, they're food. I just was a little busy. Not a big deal. I can turn off that light because I don't need it yet. That's okay so far. Okay, so far we're good. We also have the dinosaur video. We have plenty of videos to get through. I need to do the 2 drama videos. One today, one tomorrow, that's for sure. Because we got a male VTuber feminist. We need to discover the horrors of that, you know. All right. Anyways, I think we'll just start. I think we'll just start. I think we will just do that. Seems peak, seems fine. Okay, let me quickly adjust the audio a little bit so it's loud enough. I hope it is loud enough. My phone is fully charged. Perfect. Yoink. Now we're over here. Nice, huh? Alrighty. We've got some stuff to look at here. So far, so good. Yeah, today's a bit slow. I also just ate. Like, I literally just ate. I might get tired in between, which is not good. But I literally just ate a little bit. So yeah, that's fine. We'll like that because I'm a good boy. And we like doing this. Alrighty, I think we're fine. This is the one we'll start with. The Dune movie that never was. Interesting. Is this about a Dune movie? Is this about the old Dune movie, or is it about the interesting Jodorowsky's Unmade Dune? That's a crazy name, by Joe Blow Originals. We're gonna look at that. I'm assuming that this is about a Dune movie that does not cover any, like, that is not like Dune, like the book in any way, shape, or form. Then again, I've heard that a lot of the modern movies aren't also not that close to the original. So yeah, we'll see. I'm curious. We're gonna jump in. I'm curious. Yeah, I've only watched the. I guess I did watch the old Dune, right? It was hella lot. Nothing happened. It was just hella yapping, and then that's about it. And then the new one, the first one. That's it. I didn't watch the second one yet. Anyways, we'll go in.
In the early 1970s, a period marked by a surge in experimental cinema and the emergence of new cinematic voices, Chilean-French filmmaker Alejandro Jodorowsky embarked on an ambitious project that would challenge the conventions of traditional filmmaking. This was a time when filmmakers were pushing the boundaries of narrative and visual storytelling, experimenting with new techniques and themes. Jodorowsky, with his unique blend of surrealism and mysticism.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Hi, Shinduck. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. It's Alejandro Jodorowsky. An easy name to say. Alejandro, yes. Jodorowsky. After hearing it, now it should work. But before that, that's a bit rough. I must admit, that's a bit rough. But yeah, now it's fine.
Mysticism was at the forefront of this movement. His goal was to adapt Frank Herbert's iconic science fiction novel, Dune, into a film.
Before we continue with our video, here's a reminder to click the Store tab on any of our Joe Blow channels and browse our collection of the latest and freshest designs in our merch store. Go get you some.
Jodorowsky is known.
Yeah, get some shirts. Buy some shirts. I want some shirts. I got hit by a chicken for touching the baby chicken because I knocked the chicken out. Crazy work. And because I knocked the chicken out. Crazy work. Stop beating up chicken. I'm not eating him. I just told him that if he complains, I make him watch what I want for the entire month. That is very much a fitting punishment, Cocos. And if he doesn't, I will just block him for that duration. That seems like a very fitting punishment, Cocos. I must admit. Also, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hopefully exams aren't killing you.
For his avant-garde and surrealist style, which is evident in his body of work. In addition to his ambitions for Dune, he has directed several other films, each a testament to his unique artistic vision.
And he apparently, if that's scenes from his film, then he likes booba, regardless. This is how poker will look like in 50 years. I will not look like that. I am a handsome man now. And I'll be a handsome man in 50 years, hopefully, still. Right? Look like George Clooney's handsome still. I don't know how old George Clooney is.
These include El Topo from 1970, a surreal western that is considered a classic of the acid western genre. The Holy Mountain in 1973, a spiritual quest filled with symbolic imagery, and Santa Sangre in 1989.
Some of these movies seem familiar. I think the first one she meant, I think I've watched most certainly at one point in my lifetime. And that's about it, I think, though. Some of these do seem familiar, though. Maybe my mom watched them, and I just accidentally, watched them along. I think that might be the case. But other than that, I haven't really paid attention.
A horror film that explores themes of madness and redemption. These films are known for their unique blend of mysticism, symbolism, and experimental storytelling, and have gained a cult following among fans of underground cinema. Beyond his work in cinema, Jodorowsky has also made significant contributions to other art forms. He has worked as a comic book writer and artist, creating visually stunning and narratively complex works. He has been involved in various musical and theatrical collaborations, further showcasing his versatility as an artist. Jodorowsky has also written several books on tarot, dream analysis, and spirituality, reflecting his deep interest in mysticism and the exploration of the human psyche. He's been a vocal.
Is bro just insane? Is that what this is gonna turn out to be? And that's why Dune is so weird and bad? Like, the mood swings are crazy. So you said I look like disease. Now you're back to being handsome, a handsome dude. Those hormones are working overtime. I guess. I'm just saying that to hype me up. I do believe that I don't look good at all. I'm just saying that as a joke, though. The handsome part, don't worry.
Advocate for the use of psychedelics in artistic and spiritual exploration, believing in their potential to unlock new realms of creativity and understanding. Bringing Dune to the big...
Unlock Unlock the drugs. I see the vision. Just do some drugs.
Screen had previously been attempted by Arthur P. Jacobs and would go on to be.
Why this hair? Look at this. He's square. It's just. What is this? Why would you do that to yourself? Why? This hairstyle. With those ears. Bro looks like Dobby the house elf.
Attempted by Ridley Scott after the success of Alien. This was a dare.
That was very random. Yeah. I love Alien. The first one. The second one is still decent. And then it starts going nuts. And especially Alien 4 is just whatever they've been smoking.
Daring endeavor, though, considering that Jodorowsky had not yet read the book at the time he decided to adapt it. His vision for the film was nothing short of revolutionary. He aimed to create a 12-hour epic, a length
Well, I am assuming that did not go so well. 12 hours. Stop, bro. 12 hours is crazy. In February, this guy will be 97. Not if I can stop him. Anyways, interesting. Yeah, that's not gonna turn out. Who has the time to sit down and watch a 12-hour movie? Like, at this point, you just this gotta be unfathomable levels of unemployment.
Unheard of in mainstream cinema that would redefine the boundaries of cinematic storytelling and push the medium to its absolute limits. Jodorowsky's approach to the adaptation was unique. Starting after a French consortium purchased the film rights to Dune from Arthur P. Jacobs' production company in December
French. The French are involved? Yeah, no wonder.
1974, he assembled a dream team of collaborators, each a master in their respective fields. This included renowned artists H.R. Giger and Jean Mobius Giraud, who were tasked with bringing the alien landscapes and intricate designs of Dune to life. Chris Foss was brought on to design machinery. Dan O'Bannon spent 6 months conceptualizing special effects. Musicians Pink Floyd and Magma were brought on board to create a sonic landscape that would complement the visual spectacle. Their music, known for its experimental and psychedelic sound, was intended to mirror the otherworldly visuals and enhance the immersive experience. Jodorowsky's goal was not just to create a film, but a spirit.
I think bro just overestimated the size of what he was doing, wanted to do. And that's why it just failed completely. Like, you know, someone, and he's here. I know that Crocker can achieve those levels of unemployment sometimes.
Spiritual and philosophical experience. He sought to explore the themes of ecology, imperialism, and personal transformation that are central to Herbert's novel. His vision was to transport audiences to the desert planet Arrakis, immersing them in the intricate world-building and complex characters that make Dune a science fiction classic. Jodorowsky's vision for Dune was a far cry from the 1984 adaptation by David Lynch, which was criticized for its condensed narrative and commercialized approach. Jodorowsky's vision was more avant-garde.
The David Lynch one, diabolical. It's just because it's hella yap. So this is a version of Dune that never... If I get the title right, that means that could have been a version... That is a version of Dune that actually never was made. I'm assuming then, right? He never got to actually make the movie. I wonder how that would have turned out and how would have that shaped... Also the remake. Interesting.
Emphasizing the novel's complex themes and philosophical undertones. He wanted to explore the inner lives of the characters, delving deeper into their emotions and spiritual journeys. The movie was set to begin by showcasing the entire universe before panning across multiple galaxies and then gradually settling on the setting of the story. Obviously, this would have been an ambitious feat before the advent of modern computer graphics. He aimed to cast his own son Brontis Jodorowsky in the lead role of Paul Atreides, who he had trained in martial arts for 6 hours a day.
Damn! Damn, bro could throw hands. Interesting, though. Yeah, nepotism here, right there. Straight up. That would have been a nepo baby. Straight up nepotism.
A day in mental, physical, and spiritual preparation for the role. Brontes would go on to play Nicholas Flamel in 2018's Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald. His casting in Jodorowsky's Dune would feature along with a who's who of 20th century celebrities, including surrealist artist Salvador Dali as Emperor Shaddam, or
Why would you have such a beard? Why? Why such a mustache? There is better ways to have a mustache, my guy.
legendary filmmaker Orson Welles as Baron Harkonnen, and rock star Mick Jagger as Feidhauta, who would go on to be played by another rock star in the 1984 film. Alejandro Jodorowsky originally saw himself as Duke Leto, but eventually figured he'd be too busy directing and proposed David Carradine for the role. Salvador.
Oh, this guy. I just know this guy from that one show. Well, not show, was a collection of movies that took place during the fall of like slavery, right, between the Civil War, right. That's the only place I know this dude from, funnily enough. My mom loved that though, and I think it was decently interesting.
Dali allegedly requested $100,000 for 1 hour of work. The film would have been a series of 12 one-hour episodes, allowing for a more nuanced and detailed exploration of the story. Each episode would have been a self-contained unit, with its own unique tone and style, reflecting the diverse perspectives and experiences of the characters. This approach was in stark contrast to the 2021 film adaptation by Denis Villeneuve and its 2024 sequel, which took a more conventional approach, condensing the story into 2 feature-length films with a more streamlined narrative. Villeneuve's adaptations, while visually stunning and faithful to the source material, lacked the radical ambition and philosophical depth that characterized Jodorowsky's vision. Frank Herbert's Dune was long considered unfilmable due to its intricate world-building, complex characters, and sprawling narrative. The novel's dense philosophical themes and detailed descriptions of the planet Arrakis and its inhabitants.
The only way you could pull off a decent, in-depth version of Dune is probably to turn it into a show. See, Poker, only French can make Dune, so it would seem. So that would rationally be the only option that I see this working. Aside from that, difficult due to its complexity, and also like who would want to do this, right? I mean, if they can't even properly do like even shorter stuff, right? Like Harry Potter, like less complicated stuff like Harry Potter completely faithfully. What makes you believe that they could do something like Dune? Even other things, right? There's even other things that cannot be done 100% faithful because the story's too complex.
It's made it a daunting task for filmmakers. The book's nonlinear structure, which jumps back and forth in time and explores multiple perspectives, added to this challenge. However, Jodorowsky was undeterred by these challenges. Instead, he saw the book's complexity as an opportunity for innovation and creativity. He developed an innovative scriptwriting technique, using tarot cards and surrealistic dreamscapes to tap into the novel's deeper themes and symbolism. For instance, he used the tarot card The Fool to represent Paul Atreides' journey from innocence to wisdom, and created
The Fool! The Fool peak. When Alejandro Jodorowsky saw Dune 1984, he said, "This movie is awful." Actually, for real? Like, actually? That sounds very interesting, the fact that is supposed to be the case. That's interesting.
Dreamscape sequence to depict his confrontation with the giant sandworm. This approach was reflective of Jodorowsky's belief in the transformative power of cinema and his desire to push the medium beyond its traditional boundaries.
An old man and a clown. Just an old man and a clown.
Despite Jodorowsky's passion and innovative approach, the project ultimately...
Where are bro's hands?
...boundaries. Despite Jodorowsky's passion and innovative...
Is that a doll or a real person? Bro, where are your hands? Where are your hands? Or is this a boy? I don't know, but where are your hands? Yes, in an interview? Okay. Okay, interesting. Broski? That's crazy work.
Approach. The project ultimately failed to secure funding. The budget was estimated between 9 and 20 million, a significant amount for science fiction film at the time, when movie studios at large were struggling to stay afloat. Over
Between 9 and 20 million. That's a lot back then. For back then, that's a lot. Pokey, he's 96. He is allowed to be weird. Bro grew up in a different time. Hi, Dinosaur. How you doing? Hope you're good. Hello.
2 million had already been spent during the 2.5 years of development by the time the French businessman Michael Seydoux got cold feet and withdrew additional funding. The 12-hour episodic structure was unappealing to other investors who preferred a more traditional, commercially viable film. Jodorowsky's uncompromising vision and refusal to compromise on his artistic goals also led to creative differences with potential.
Funny. And now we have literally just 5 billion, literally just 5 billion different, what's the word, Avatar movies coming up. Right, we already have 3 and there's gonna be more. Funny. I wonder if Jodorowsky would have been the age he was when he was thinking about making this movie, if it would have worked now. It probably would have worked now. Back then though, different time, that would have never worked.
Backers. The project's collapse was a disappointment for Jodorowsky and his team. But their innovative ideas and concept art continue to inspire filmmakers and fans of the novel.
What? That's diabolical. That is diabolical. Fucking diabolical. What is this art? It's just like... What? What even? What? That's crazy. Oh, you could straight up go inside its ass if that's its ass. I don't know, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy art right there. Whoever made this, what were you onto? I just realized these are a bunch of mantis as well. That's insane art, bro.
Their innovative ideas and concept art continue to inspire filmmakers and fans of the novel. In retrospect, the project's failure can be attributed not only to its ambitious scope and unconventional nature, but also to a lack of understanding and support from the film industry, which was not ready for such a radical departure from traditional filmmaking. The question remains if the venture would have been worth the investment. Jodorowsky's appeal is and remains somewhat niche, and his planned liberties with the source material.
This is when you leave a... This is with this... Okay, guys, okay? Is that a butthole? That seems to be a butthole. This is, guys, boys, this is what happens if you leave a condom laying around in the sun for too long. It starts living. Sorry.
Could have alienated the built-in fan base, and it's impossible to say if he could have maintained his ambitious planned involvement from industry-heavy hitters. His next project, Tusk, garnered only limited distribution, and he never achieved a production on the scale of his ambitions for Dune. But he certainly didn't lack passion or vision for the project, and that passion and vision endure. Although Jodorowsky's Dune was never made, its influence can be seen in many subsequent sci-fi films, including Ridley Scott's Alien. The biomechanical aesthetic that Giger developed for Jodorowsky's Dune was later used in Alien, and the movie used much of Jodorowsky's creative team. So it's entirely possible that if the team was tied...
Interesting. It would have probably very much been possible to pull this off nowadays. I wonder if someday somebody's just gonna pick up his work and be like, you know what? I'll do it.
up making Dune, then Alien is either different or delayed, which would create a domino effect that resonates throughout film history. The award-winning documentary, Jodorowsky's Dune, in 2023, chronicles the making of the unmade film, offering a fascinating glimpse into Jodorowsky's creative process and the innovative techniques he developed to bring the novel to life. In 2015, a script appeared for sale on eBay purporting to be from the project. Jodorowsky himself dismissed it as fake, but it turned out to be almost identical to the official copies he gave out to backers of his crowdfunding project in 2018. The film's concept art, designed by H.R. Giger and Jean Mobius Giraud, has become iconic in the world of science fiction, influencing the visual style of countless films and books. Geiger's designs for the Harkonnens' fortress city, Arakeen, featured a blend of organic and industrial elements, while Giraud's illustrations of the Fremen warriors showcased their still suits and weaponry in intricate detail.
So what we're seeing, all of this, what we're seeing here right now, is that all concept art? Because that wasn't really elaborated. Is that all concept art? Because that, if it is, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of good. It's kind of interesting. This movie had influence on Star Wars and Indiana Jones. In some ways, that's interesting. There's a documentary movie about this from 2013. Ooh, not bad.
Jodorowsky and Giraud reimagined their concepts into a critically acclaimed graphic novel series, The In-Cow, first published in 1980. Jodorowsky's Dune was not just a film project, but a cultural phenomenon that captured the imagination of many. Its influence can be seen in the work of other filmmakers, artists, and
Fat fuck here. Booba everywhere.
its influence can be seen in the work of other filmmakers.
That's crazy work right there, by the way. I'm getting banned for this. That's just crazy.
Artists and writers who have been inspired by Jodorowsky's vision and an innovative approach. The project's collapse was a disappointment, but it also allowed for other creative endeavors to flourish. Jodorowsky's work on Dune paved the way for other avant-garde and surrealist films, and its influence can be seen in the work of filmmakers like David Lynch, Terry Gilliam, and Stanley Kubrick. David Lynch has cited Jodorowsky's Dune as an influence on his own surrealist
I'm never eating chicken again.
sci-fi film, Eraserhead, while Terry Gilliam has said that Jodorowsky's innovative approach to
Eraserhead. I'm glad that I avoided seeing anything of this movie. I'm so glad. Jeez.
storytelling inspired his own work on 12 Monkeys. Stanley Kubrick, meanwhile, was reportedly fascinated by Jodorowsky's use of tarot cards and dreamscapes, and explored similar themes in his own film, 2001: A Space Odyssey. The concept and script developed for the Dune project, which made their rounds in Hollywood even after the project was shelved, have clearly inspired, either consciously or subconsciously, a range of iconic sci-fi works, including The Terminator, The Fifth Element, and Flash Gordon, with their influence evident in the DNA of
I didn't watch Flash Gordon. And Terminator. And the Element one. But really just because of the chick. That was it though. The only reason.
these beloved films. In addition to its influence on film, Jodorowsky's Dune has also had an impact on literature and art. The project's concept art and design have inspired countless artists and designers. The project's innovative approach to storytelling and world building has also inspired writers and creators, and its influence can be seen in the work of authors like William Gibson and Neil Gaiman. The 2021 and 2024 film adaptations of Dune, directed by Denis Villeneuve, have achieved significant commercial and critical success. The 2021 film grossed over $400 million worldwide and received widespread critical acclaim, with many praising its visually stunning depiction of Arrakis and its complex characters. The 2024 sequel has grossed nearly $700 million worldwide, solidifying the franchise's success. The success of these films is a testament to the enduring appeal of Frank Herbert's novel and the power of Jodorowsky's original vision. Jodorowsky's Dune may have been unmade.
It wasn't made, but it definitely did have absolutely 100% decent influence on a lot of things. Probably till today. Because imagine, if it had influence on other franchises, and other franchises pick up influences from those, that means that it's just, the influence is probably far greater than what you'd imagine. Also, and I decided for that punishment, because my nephew and sis is here, and not dealing with school, a raging 3-year-old, and complaining crocodile. Also played with my nephew 4 times, kicked my ribs, 3 times got jumped, and 1 time almost kicked my teeth out. Is it just a demon at this point? Dune Part 3 this year. Actually, interesting.
but its legacy continues to inspire and influence filmmakers, artists, and fans of science fiction. Jodorowsky's attempt to adapt Dune was a bold reach for the stars.
This has a lot. This movie. I remember how many bald people there are in Dune now.
A grasp for the infinite possibilities
Diabolical.
of the human imagination. Like a cosmic tentacle, his vision stretched out to encompass the vast expanse of Frank Herbert's novel, seeking to snare the essence of its complex characters, its philosophical themes, and its surreal landscapes. Though his grasp ultimately fell short, the attempt itself was a testament to the power of creative ambition, a reminder that even the most elusive dreams can be momentarily grasped, if only for an instant, before slipping through our fingers like sand. And it is in that fleeting moment of connection, that spark of understanding, that the true magic of art lies.
That was it. That was it. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. So essentially, we could have had lots and lots of Dune movies if those stinky investors didn't back out. How did people live this long? I thought only Clint Eastwood had that power. Bro is strong genes. Strong genes. Too bad. I'm my mother's son. Therefore, I was nerfed, unfortunately. Anyways, very interesting. Even more nerfed than usual, right? That's the scary part. Even more nerfed than usual. Okay, interesting. I did not expect that. That was actually something that's very interesting. Yeah, maybe somebody does pick it up again in the future. Who knows? I'd love to see somebody pick it up again, and being rich helps probably. I hope somebody picks this up maybe and then does it actually, right? That would be interesting. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, that wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. I liked it. That wasn't so bad. Nice. Got that one as well. Okay. And probably there's 30 strange bruises that just appeared since I don't feel pain, especially blunt pain. Bro has damage reduction. Good healthcare, good nutrition, exercise. Yep, nah. See, Goethe, a very important and big author here in Germany, right? Did everything. Hose, drugs, alcohol, smoking, everything, and lived half an eternity. His buddy, Schiller, did none of that. Died pretty early. Sometimes, no matter what you do, just doesn't save you from fucking dying. Anyways, let's look at chocolate. Let's look at chocolate. Let's look at another AI channel with chocolate. Why not? Why not? Let's look at some chocolate. I like chocolate. We'll look at chocolate. We'll look at chocolate now. Something short and sweet. And don't worry, Somax. I have your big video, don't worry. Kiddo. Since you were so nice. Anyways. Every chocolate explained. Yeah, I don't know. Dark, regular, the white one that's technically not chocolate. We don't talk about that. It's by Food Discovery. And the pink one. And I've never had the pink one, and I want to have the pink one. But yeah, white chocolate is not chocolate. I think we can all agree. If you like white chocolate, consider yourself an op. Anyways, also please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll go in. Just consider yourself an op.
Dark chocolate. The cacao
Peak. I love it. I love it. Dark chocolate, best chocolate. The darker, the better.
tree was first cultivated by the Olmecs in Mesoamerica around 1500 BCE, and the Mayans and Aztecs prized cacao beans so highly they used them as currency. Dark chocolate must contain at least 50% cacao solids, though premium versions go as high as 99%. The percentage indicates how much of the bar comes from.
I'm gonna be real. I had 99% at one point. Diabolical. Like, that's something that only chocolate connoisseurs can do, but nah, I can't do that. Like, 80% is how far I can go. Like, that then becomes actually just like, bleh. Diabolical. White chocolate is good, though. Why the hate? First of all, you call it chocolate, but it's technically not chocolate. That's the first thing. First things first, you call it white chocolate, but it's not chocolate technically. It just looks like chocolate, but it's not chocolate. First thing. Second thing, it just tastes ass. It just tastes ass.
The cacao bean versus added sugar. Belgian chocolatiers in the 19th century pioneered the smooth texture we know today by inventing the conching process, which grinds the chocolate for hours or even days. The higher the cacao percentage, the more pronounced the flavor notes become. Some taste fruity, others earthy or nutty, depending on where the beans were grown. Milk chocolate. In 1875, a Swiss chocolate.
Yeah, it's just a random. That's just the regular stuff, right? The normalized chocolate.
Chocolatier named Daniel Peter spent 8 years trying to combine milk with chocolate, but the water in milk kept causing the mixture to spoil or separate. His breakthrough came when he partnered with his neighbor, Henri Nestlé, who had invented powdered milk, and together they...
Yay, Nestle! Here we go! Your water? No. Our water. My water. And so, water was officially privatized. Yay.
He created the first stable milk chocolate. By law, in most countries, milk chocolate must contain at least 10% cacao solids and 12% milk solids. American milk chocolate often has a higher sour tang because Hershey's original recipe used partially lipolysed milk, a technique that helped preserve it before refrigeration was common. That distinctive flavor became so popular in the US that it's now considered the standard American chocolate taste. White chocolate. Technically,
Brother. Technically not chocolate.
white chocolate isn't chocolate at all because it contains no cacao solids, only cocoa butter, sugar, and milk. Nestlé introduced it commercially in 1930 with the Gallic bar in Europe. For decades, purists refused to call it chocolate, and the FDA
Purists refuse to call it chocolate. I am a purist! I will never refer to this thing as chocolate! It is not! It is not! No. If there's no chocolate inside, then it's no chocolate. It's like calling veggie chips potato chips. They're not.
didn't officially recognize it as such until 2004. White chocolate must contain at least 20% cocoa butter and 14% milk solids. It's incredibly hard to work with because cocoa butter melts at body temperature, making it tricky to mold and shape. Some chocolatiers consider it more of a canvas than a flavor, using it to carry other ingredients like vanilla, matcha, or freeze-dried fruit. Ruby chocolate. Announced in...
Bro, I really want to test this one. I really want to have this one, I swear to God. I've never had this. If it looks like chocolate, it is chocolate. I could make a comparison, but I won't. I would love to have this one, but it just doesn't exist here. Maybe I should order some.
2017, after more than a decade of development, Ruby chocolate is made from specially processed ruby cacao beans found in Ecuador, Brazil, and Ivory Coast.
That is chocolate. It's funny how the white one isn't chocolate, but the pink one is.
The beans naturally contain precursors that, when processed without fermentation, create a pink color and berry-like flavor. No added coloring or fruit flavoring required. It took Barry Callebaut, the Swiss chocolatier, 13 years to figure out how to unlock this flavor profile. Ruby chocolate has a tart, slightly sour taste that some describe as reminiscent of red berries or citrus. It must contain at least 47.3% cocoa products to meet chocolate standards, sitting somewhere between milk and dark chocolate in composition.
Interesting! I remember Dove chocolate back in the day. I'm gonna have this. I wanna have this so bad.
Blonde chocolate, also called...
Damn! Blonde chocolate! Hold up. Is it also stupid? Anyways.
Called caramelized white chocolate, this variety was accidentally discovered by French pastry chef Frédéric Bao in 2006 when he left white chocolate in a bain-marie for too long. Instead of burning, the milk...
Oh, so it's not chocolate. Anyways. And now YouTube featured you to me. YouTube hates me recently. But hi, Chad. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Interesting.
Solids caramelize, turning the chocolate golden and giving it a rich, toasty flavor with notes of shortbread and salted caramel. Valrhona later commercialized it as Dulce in 20...
Dulce. If it's just... Does it just taste like caramel, I'm assuming? Because that's what it looks like. It may just end up tasting like caramel.
12. The Maillard reaction, the same chemical process that browns meat and toasts bread, transforms the milk proteins and sugars during hours of gentle heating at around 120 degrees Celsius. The result tastes like a cross between white chocolate and butterscotch, with a depth that white chocolate normally lacks. Modica chocolate. This grainy rust.
That looks like just a bar of rusted metal. I wonder, grainy and rustic. I wonder, but is that gonna be considered chocolate or not?
Rustic chocolate comes from the town of Modica in Sicily, where the recipe has remained virtually unchanged.
Italian? Interesting.
Since the 16th century, when the Spanish brought it from the Aztecs. Unlike modern chocolate, Modica chocolate is never conched or refined, so the sugar crystals don't dissolve completely, creating a distinctive sandy texture. The cacao is processed at low temperatures, never exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, so the sugars stay crystalline and crunchy. Traditional flavors include cinnamon, vanilla, and chili pepper, just as
looks like a metal brick. It's basically just like crunchy chocolate. It's very rich chocolate. Okay, interesting. I wonder. So it's very much just crunchy chocolate, is it?
the Aztecs made it. The bars crumble rather than melt smoothly, and biting into one feels more like eating flavored stone than creamy chocolate.
Flavored stone. Okay, interesting.
Single origin chocolate. Unlike blended chocolate made from beans sourced from multiple countries, single origin chocolate comes from one specific region or even a single estate. Venezuelan cacao from the Chuao region is considered some of the finest in the world, with only 20 tons produced annually from a small village accessible only by boat. Madagascar beans taste distinctly fruity and acidic.
Some of these beans literally just look like worms. That makes me afraid.
While Ecuadorian Nacional cacao has floral notes. Single origin bars became trendy in the 2000s as the craft chocolate movement took off, similar to what happened with coffee. Chocolatiers began treating cacao like wine, with the soil, climate, and environment affecting the final flavor profile. Gianduja. Created in Turin, Italy during the Napoleonic Wars, when a British blockade made cacao scarce and expensive, chocolatiers began mixing ground hazelnuts into chocolate to stretch their supply. Traditional gianduja contains about 30% hazelnut paste mixed with chocolate, creating a smooth,
So it's just nut chocolate. It's just nutty chocolate.
spreadable texture. It's the sophisticated ancestor of Nutella, which was also invented in Italy after World War II, when cacao was again in short supply. Real
Interesting. Interesting. So we got Nutella before Nutella. Interesting.
gianduja uses Piedmont hazelnuts, which have more of a delicate, less bitter flavor than other varieties, and the mixture is blended until silky smooth. Raw chocolate. Raw chocolate is made from cacao beans that haven't been roasted, keeping them under 42 degrees Celsius throughout processing to preserve enzymes and antioxidants. The raw food movement popularized it in the 2000s, claiming
Yeah, the raw food, right? Like people who eat just straight up raw meat, or milk, raw milk, right?
health benefits from the unprocessed cacao. Traditional chocolate making involves roasting beans at 120 to 140 degrees Celsius to develop flavor and kill bacteria, so raw versions taste much more bitter and astringent, lacking the smooth, developed flavors of roasted chocolate. Some raw chocolate makers use cold pressing or low-temperature fermentation to develop flavor without heat. The texture can be grittier too, since the lower temperatures make it harder to grind the cacao into a smooth paste. Drinking chocolate. Long before chocolate became
Drinking chocolate. So it's just melted chocolate. What do you mean? I like my chocolate milk, right? I can't complain. Chocolate milk is peak.
a solid bar, it was consumed as a beverage. The Mayans and Aztecs drank it cold and bitter,
Interesting. So people were just drinking it originally. I didn't know that.
often mixed with chili peppers and cornmeal. When Spanish conquistadors brought cacao to Europe in the 1500s, they added sugar and served it hot, and it became a luxury drink for aristocrats. European drinking chocolate is much thicker and rich.
Isn't it funny how like times changed, right? Chocolate back then for aristocrats, chocolate drinks now for kids. Isn't that kind of funny? Diabetes maxing real. But is it kind of funny how that's different now? Isn't that development funny? That's kind of funny.
Than hot cocoa. It's made by melting actual chocolate into milk or water, rather than mixing cocoa powder. French chocolat chaud and Italian cioccolata calda are so thick you can almost eat them with a spoon. The Spanish traditionally served it with churros
So it's basically almost like a pudding.
for dipping, and in Vienna, they topped it with whipped cream and call it Viennese chocolate.
Viennese, like some kind of country. Okay, interesting. I did not know. Interesting. So basically, nerd. Anyways, interesting. I did not know that there's even more types of chocolate, right? I did know like dark chocolate, milk chocolate, white chocolate, the pink one, but that was it. I didn't know that there's essentially crunchy chocolate and raw chocolate and other stuff. That's interesting. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. I'm gonna buy the legendary pink chocolate one day. And then I'm gonna have a taste. See how good it is. Yuck, Nutella. Nutella is fine! Nutella is fine. It is fine. It really is. It really is. Wanna look at stupid women? Let's look at stupid women, right? We like women here, but we don't like stupid women.
Like, serious.
So I'm curious. Also, this has been all over my Twitter. This has been all over my Twitter, so I'm curious what is going on here. I'm very curious what is going on. And then we can do the big one, I guess. The big one of the day. Why not? But I'm curious for this one. Because I got no idea, bro, what's going on here. This has been all over my Twitter. Anyways. The CC files just got crazy about WestJet. We're gonna look into this. I got no idea what's going on, except that I've seen it across my Twitter. Apparently she also hates men, so yeah. Female esports, apparently. Here we go. That's gonna be interesting. I have no idea. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. I do not know what's going on. Let's see how crazy this stuff really is. If it's really just crazy.
Like, seriously, answer this. Even if you support Kingsman, whatever, support Kingsman.
Wait, I've seen clips on TikTok as well, people talking about this, and women being like, I think a few women made posts like, the Kingsman situation setting us back years, supposedly. That's interesting.
And like it's fucking Israel.
Oh. Oh.
Massive day for the unemployed. The Marvel rival
I won't refrain from low blows here.
are done yapping. We got CC digging herself into an even deeper hole. She's reached hell. Kingsman himself dropped a crazy bombshell Google Doc. Google Docky. Hey, what's up?
Oh, not a Google Docky. Wish I would have read that. Interesting. Google Docky.
Guys, it's scarce here. I originally wasn't planning on posting this, but the first screenshot kind of messed with my vibes a bit, so here it is. Oh no, the CC files. Oh baby, we got some text leaks. Originally, I wasn't planning to post anything else.
That's a whole lot of yap. Yeah, we won't be reading this. I hope he just like summarizes it. We will not be reading this.
On this, but I saw this. Go on an alt, clip anonymously, download clip. If there's anything that can help us get him kicked off the team, don't worry, plenty of people online just as good. Kingsman, like everybody else, is replaceable.
Did they just attempt to get this guy rid of him? Is that did they just try to get rid of him, like get him out of like some kind of a group for Marvel Rivals? Is that what this is? That's diabolical then.
Playing for the money? GTFO. There's no bans. Anyway, CC DM'd Kingsman and, oh boy. Bro, please do something about these f***ing NPCs in my Discord server, TikTok chat, Instagram comments, and stream. I told them not to harass anyone like 40 times in my vid. If you have Twitch names, I can ban them. And he is not even lying.
Do not harass anybody you see in this video. If you go to their stream and you harass them or
I'm gonna tell you this. You can say this to be on the safe side, but I'm gonna be real here. That doesn't stop people. That does not stop people from harassing others. If people want to harass Cece, then they literally just will, whether you tell them not to. I guess it's gonna deter some of them, but still.
Hate or say anything to any of them, I will ban you.
Okay, ban the guy that just said weight maxing.
Holy
That's so random. That's so random. Random queso clip. I know somebody in chat who seems to be recently weight and sleep maxing. But anyways, moving on.
They think I'm responsible for banning you, and all I said was I agree with Basm. He was gonna boot you anyways, no matter what I did. I wish you asked for clarification before you posted this godforsaken video. Instead, I'm here fighting panic attacks.
Ooh, nobody See, here's the thing. Bitch, you're behind a screen. Bitch, you are behind a screen. What do you mean panic attacks? This is like, oh, I had a panic attack, or I had to go to the hospital, and I'm like, proof? Like proof? Like proof? Maybe you're just trying to farm sympathy. Like, that's the problem, right? I'm like, when somebody says, I had a panic attack, or like my mental health got shit because of that, and I'm like, are we sure that that is the case? Because there's a lot of people who use that for attention, right? We just recently had it where a chick said she went into the hospital, right, because of some drama online because she had a panic attack, and then she posted a photo, and that photo was fake. It wasn't even her. It was stolen from somebody else. Yeah, that this person won't have to take accountability for the mess this could create. That's why I'm saying creators do this to put themselves on the safe side, right? They say this so there's no responsibility, no accountability needed to be taken because, well, they said do not harass anybody. Gives a shit.
And mass banning people on different platforms.
Also, saying that, like the previous part, right? Saying that you would have banned anyways and that you agree and you weren't against it just enables it. So technically, you're still in parts responsible for the guy getting kicked. Just my view though.
Make another post or delete the video if you really care. Even the way she's asking him feels entitled. She doesn't feel genuine at all. I feel like nobody in this girl's life ever told her to just shut up. Shut up! Yeah, like the video if she needs to shut up. I am not deleting the video. It's legit just a VOD. But I have told my viewers like a trillion times not to harass anyone, and I'll keep saying that at the start of my streams and banning whoever I see. Why not? You took my clip out of context before even asking me for clarification. You can re-upload the VOD again. No?
94% of women have never been the bigger person in an argument. I rest my case.
The VOD is staying up, dude. I'm not taking it down. Nothing is out of context. It's just the 16th and then the draft from a viewer's perspective. You insinuated I was the one who got you banned. You put a S.
Well, since you agreed with it, you technically did have a part in it. Right? 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 It's like, it doesn't make much sense. You still agreed with it, so you're at least in part at fault.
This random Discord message from someone else saying I was sus for not getting into a one-by-one call with Basm. She's acting like an angry ex-girlfriend, bro. All of this type into a dude? Get a job. You are an asshole for harassing Zaza for a whole hour and making her upset even after we said to stop. And now I'm getting that harassment 10 times full. Tenfold? This guy had 18 more kills than Zaza the shitbag. Sorry to hear that.
Diabolical. He's just the... Okay. Why? Okay, I have to ask this. They kicked him. But he's literally the best on the team. What are you on about? 5, 10, 18, 0, 6, 3. By the way, the 0 reminds me of that VTuber. Nubu.
Bag. Sorry to hear that. Stop lying. You're not sorry. I mean, you also...
She does sound like an ex. this could literally just like this part could literally just be like of like an argument between two people who are in a relationship. Sorry to hear that. Stop lying. You're not sorry. Oh god, what is this again? What is this? What are we doing?
Got banned from Twitch the same day for your actions, which is a totally separate matter. Also, I'm so glad CC turned the
Wait, she got fucking obliterated the same day? Funny.
Marvel Rivals creator Discord from a server I used to know and talk with people into a CC Glaze server with my old friends. Bro made a Twitter account just for this. I'm crying. Dude, this guy's 5 posts and already has 47,000.
Yeah, it's so over. Yo, I would use this. I would use this to farm Twitter.
Followers, bro. You just mocked that CC girl in one day. I didn't know.
Yeah, oh, Canadian. Interesting. Wow. Wow, so, bro made more followers than she her entire career on Twitter. That's very funny.
Oh, she was from India? Alright, now we're going to...
India. Canada! I mean, there's a lot of immigration from India to Canada, so... You know.
A bit too far, obviously. Anyway, CC replied saying, I am in the middle of class as I see this, but I want to be clear, those DMs with Kaplunk is not with me. I would not know of any substitute list. Yes, I know I flamed Kingsman, but I've been trying to apologize since that night. Proof below, I sent it to my friend at first and then someone else to confirm. I was already framed in the video as the person who made the boss call. This was confirmed, not me. Basm said Kaplunk messaged the staff. I, again, don't want to be instantly framed for something I didn't do. Again, I have 0 DMs with Kaplunk. I already apologized for my behavior insulting Kingsman. I just want to move on, please. You can't even make it up. The contrast here is insane. The difference between the messages she sends Kingsman versus what she says publicly is crazy. She is one two-faced person. Hi, I wanted to ask if you could be my messenger to Kingsman. Basically, yesterday I had a panic attack and asked Kingsman to make a statement, re-upload VOD, clearing the lies on my name. Nobody cares about your justification or your panic attack. Stop using it as a blanket shield for criticism. Christ.
Oh no! I had a panic. You can't. I'm sorry. I had a panic. So, like, this doesn't excuse you from shitty behavior. Stop using your lack of emotional control as a shield. Stop. This doesn't work. This doesn't work on us anymore. We're not stupid.
Maybe if you upped your numbers, you wouldn't be having those.
That's crass.
Even after the initial situation...
A jelly wig clip right after it. Let's up those numbers. The BGM, I think it was Naruto.
Calm down. CC continued to bully Kingsman, speak ill of him across social media, and failed to hold herself accountable. CC has a history of attacking other players and talking trash. It's already cooked, gang. Maintaining the vibes is our top priority.
Support Kingsman like it's fucking Israel.
These girls all...
These women, bro. These... No, see... I'm gonna say... Nah, fuck it. I'll say it. The reason why there's no more popular female creators and female streamers is because all these female facecam streamers are absolutely and utterly unlikable. That's the reason. The homies are just way more likable than these chicks. And that's why VTubers are as popular. You know why? Because they're likable. And these female streamers just aren't likable. They're just e-beggars who play a little bit of games and have an army of simps. That's it. That's legit it. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. The reason why they're not popular is because nobody likes them. Now, Brandon is worse than Epstein. Crazy work.
Got Twitch TV brain, I swear to God. They breed them in a factory or something. That wasn't even CC who said that. Support Kingsman like it's Israel. Also, the best thing CC can do is not respond. By giving responses, she's making people more likely to attack her. That's just how the internet works. If you show the internet you're bothered, they're gonna keep pushing your buttons. CC has started to lose sponsors due to her action.
Well, turns out some...
Well, that's your own fault. Get fucked. Who wants to work... Which company wants to work with somebody that is that unlikable? Nobody. Nobody. Like, if I had to deal with a potential somebody I'm gonna sponsor who is like that. If I don't want to get in trouble with that person. Like, ugh, no. But it is true. They're not like the likable part is definitely an important one, but also like they're not really doing anything, right? Speed goes around and tours. Kai makes like big streaming events for his own back then, and now he's doing something else. But like the male streamers just do more, and the women just sit there and stream and let themselves get paid by strangers because they think they have a chance. And that's something I'm gonna say as well. There's a lot of female streamers, that includes pretty much every space, that make it seem like they're available when they're not really. And that gets parasocial dudes into a position where they will spend money on them.
Sometimes your actions have consequences. Has now started losing sponsorships, with one of her sponsors, Infinity Mice, coming out and saying we have been made aware of the situation involving CC. She also is no longer partnered with Solaris.
Stand up now and face the sun.
But, you know, clearly that won't bother her. She put 12 ads on her.
I just put 12 ads on my YouTube video. I just let it automate. YouTube, I just let it do automate, right? Not always does it actually click, right? Ads don't work. I just let it automate YouTube. YouTube is gonna... Here's a little fun fact. Whether you or not you put on, like, you actually place them yourself, right? Or not, YouTube is still gonna play ads on places where you didn't place ads. I've like tested this out on a few videos where like I placed ads, saved it, double checked that it's actually saved, and later on I checked again and the ads were just like somewhere else on other places that I didn't put them. Like sometimes just YouTube does things.
YouTube video. And you know, that's not bad. 15-minute video, 12 ads. I put 13 ads in my 9-minute video.
That's crazy. I don't even do that. I just let YouTube do that. I don't want to... I could do it to maximize, but like I feel like that's like just a little disgusting. I feel a little disgusting if I were to do that, so I'm not going to do that.
And speaking of videos, even Moist Critical chimed in. CC is a goofy goober, and this Marvel Rivals drama is poopy booty butt cheeks.
Especially considering she has by far been the most mean and nasty about this. Kingsman, from what I saw from the clips that were during this time, he tried to like actively say like, hey, don't go harass anyone and don't be mean. You know, it is what it is at the end of the day. Like, he was clearly upset about it, but I felt like he was doing, or at least making an effort to try and stop people from going and doing shit like that.
Oh my gosh, CC's actually losing her sponsorships now.
Even the Reddit mods turned on CC.
Even the Reddit mods! Even our own mods. Even the Sims are no longer interested. Interesting. Even the Reddit mods is crazy work.
This guy's probably cool. I didn't mean to call him a Reddit mod. My hands are in the air.
If you're a woman that plays Marvel Rivals, I'm so sorry, bro, but you guys were just set back 5,000 years, bro. 5,000.
5,000 doesn't work. More like 10,000. More like back to primordial slime.
Years because of CC and Zaza. 2 syllables.
Also, who makes these stupid names CC and Zaza? There's like a toddler sitting around and like his first words are CC and Zaza. Like it sounds like a toddler not being able to say a name probably.
Sorry, but if you use CC and Zaza as an excuse to harass random women on Marvel Rivals, you're kind of pathetic. Probably more pathetic than them. Not to sound preachy, but gaming is an escape for everybody, and I genuinely don't care what race you are, what gender you are, as long as you're not a 0 and 5 bag.
Even if you...
The racist guys, right? The sexist and racist community doesn't care as long as you fit in there, as long as you're racist and sexist. That's all the requirement, anyways.
Support Kingsman like it's in Israel or something. I don't even know what she was trying to say with that one.
What do you mean by that?
Still not as funny as CC.
She probably watches like iDubbbz or Hassan Piker, so that doesn't... or maybe even Jellywig.
Using using her panic attacks to try to get Kingsman to delete the video. Lucy Yasa, the Israel girl, showed the screenshot saying she apologized to Kingsman, but all she said was, "I'm sorry you got kicked. I'm dead. I'm sorry about you getting kicked. I was excited to be on the same team as you." But luckily, some good came from this. Kingsman was happy. Not once in my life would I have ever thought I'd be in a moist critical video. And the
See, bro is very happy. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. Yeah, what do you say? What do you say? Why is all the major weird drama just involved? I can't. The sexist community.
funny thing is, I've had an experience with CC personally. This was a long time ago, but some random freak on the internet, this girl, accused me of being a landlord or rapist, exploiting my...
What the fuck? Bro, what? That's great, poor WestJet. Oh, that's crazy. That's great. Wait a minute. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? That is diabolical. Okay. Jet Daddy or Siege Mommy, they're cringe. I don't know the others. None. I mean, Valorant is sick and awful anyway, so no loss. Any proof before accusing someone of grape? Holy shit. I didn't accuse, I just repeated what others said on this app. We are experiencing levels of retardation that the human mind cannot comprehend. The universe could not comprehend how stupid how retarded whoever, I mean, come on, right? Canadian rainbow flag, what more do you need, right? What more do you need? But here's another thing. Repeating what other people said without any proof is incredibly dangerous. Again, if you do this, are you willing to defend this in court? Because you can be pulled to court for this, right? They know this, right?
But some random freak on the internet, this girl, accused me of being a landlord or rapist, exploiting my tenant for sexual favors. I basically said that there's a certain word that starts with R and ends with etard that describes her. And she got mad at me, bro. I didn't do nothing. Yeah, one true...
Hey, yo, bro. Wait, you use the R word? Yes, you retard.
With one lie. I am not a landlord.
I know who you are.
Do you?
You're an evil rapist.
You know me well. Takes one to know one.
What the fuck? What is this clip?
Rule number 2, don't bring the vibes down on the team. I wanted to be competitive. Like, I wanted to win.
If we run into, like, Snake Case's team, can you please play Bucky? Because these teams...
Snake Case's team. I don't understand, bro. I don't get it. You're making me mad, bro. We're been playing against Snake Case's team. This is their team. The only difference is one support player, bro. We won! Shut up now, bro. Like, I'm tired of it. This is fucking getting annoying and you're making Zaza sad. Like, it's not gonna happen. She's gonna play Black Widow, so just shut up for 2 seconds and just play the...
Okay, dude.
Every non-drama Rivals creator right now.
What's your problem, man? I'm serious. What the fuck's your problem?
They are going to explode Zaza in 0.2 seconds.
No, they're not.
Music is copyright, but yeah, they exploded her in 0.25 seconds. Emotions are high, and I've learned when to step away. If a response ends up necessary, I will make one. Please react how you see fit to me being an ass. I know I deserve the same treatment I dish out. I am not the person in the screenshot with Kaplunk. I was not the one who reported Kingsman. My apology the day before includes all of my behavior. I have not been online since, and I've been holding myself accountable. I will continue to do so. And again, actions speak louder than words, so we're just gonna have to see how she ends up dealing with this.
She doesn't. She doubles down. She doubles down. Is this a VTuber? No. No. No, this is a face cam woman. In high school. Who never outgrew high school. That's really what it is. This chick never out... Why is it that every time such drama happens and a lady is involved, every time, it is someone who never outgrew high school. Every single time. I'm sorry, but it is every single time.
Also, I don't think deflecting is the move. Just focus on why people are angry at you. There's no point in getting some kerplunk involved. Who cares? You are a dumb and make it worse for women in gaming. Jesus, straight for the jugular. I've learned to step away. Still hasn't stepped away. If you learned how to step away, you wouldn't be tweeting about it. Subscribe if she hasn't learned any.
Even the women are calling her out. Even the women are calling her out. That's crazy. See, even the ladies are. Girls support girls until you send them back to the Stone Age because you can't. You lack emotional control. Anyways, interesting. The simple thing is, guys, to summarize this whole situation up, women. That's the whole summary. Are you involved? See, I'm not talking about you, Sumax, because you aren't involved in drama on high school level. Maybe. You might technically still count as a high schooler age-wise, if you're lucky, but that's about it. That's about it. Women again. Okay, I really need to real quick add Sumax's big video. The one exception, cause she was a nice lady. So far so good. Also, Chad recommended something. We might as well add that too. Right, might as well add that one too. Alright, real quick. Was that Team Fortress? Was that a Team Fortress reference? I do not know, bro. I got no idea. Where's that link? There it is. There is the link. I need to add this real quick. This is a long one. Get ready. Like, this is a really long one. So yeah, get ready. An hour. An hour. Doug, you're a good boy. Geek. I like being called a good boy. I'm proud of you. I rarely hear that. Geek. Anyways, I found it. I found it again. We can do this. Nothing much. Have another rally to attend this evening. Hope my identity won't get exposed. Mom! I'm on TV! I'm in the news! Mom, get the camera! Let me click something. Don't worry, Dinosaur. We have a VTuber one. Don't worry. We have a VTuber one. Like for later.
Guys are here.
This guy again. But we have one. Do 1.15. Yeah. Honestly. Might actually. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see. We'll see. That's gonna take a while anyways. Right? But yeah. Wait, Chad wasn't subbed yet? Why did... Interesting. That didn't count yet. That's interesting. Okay, well, wow. I didn't know that. For how long bro has been around. The map VTuber who doubled down. The male VTuber... Map? You mean the male VTuber who doubled down? Yeah, that one. I haven't seen everything yet, so yeah. Let's do this. It's gonna be a very long one. This will be a very long one. This will be a very long one, but we're ready. We're ready. Husband deletes wife for denying sex during her period. By Rotten Mango. I have no idea. However, this was recommended, and it sounds incredibly outlandish. Bro was not thinking with his dick. He was possessed by it. Anyways, we'll see where this leads to.
Bada bing, bada boom.
SJ is going to be the next to die. That is the most likely, reasonable conclusion that everybody in his life is coming to. He's gonna be next. He's gonna be the next one to die. especially right now because he's just wandering around this empty, strong, disinfectant, chemical-scented hallways of the morgue. Everybody that knows SJ is growing concerned. They're getting nervous. Somebody needs to stay with him. Hurry, I'm worried he's gonna die too. I'm anxious. This is a direct quote.
This is very confusing for the start. Can we start at the beginning? What is going on? Okay. My brain needs to focus a little.
Quote from one of his family members. Wherever SJ goes, there is an anxious family member sitting next to him. If he's in the hallway outside the room, there is a family member sitting right next to him, also exhausted, leaned back against the chair and staring into the abyss of the bright office backroom lighting morgue hallway. And it's very understandable that SJ is distraught. SJ's wife is laying on a steel table in the room right behind him, right next.
Okay, interesting. That's the art of storytelling. She's preparing us for something big.
Next to all of his family members, and they're about to cut her open to see how she was killed inside.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. We're gonna see how that goes. Very interesting. Right? In just a little bit, it'll all make sense. Yeah, I hope so. So we have an autopsy coming up.
Out of their house, inside of their newlywed home after they had been married for only 3 months. She is killed in the middle of the night, and because SJ is drunk and passed out on the couch, he has no clue what happened to his wife inside the master bedroom, the primary bedroom. It could have been an intruder. It could have been a medical anomaly. I mean, that's highly unlikely.
Wait, he's drunk. Interesting. Okay. Well, we already know it's him that did it, right? We already know it's him.
Likely, but we don't know. SJ is sitting next to his wife's sister. So this is his sister-in-law. I mean, she's also grieving. She would more so be in a state of shock staring at the hallway in front of them. She's probably in more pain about losing her sister than SJ is about losing his wife. They've only been together for like a year and a half, but still, the whole family is worried for SJ. He probably feels all this guilt of not having been in the room with her, but outside on the couch, leaving for work in the morning, thinking she's asleep in the bedroom when in reality, she was dead in the bedroom. He's probably hit the hardest, at least right now. I mean, it's his wife after all. And then SJ turns to his sister-in-law. So this is the deceased sister, you know?
Yeah.
The wife's sister. And she just distinctly remembers how odd this was. He turns to her in the hallway, in the morgue, when they're performing this autopsy. And he states, you know, I'm someone with really strong sexual desires.
What?
She's tilting her head. She's looking at him like this is unsolicited, unprompted.
Interesting. I wonder.
Information that she doesn't even know if she heard this correctly. What do you mean? I'm a person with strong desires, you know? But your sister would never let me touch her. She's sitting there trying to understand what he's telling her. Her sister is dead, most likely murdered, and being autopsied in the room right there.
That's I mean, she's essentially getting like cut open, and he's sitting there like basically, you know, I'm quite a horny fella, you know? And she wasn't really interested in that, but I'm a quite horny fella.
And her sister's husband is telling her that he has a lot of needs. What the hell is going on right now?
I'm gonna avoid the music here because I might get cooked if I'm not careful.
Today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the National Network to End Domestic Violence, a nonprofit organization whose mission is to eradicate all partner relationship, workplace, and stalking violence. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at
Too bad these domestic violence things don't really care about the homies getting beaten. That's unfortunately a sad part.
RottenMangoPodcast.com. A few disclaimers for this case. There are mentions of SA and a lot of mentions of pregnancy loss, so please watch with caution. This case also takes place in South Korea. We had our wonderful Korean translators help us with this case. However, if anything ever gets lost in translation, just please let us know in the comments. And with that being said, let's get started. How do you know Satan's not your neighbor? I think it's a good question. Okay, perhaps one that is never asked and only ever answered in typically a life-threatening manner. There is this tradition though in South Korea where if you live in a big apartment building, every now and then you will get a ring on your doorbell. You look at the intercom screen, because a lot of these apartments will have a screen even if someone's right outside your door. Or sometimes you look through the tiny little peephole and you have one eye open and you'll usually see 1 or 2 people that you have never seen in your entire life standing outside your apartment door very awkwardly. You don't know how they got access into the building, let alone
I'd be getting something. Like, that'd be concerning. Like, imagine, like, random day, your doorbell rings, right? You go up to the door and there's just 2 random people standing there. Like, I even get uncomfortable when these Jehovah Witnesses randomly on a Sunday pull up and, like, stand in front of the door, and I'm like, bro, how about no? Put the fries in the bag, I don't care. Leave.
why are they standing at your door? You don't know. But you look down and they're holding a paper bag with stripes. It looks festive. It looks like a gift bag. You look back up and they're now staring directly into the peephole with this awkward, polite half smile. They know you're on the other side staring at them. You know that they know. And so now you've got to open the door. So that's what you do. And they let you know, hi, we're the new neighbors upstairs. We just moved in. We wanted to bring you rice cakes.
I am German. I do not understand. I do not comprehend. That would make me incredibly uncomfortable. Like, I don't know you. Why you're giving me shit? Like, it's like, I don't know you. I don't want to know you. I don't, I feel like this is really weird and uncomfortable. Again, different culture, right? So that makes sense. But like, that sounds just like so off-putting. That sounds like, no, you can keep them. That's okay. You can keep them.
The tradition lives on. It's not as big as it used to be, I will say. The apartment buildings in Korea have gotten much larger. It would just not be fiscally responsible to buy rice cakes for all 132 neighbors of the building.
Imagine if it was a important, right? Something that you had to do. And like then you had to go to every apartment, knock, say, hi, we're the new neighbors. As like, the one at the top of the building is like, bro, why are you buying me this? I don't know half of these people here. It's like, if I were to live in South Korea and I were to live in one of these apartment buildings, right? I can guarantee you, I would probably know the same people, the people on the, maybe the floor above me, maybe the floor below me, but that's about it, bro. That's about it. I'm like, who are you exactly? I'd open it. It's just nice, you know? You always want to keep your neighbors close to you. I don't. And I don't like my neighbors. If shit goes down, they'd be the first few people who could help your family. I take them a while to reach your place. Yeah, I guess. I felt that common in Asian culture. I do not know. I'm the new neighbor. Oh, okay, I'll forget you by noon. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? I'll forget. Who?
But in smaller communities, people have stopped doing it too. I mean, it's a shame because the tradition isn't just about meeting your neighbors and being cute and being polite and bringing them rice cakes. It's to drive out evil spirits. That's the symbolism behind the rice cakes. If Satan were to live next door to you, you drive them out the building like a mass exorcism via a red bean rice cake. That's the meaning. Satan notoriously doesn't like rice cakes. Who would have known? I mean, obviously, it's an exaggeration of a tradition.
I'm gonna buy some rice cakes now. Maybe it works. Maybe it works. I'm gonna do it.
But you get what I mean. There is a meaning behind it. And so that's why December 2024, Haeyoung and her husband SJ, they are distributing rice cakes to everyone in their building. They just got married. Neighbors in the building are actually kind of stunned because usually it's high schoolers who will come distribute the rice cakes because their parents are forcing them to do it, or it's elderly couples. But you never get two young couples who willingly, on their own accord, decide that they're going to pass out rice cakes. It's a tradition that's dying in the younger generations, so it's actually very cute. Haeyoung and her new husband are doing this, and if you ask anybody about Haeyoung, if you ask anybody about SJ, they're going to say, if anyone's going to pass out rice cakes to their neighbors, it's going to be them. Haeyoung and SJ got married December 2024. One of Haeyoung's friends had stood up during their wedding to make this toast, and this is verbatim.
Interesting. Actual footage. That's kind of cool. We don't really get that often. Okay. Not bad.
Finally, a man worthy. A man with a big heart to embrace our Haeyoung. Seeing the way you look at Haeyoung, the way you talk to her, your tone of voice, the way you take care of her so attentively, I think as friends we realized maybe it's okay to let Haeyoung get married now. I hope you guys live happily. Maybe it has to do with the fact that they're 34 when they get married. It just feels like they were waiting for the right person. And because they're more established, they know what they want in life, they find the partner that fits perfectly. Haeyoung's older sister, Mimi, this is a pseudonym,
I feel like that's kind of the hot take, but I don't think people, as they get older, know what they want. Kinda not. Kinda not, because if they did, wouldn't have that many divorces overall.
She's very happy because she says, I mean, it was the wedding that Haeyoung always wanted. It was her dream day. It's her dream wedding venue. It's her dream wedding dress. She was just so happy. I was just so happy. And her husband, SJ, is calling our parents.
Simply put, they were the perfect couple. Simply put, okay? Simply put, they were the perfect couple. And since they were the perfect couple, we're probably going to get some insights into the relationship, and it wasn't as perfect as it looked from the outside. I'm going to see that.
Mom and dad, and it's just like one of those wholesome relationships. They kind of stand as an example for maybe why people should wait until their 30s to get married, because it feels like that's the time that you find your partner. And everything is just kind of working out. They're both incredibly polite. They're diligent with work. They're very traditional when it comes to following customs. Example, the whole rice cake thing. Haeyoung's friends say, okay, sometimes it's awkward when you're hanging out with couples and then a wife or a husband snaps at the other party. And now the whole entire table is uncomfortable and it just feels like, ooh, someone's ego's getting hurt. Someone's going to get into a fight. It's a whole thing. But they say with SJ, he would just make it less awkward even for the whole friend group. He would just talk back lovingly, even when she's snappy, and say things like, see, are you guys seeing this? She has me totally wrapped around her finger. These are real messages between the couple. Haeyoung is asking about a gift that SJ had given her. And she says, what is this? Thank you, heart. He says, it's from my heart emoji. I love you, my woman. I love you too, heart emoji. I miss you already. Me too. Like it's...
Well, that didn't go quite so well as we know now, huh? That didn't go quite... Interesting. In this case, yeah, they did really seem like the perfect couple. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, the perfect couples, the most perfect couples seem to have the worst endings. And I don't only mean, like, death or anything like that, right? Betrayal, anything like that.
Just they text like they're still in the honeymoon phase. It's like they're obsessed with each other. And then 2 months into being what people would call, maybe even jinx, the perfect marriage.
So like February 2025?
February 19th, Haeyoung texts SJ, I think divorce is the answer. Let's get divorce papers in the morning when we wake up. Exactly a
wait. Diabolical. Hold up.
February 19th, Haeyoung texts SJ, I think divorce is...
What the fuck? Ain't no way. That's weird. A green flag on the surface, that is. Yep. Okay, what the fuck? That was out of left field. Okay. And that is where the snapping arc begins. I'm assuming. Interesting. That's crazy. What did he do? What did she do? I'm curious.
Is the answer. Let's get divorce papers in the morning when we wake up. Exactly a month later, so now 3 months into their marriage, they are still not divorced, and Haeyoung's mom gets a phone call from SJ. Hello? She just hears him crying on the other end, and this is again, verbatim. Hello? What's going on? Why? What happened to Haeyoung? He's not responding. He's just dry heaving, sobbing. Talk to me. Tell me what happened. Another man clearly takes the phone, and his voice, I mean, this is a stranger, at least to Haeyoung's mom. She's never heard this man's voice before in her life. Ma'am? What happened to my Haeyoung? What's going on? I'm a police officer. Your daughter passed away between early yesterday morning and this afternoon. What? What is my son-in-law doing right now? Can I talk to him? He's completely out of it right now, but you guys will need to discuss having Haeyoung's body moved to a morgue to potentially be autopsied. Haeyoung's mom hears SJ in the background and he's just like asking in a small voice, what do I do? What do I do? And as she's listening to SJ and this man have a conversation, she starts coming down. A lot of that earlier hysteria starts slipping away because this is not happening right now. I mean, none of this is real. And she's not disassociating, at least not in this moment. She thinks this whole thing is ridiculous. She's thinking, they're getting so fucking good at this.
Like a prank?
I mean, she's heard
Rage bait. I'm sorry.
all of the...
That's better. Rage bait. Before there was rage bait, that was mildly infuriating. She basically just thought they were pranking her. Like, they were just, like, making fun of her. But that was not the truth. Not gonna lie, I feel like... Is it really because of her... I feel like the title is a lot... might be not what I think it is. I don't think that the period was the cause of why he went nuts. I think there was a lot of other stuff.
news about it. Yeah.
Was this basically like he... So she wanted a divorce, he didn't, but he was very obsessed with her, and this obsession led him to essentially... Right? We have these stories where men kill their wives out of obsession. Right? I wonder.
And she has to go from her hometown to Seoul to see Haeyoung, and she says, quote, I thought it was a voice phishing scam, really. I didn't shed a single tear until I got to Seoul because I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
People are getting calls that their elderly parents have been kidnapped and the hostage taker needs $500 to set them free, which is an insanely little amount of money for, I don't know, your mother-in-law dying. And so a lot of people will pay it. Or older parents are posting $9,000 bail amounts for their 20-something-year-old college-age child who somehow landed themselves in jail, except they didn't. They're actually just at a frat party and they're not picking up their phone. Others are...
Interesting. Buddy, we're in South Korea here. There's nothing Japanese. But the stereotype still holds up. All Asians look the same.
a bit more unsettling. Parents will tuck their 10-year-old kid into bed for the night, and an hour later they get a phone call that their kid has been kidnapped. And naturally, they will rush into the room to check up on their kid, who is blissfully unaware and asleep in this little bed, but you can hear their exact screams through the phone. The child is asleep. You can see that with your own two eyes, but you can also hear someone who sounds exactly like your child screaming through the phone. But with all these phone calls, there is a pattern. Everybody wants money. That's it, money. There was not a single mention of money in the phone call that Haeyoung's mom received. Haeyoung's older sister, Mimi, and her mom, they start rushing.
Interesting. So, basically, the mom believes, at first, that it was really just... Right? They just essentially just believe it was a prank call from some stranger.
To the apartment that Haeyoung had just moved in with her husband, the newlywed apartment where they just passed out rice cakes. And it's not a scam. Her daughter Haeyoung is dead, and nobody knows why. I mean, it doesn't make sense. She's 34 years old, she's healthy, she has no prior medical conditions, she has no ailments, she just dies in her sleep in her bed. What about SJ? He says he was sleeping outside on the couch outside of their bed.
Also, autopsy, right? Autopsy. That means that whatever he did was not visible from the outside. That means the only thing that is really an option is poisoning her. In some way, shape, or form. Because there's nothing on the outside. Otherwise, they wouldn't necessarily need to do an autopsy.
And then left for work in the morning. He had no clue what happened. Just 3 months into their marriage, he's a widower. The most important role at a Korean funeral is the chief mourner. This is the person closest to the deceased. They will wear the white armbands, and this is the one that everyone sends their condolences to. The chief mourner has to greet guests. They have to lead all of these various ceremonies, and they just have to make all the hard decisions. In Korea, it's a huge emotional burden. Everyone is throwing their sadness at you. And you have to make sure that everything is done perfectly to make sure that your loved one passes on.
And the one that is probably supposed to do is the husband. But the husband is also the one who did the deletion. So I'm interested. I'm assuming at least.
To the other side peacefully. So everything has to be in order, and you have to almost put your own sadness to the side. I mean, it's such a laborious position that a lot of funeral homes will have a small resting room for the chief mourner. because it's like a multi-day affair. It's just all day long. People will go to funerals and there's food served at funerals. I guess kind of like a wake in America. And people will bow and you have to stand right next to the casket as people are bowing and saying their goodbyes. It's just emotionally draining. People will watch.
Bro, let's say he didn't actually. Let's say, okay. Is cricket just ethnicity ranking out here? Is bro making a tier list? That's crazy work. Interesting. I would not be able to do that. See, hypothetically, if I had a wife and she died, right, out of nowhere, right, like actually not involved, right, I wake up the next morning, she's next to me, and I had to do, I would not be able to do this. I would lock myself away for like months. I would just lock myself away for possibly months. Right? I just like lock myself away for months. I wouldn't even like. It would probably be rough to even appear at the funeral. I would just lock myself away for months. Not gonna lie.
Walk into Korean funerals, and before even saying anything, giving condolences, they will ask first, who is the chief mourner? You're getting all of this exhaustion and emotions thrown at you. And Haeyoung's older sister, Mimi, again, this is a fake name. Mimi is at the funeral. She's not the chief mourner. SJ is, the husband. But she's just distraught because she's like, I saw my younger sister a few hours before she died in bed. It doesn't make sense. If they go by the time of death on the autopsy, which is like maybe 6 in the morning, she saw her at like 3 in the morning. So it doesn't make any sense. Haeyoung, her husband SJ, they had met up with Haeyoung's older sister Mimi and Mimi's friend. So it's the 4 of them. They're out at a restaurant drinking until 3 in the morning, and she's explaining to everybody, asking questions. She's like, just a few hours earlier, we were having such a good time drinking together. So when I heard the news, I couldn't believe it. Well, did she notice anything weird about Haeyoung the night before? Like, she can't just be happy, healthy, and then suddenly pass away, right? Her sister says, quote, I was sitting right in front of her, face to face. If there had been any sort of injury or anything that seemed like she was sick, I would have asked her about it. She didn't even seem ill. She just said that night.
Again, right? You wouldn't have seen the injury, right? It makes sense because, again, they're right. There was going to an autopsy to happen. I don't know. We don't know if it happened yet, right? She didn't talk about it yet. But it cannot be an outside injury. So I am actually assuming that she was poisoned in some way, shape, or form. Something internally happened. The whole day, people are just coming to you grieving a person. That's rough. Yeah, they're essentially like right. Usually, see, in families, that's usually the same thing, kind of, right? Right. This year is like a big tradition, but like families, right? Somebody dies, then usually like people have to. There's always one person that people have to lean on, right? That has to take it all. That's usually the case, right? Like oftentimes, for example, somebody dies, everyone leans on like like the father or the brother or anybody like that, right?
Oh, I'm tired. I'm on my period, but it's really heavy. So my body feels just exhausted and tired. And this is like a really weird period. That's it. Which, again, is not like the most alarming thing. Lots of people will say, oh, I don't know what's... I mean, I've said that a million times. I don't know what's going on, but my cramps are like the worst this month. She did look tired, but not abnormally tired. Nothing that would be alarming where Haeyoung's older sister would say, oh, don't, like, go home early. Don't even drink with us. It was just, oh, I'm just a little under the weather.
So at this point, there's no cause of death?
No.
Okay.
And SJ, I guess, is trying to lighten the mood that night and make his wife feel better because he's like, okay, well, everyone, let's eat, let's drink. Interestingly, he's not particularly a big drinker or someone who likes to stay out and get drunk, so it's rather surprising. But they did stay out for 3 rounds of drinks. They don't get back home. So Mimi and her friend actually drop off Haeyoung and SJ. Because Mimi's friend was the DD. She's the designated driver.
Okay.
Haeyoung and her husband, they get home at 3:10 a.m. Haeyoung's sister says, I was too drunk to even remember getting home. My friend was the DD. We dropped off Haeyoung and SJ first, and then around...
Interesting. Okay. Okay, interesting. So, even after saying she wants the divorce... Even after she won the divorce, they were sticking together still and playing this perfect relationship. That's interesting. Okay, I got a new well-received song. Sure, Bryson. Sure. So hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well.
4 a.m. I know this, because the next day, Haeyoung had sent me a bunch of text messages. So Haeyoung is joking, kind of joking. Okay, it's like very sibling, but she's texting her a picture of Mimi, the older sister, passed out on the street. And with a message, "You're so annoying!" Exclamation, exclamation. Ugh, get some sleep and just get to work safely tomorrow. Still, you're so annoying. It's likely that people asked Mimi about SJ too, who is obviously the chief mourner at the funeral. But how is SJ handling all of this? Well, when I went to my sister...
Oh, so the sister was, well, the chief... Well, without a question then, right? Because, like, after the autopsy, they realized, right? He couldn't be the chief mourner, right? At that point, because, well, he was the one doing it.
Sister's apartment, he was just sitting in the living room staring blankly. I kept asking him what happened, and he wasn't in a state to talk. He just kept crying and saying, I don't know. In the midst of the funeral, a group of men walk in, and they take SJ, the chief mourner, to the corner, which is kind of odd. Okay, usually you say your condolences just like where the chief mourner is standing, which is typically right next to...
That was the police, was it not? I'm assuming. People try to make it work, It's a big decision. I'm gonna be honest, the moment a breakup or a divorce is proposed, the relationship never recovers. That does infinite damage.
To all the flowers in the casket, but they take him to the side. And someone out of the like 5 guys surrounding the chief mourner, someone out of that group reaches into their pocket and takes out handcuffs and handcuffs SJ in front of his wife's family, his friends, his wife's casket. I mean, the minute it registers, everybody jumps up and they're just staring. They're not really sure what to do, because also this is reminiscent of a very famous K-drama, Marry My Husband, where after the wife is deceased, the husband gets arrested at her funeral.
Crazy. Another weird romance drama.
Right.
Before she's reincarnated. So, I mean, I don't know, but everyone is just, I mean, this is a thing that is said in hindsight by a lot of people. So everybody is jumping up, they're staring, they don't really know what to do, but they're panicked. These are detectives. You're being arrested on suspicion of murdering your wife, Haeyoung. The people interviewed at Haeyoung's funeral would say, it felt unreal. It felt disconnected from reality. It almost felt theatrical in a weird way, because SJ instantly, as he's being dragged out of the funeral home, he's screaming, "It's not me! Mother-in-law, like, 어머니, you have to believe me, it's not me!" And then with his hands cuffed behind his back, he does a 90-degree bow to Haeyoung's father. And he's like, I'll be back, it's not me. And then his eyes are wide open, he looks hysterical, he looks bug-eyed, and then Haeyoung's sister, Mimi, and her friends notice the corner of his lips lift up. Like he can't help but smile.
What?
Creepy motherfucker. Okay. Guy gets essentially handcuffed, gets taken by the police, has a crash out, but still smiles. Yeah, that is definitely... Yeah, it's a drover for bro.
There is a website that talks about how to have the perfect marriage, how to satisfy both partners in the union, and it reads, a wife cannot flatly refuse her husband. She may only ask for a rain check, and then she needs to make good on that rain check as quickly as possible. A husband has the right to confront his wife's sexual refusal as a sin, not only against him, but also against God. A husband ought not to feel guilty for having sex with his wife when she is not in the mood if she yields, even grudgingly. A husband needs to use prayerful discernment to discover if her reasons for, quote, not being in the mood are for legitimate physical or mental health reasons, or if the problem is wrong thinking and wrong attitude on the part of his wife. Listen, I'm not a religious person, nor do I think the blog author of this website is a religious person either. However, with an appropriate amount of common sense, I can easily tell you that if you have to ask God why your wife doesn't want to sleep with you, the problem is within. But because this man knows how to write words...
See, as far as I understand, at least Christian theology, like from the Christian side, you can refuse to have intimacy for legitimate reasons, right? If there is no prolonged desire for intimacy in a relationship, there's something wrong to begin with, right? If your wife doesn't want to sleep with you, there's something wrong. There's something wrong, clearly. Definitely. Maybe not just mentally, physically, whatever, right? There might be some problem in the relationship, right? If your husband refuses you, because that is actually much more common than people think, there's often something wrong with the relationship. Right? If she refuses you, if he refuses you, there's something wrong. But yeah. That from the Christian side, you can, again, it depends on what religion he is. I can only speak as a from the Christian side. You can refuse sex for as far as I'm aware, for legitimate reasons. Really depends, though.
Words and string together somewhat grammatically correct sentences. He wants the world to see and applaud his very mediocre grasp of the English language. He continues, if her reasons are legitimate, then she needs to seek medical or psychological help as soon as possible. Most people think of sexual immorality as only someone having sex outside of marriage. But remember that when something is immoral, that means it is a sin. And we know that sexual denial in marriage is a sin. Therefore, it is accurate to call willful sexual denial in marriage an act of sexual immorality. Intelligence is not a requirement to have access to a working keyboard.
And also, nowhere does it state you can force your partner into it. That's an important factor to know, because people like to use this out of context. Nowhere it says, right? If he refuses you, you have to take the no, right? You have to. You cannot force yourself upon her. You cannot force yourself upon him. However, yeah, technically this is I don't know if it's a sin directly.
To clickety-clack. And unfortunately, stupidity is something that some people, like this author, can work towards being the best at, truly excel at. After all, it is a man's prerogative, right? He continues. Biblically speaking, the husband is the spiritual authority in his home, and he has the biblical obligation to first attempt to discipline his wife, as she is his responsibility. Only when he has exhausted all forms of discipline and she remains defiant and divorce is looming should he approach a counselor to act as a witness to her sin. It goes on to say the forms of discipline a husband should use if the wife does not want to have intimate relations with the husband is not to take a shower, to take a self-help class, not to get your own ducks in order because something's probably wrong with you. They say stop taking her on dates or trips. Another step includes, those dinners that you cook or the vacuuming you do? Just like basic chores of someone who lives in a place of shelter and they should be doing. Those things that really she should be doing, but you have simply been trying to be nice and doing for her? Stop doing them. Stop giving her those nice back and shoulder massages she loves so much. And then it says, if she is financially dependent on you, remove all funding for her aside from food and shelter.
Yeah, that is not somebody has not read the Bible, that's for sure. The author has not had a Bible in hand. That is for most certainly sure. That is nowhere mentioned there. That is nowhere mentioned there. Immoral sin. Yes, immoral sin. That does make sense. If something weren't immoral, it wouldn't be a sin. That does make sense. Right? If I kick an animal if I kick a dog randomly, that is immoral and also sin, right? I don't see how that is a bad thing. Because unless you're like somebody who believes that morality is subjective, which is really weird.
And if she still doesn't listen, the last few steps are rebuke her before witnesses and bring her before the church. They end it with a good old, why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? Well, once you bought the cow, you are supposed to get the milk for free. I fear that this website is not reflective of Christian values or Christian husbands or happy husbands. However, it is reflective of people who do exist in the ether. There are married partners out there who firmly believe that after marriage, they are entitled to sex. There is a whole subreddit that you can go on called r/changemyview. And we've talked about this forum before, but people go there to never change their view. Like nobody ever changes their view on there. They go.
Yeah, but it's pretty normal. Call it whatever you like. It's not the same definition. Sins are always immoral. To that logic, right? Immorality is a sin. They're not the same thing. Well, technically they are. Regardless. Hi Joe, how you doing? Hope you're doing good.
To get off on the arguments in the comments.
I have to say this. Here's the fun thing. Here's the fun thing. This is Reddit. Why are you surprised? It is Reddit. It is Reddit. It is Reddit. You what do you expect? Sins are immoral, not all immoral things are sins. Correct. 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 Source is religious. Immorality is subjective. No, it's not. Is morality would you argue that morality is subjective if somebody brutally kills your family in front of your eyes? Morality is not subjective, because if morality is subjective, that means that I can do whatever I want and technically not get punished for it, because morality is subjective. Everybody knows what is objectively good, and everyone knows what is objectively wrong. If we cannot no longer decide what is objectively wrong or objectively good, we are as a society cooked, because then everybody can do whatever they want and not get away with it. Because, right, you cannot punish me, right? You cannot punish me because my morality is subjective, right? Doesn't work. Stop.
Comments. I don't know why this sub even exists, okay? But it is interesting to read. So I get the appeal. However, views are never changed. And the way that the posts are written, I mean, you start thinking, I mean, how could you have a separate view aside from this one? That doesn't make sense. One Reddit post reads, change my view. Marriage does not entitle anyone to sex. In the old days, men were legally allowed to R-word women within marriage. It was not considered R-word at all. It goes on to continue and argue that in order for R-word culture to be undone, we are going to have to reconceive marriage utterly in such a way that nobody will ever be under pressure to give up their rights to their body and let their bodies be...
You'd be surprised. About 3% of all men and women are being coerced or forced into sexual relationships. Fun fact. People are like saying, oh, rape it happens just to women. Fun fact, no. No. And it gets even worse when sex is used as a currency. Right? Morality subjectively, go back to kick a dog. If you kick a dog, it's very bad. If you kick a dog for malicious reasons, it's bad. If you kick a dog to save him from a riding car, then you did nothing wrong. Right? You save the dog. That is morally good. Maybe not the best way to do it, but you still save the dog. Right? If the only way to save the dog was to kick it, that's different. You did something good. You did something morally good. Right? It's a stupid argument. Morality is not subjective. Not in any way, shape, or form. Because otherwise you could argue that anything goes. Right? Right? That doesn't work. There's a degree to what is... how immoral something can be. See why? No, it's not. It's only... if you do something bad for bad reason, you are bad. If you do something bad for good reasons... right? If you hurt somebody... if you hurt the dog to save the dog... then it's still morally good because you saved the dog. What silly argument is that? Morality is not subjective. Because, again, if morality is subjective, anything goes. Different context makes bad thing with good. It's the very same reaction, but that's not that morality is subjective. You did something bad to save someone. Right? If I kill somebody to save somebody, because otherwise they are being killed, then I did something good, not something bad. If I kill a rapist while he's about to rape a woman, I did something good. Not anything bad. Not even in the slightest. Not even a little bit. That doesn't work that way. Morality is not subjective. Again, then anything goes. I could slap the ever-living daylights out of you, then. And justify it as being good. Because again, in my view, it is good.
Taken in marriage, which I don't really think is a hot take. I mean, there were some arguments for like semantic interpretation of the post, but one person, probably a guy, responds, how far does your view extend? Does it say extend to marriage doesn't guarantee you access to a man's wealth or resources? I love when people just like have imaginary money that they're hoarding from like potential gold diggers. What are we talking about right now? Just like make-believe stuff. But they go on, or is it just your view that sex is the only place you get a choice? Another person has a less polarizing yet differing viewpoint, writing, depends on what you consider entitled to. Everyone is entitled to be in a relationship that meets their emotional and physical needs. This includes sex. If the relationship doesn't meet said needs, whatever they may be, then a person has the right to complain, to discuss it, to work it out, or to leave if the needs cannot be met. So while you are correct that marriage does not give you the right to R-word someone by forcing them to have sex, you are entitled to have your emotional and physical needs for intimacy and sex met by your spouse and to be disgruntled if they're not doing so. Another one responds very weirdly.
I don't think that's necessarily wrong. Yes, you are. Yes, see, it's like if your partner does not care about your emotional and physical needs, right? At all, right? At all. Then you have the right, I think you cannot force yourself upon them, obviously, but you have the right to be upset. You even have the rights to leave, right? Reddit for advice is a shithole. I don't think that is what this person said is necessarily bad, right? Right? I don't think that's necessarily bad. I think that is okay, right? Because like, is it really? Do you really have a marriage if like not even your emotion? Right? If we talk about like emotional needs, right? We're talking about like being able to talk to your partner, being able to vent to them, right? Being able to discuss your feelings with them, right? Because that does fall under emotional needs. If that isn't there, right? If your partner doesn't give a shit about you, even emotionally, it's like over. Like, why you're married? I do think this is absolutely a justification to just leave. You can't force, but you can file a divorce. Yeah, you can leave. You have the right to get upset and leave regardless. Yeah. I do think that this Reddit post isn't wrong, right? Because like, why even a relationship then? It's like, that's like not a relationship, right? You're not right? You're married, but there's like, you're essentially just cohabitating. That's it. You're roommates at that point. Says sexless marriage is legal ground to file a divorce. I do see that as well, right? I do see that as well. Interesting.
I agree, but I must ask, why the hell would you marry or stay married to someone who doesn't want to have sex with you? Another person writes,
I mean, that's not right. That's not wrong. I don't see the problem, right? Like, I don't see the problem. Of course you can't get violent. Of course you can't physically hurt them or emotionally. That's no justification for that. But why would you do that? I feel like, why would you do that? I don't see that. Right? Because, like, remember, not only, right, she's looking at this through a woman lens, right? But there's plenty of men who refuse sex with their wives. That does exist as well. Right? If the woman wants to divorce, I see no issue. Or leave. I don't know.
I would say sex is basically part of the marital contract. I mean, you're basically just friends or roommates otherwise, which you wouldn't need all the legal complications of marriage for that. So yeah, you are entitled to sex from your partner. With the holiday season behind you, your wallet is probably feeling the strain of all of those festive expenses. Even though you treasure every single memory, it does add up so quickly. And fortunately, Mint Mobile can ease the burden by helping you reduce your phone bill costs this January, offering half-priced, unlimited, premium wireless service. All plans come with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. I left my old provider a long time ago, and the transfer to Mint it was probably the easiest resolution to knock off the list. I was able to keep my old number. I kept all my contacts. My physical phone was the same, all while saving money. This January, quit overspending on wireless with 50% off. Unlimited premium wireless plans start at $15 a month at mintmobile.com/rotten. That's mintmobile.com.
Nah, I'm broke. And I got a Vodafone. I don't need that one. Get out of here.
/rotten. Limited time offer, upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Over 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. Capable device required. Availability, speed, and coverage varies. See mintmobile.com.
Do not do this.
and then you click on like a suggested change my view. A woman who expects her husband to completely devote himself sexually to her, yet refuses to have sex with him, is both selfish and cruel. If a woman refuses to have intimate relations with her husband, the husband then has every moral right to check out women flirt.
No, that's not it. No, 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 wrong, wrong. At that point, if like it's that important, right, and your wife or husband are just completely refusing to be intimate with you, right? It's just like, just leave, bro. Just leave. Like, if it's that important, just leave, right? Or you figure, or best case scenario, you don't leave and you figure out what the fuck's wrong. See, none of this was mentioned yet. You figure out what the fuck's wrong. Anyways.
View videos, and even in certain cases, cheat. A woman has every right to refuse sex if she doesn't want it, but freedom to choose also means a prohibition on a man from having any sexual outlet whatsoever is very wrong. Cheating is a violation of exclusive sexual intimacy, but in a sexless marriage, there is no sexual intimacy had. I will say that aside from people having medical conditions or some sort of psychological reasoning of not wanting to be intimate with their partner, typically your partner not wanting to be intimate with you is usually something wrong with you, if that makes sense. Like these husbands, I would say that this is not the majority of married.
Harsh. Not necessarily, right? Not necessarily. Something can be wrong with them. Absolutely, 100%. I wouldn't say usually, right? Something can be wrong with them as well, right? Right? They might something, right? They might maybe feel awkward about something, or maybe it can happen that maybe, for example, I know somebody who stopped having sex with his girlfriend because he felt like he wasn't attractive enough anymore. Right? That sometimes it has an internal reason. Sometimes it can have an internal reason. You know, people grow old, their libido goes down. We're not talking about 7 or 80-year-old Sarah who is dustier down there than the fucking Sahara Desert. We're talking about healthy 30-year-olds here. Right? That's not it. That's not it. We're talking about healthy people with still the ability to smash, right? We're not talking about Uncle Sam no longer getting it up. And then we're not talking about Granny and Grandpa here.
Couples or reflective of husbands or anything like that. It's just such an odd thing. It's weird. But there are people that are very serious about it. Not even just on r/change my view. There are people that will write things on Reddit like, if you get married, you are essentially signing away your sexual consent in exchange for financial and emotional and relationship stability. If neither party is ready to give up on their autonomy, then they shouldn't get married, because breaking those technically voids the marriage contract. Saying no to a husband simply isn't an option unless you're physically incapable, which might be the case after an argument or if you're sick or whatever. With a boyfriend, all bets are off. You didn't say any vows. Do what you want. Remember when, honey, I have a headache, used to be something people joked about? That was back when the marriage commitment was taken more seriously, and that was only 10-ish years ago. Nowadays, you don't even need an excuse to turn your husband down, and it's disgusting that this has become acceptable in society after people have made marriage vows stating the opposite. The more alarming part is there are a lot of women who agree with this viewpoint, and there's a Reddit thread where one woman writes, I told my friends I'd never say no to intimate relations except for serious illness or injury, which my husband wouldn't ask for intimate relations if that were actually painful or dangerous. But there are times when I'm tired and technically not in the mood, sure, but I would never say no. My friends...
Well, I don't think... Well, if she consents to it, like, I don't see how that is bad. What I do want is, however, that if the husband is, tired and not in the mood, right? The problem is not, right? See, the problem is not that this is a thing, right? The problem is that it's usually not mutual, right? The wife is always be ready to have sex, even if she's not in the mood, and the guy, when he's tired, that's not the case, right? I think that is very much a problem, right? I think that is very much a problem. right? If you're not in the mood, you still want to do it. I mean, go ahead, right? You're an adult. You're a consenting adult. Like, go ahead. I don't see the problem, right? But I feel like your husband also has to be in the same boat. That means that if he's tired, if he's not in a mood, and you want to have some action, you should be getting some action.
Felt like that was horrible and degrading. I think a lot of couples are in the never say no camp, not because they're not allowed to say no, but just because like people have good times with their partners, and usually your partner will know when to initiate, and by that point everybody's in the mood, everyone's excited, so you don't really end up saying no. But the reasoning that she gives for never saying no, this is her life, it's her dream, but it's interesting. She writes, the way I see it is before marrying my husband, he could have sex with so many women. He made the choice to marry me and just be with me. As a good wife, I want him to feel I'm available to him whenever he wants and needs. Even if I'm tired, I put in effort. If he's in the sauna and the other men are complaining about their sexless marriages, I want him to be able to say, oh, my wife never says no. A fake, imaginary, steamy, hot, sweaty sauna session between a bunch of dudes is like the strangest thing to revolve your life around as a wife, but like here we are. Unfortunately, this...
Well, she might be into Yao. Is she about to cry? Looks like one. Kinda. But I feel like she's always at the verge of tears for the last half an hour. See, so here's what I believe, right? She's probably into yaoi. That's why she has a steamy sauna session with the boys in her mind. Anything funny to react today? I don't know, maybe we do.
To be a much bigger sentiment than I thought. SJ falls directly into this group. His friends say, SJ has some unique outlooks on marriage, relationships. He would say to us all the time, if I can't have sex with my wife, where am I supposed to get it? Should I go pay for it? But like, he was drunk, or he would say things like, look, if I want to, she needs to do it. That's what marriage is. But again, he was drunk, so maybe he didn't mean it. 4 months before getting married, Haeyoung and SJ are on their way back from a big group friend vacation in Vietnam. This is August of 2024. They land touchdown at Incheon Airport in South Korea. Haeyoung feels odd. She goes to the restroom, and within minutes, there are ambulances outside of the airport. She is being rushed out. There is blood everywhere. It is so much blood to make any sense, because it doesn't make sense, because
miscarriage, I'm assuming here, right? Because I feel like that was mentioned earlier. But probably miscarriage. So here's what I think, right? Overall, you're gonna have to compromise in some way, shape, or form. One party, because right, two people's libido are not equal. Obviously, women's libido is usually lower, right? Usually, right? There's rare exceptions where dude just really is not. You see my last chat message? Yes, I did. No, I did not. You mean your mouse that committed ending itself? Okay, yeah, interesting. So here is like, you have to compromise. Either one has to adjust. I feel like you have to find the middle ground where the relationship, like in the intimacy part, works in a way where both parties are happy, right? And I feel like the middle ground, right, is probably the best, where like you're gonna have it often enough to where the party with the higher libido doesn't feel neglected. I feel like you have to make adjustments there. I feel like you have to make adjustments. Otherwise you're gonna be in for a painful situation.
She's miscarrying. 6 months into dating Haeyoung, SJ and Haeyoung had gotten pregnant. They actually found out a few days before going to Vietnam. This is like a trip that they had planned for weeks with their friends. But Haeyoung, who has always wanted to start a family, she's so happy about being pregnant. She even immediately asked, so in Korea, you get like the pregnant woman badge, and you can use it at subway stations or like on the train or in public transport.
Wait, there's a literal badge for that? We should have that here. That might be cool. Not gonna lie. Marriage is about adjustment. Yeah. I feel like, but that's a general problem. That's right here specifically. The intimacy part plays a big role, but that's a general thing. That's like people seem to have a problem with, is which you cannot do things the way that you did them when you were single.
because a lot of women don't show immediately, or during winter you don't see it. And it's in Korea, it's a big deal. You do not sit in the pregnant woman section if you're not pregnant. So that's why they hand out these badges. Wow. She even got that. She got all these pamphlets about her pregnancy, and she keeps asking her doctor, like, are you sure I'm safe to travel? Just to give you some context, I think she found out a week before, like a few days before she's set to go to Vietnam. The doctor is like, you're gonna be fine. I mean, everybody is different. However, you're gonna be fine. You're cleared for travel. This should not be alarming. You're very early into your pregnancy. You're gonna be okay. It's not even that long of a flight. Haeyoung dots all of her I's. She crosses all of her T's. And then when she touches back in Seoul.
Okay. So we have additional strain on the relationship due to a miscarriage. So we have additional strain onto this. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That I see that. Right. That might have actually been the main reason for maybe to call for divorce. Potentially.
The baby that she had wanted so badly, she ends up miscarrying. But this is the part where it's just like odd. There is a text message from SJ to Haeyoung the day after she miscarries, and it reads, "It's fine as long as you and I are healthy. We can make another baby. I feel so inadequate and foolish. I'm so sorry." Why would he need to apologize? Is he just apologizing because she's going through something so traumatic?
Right.
Haeyoung's friends say, when she was pregnant.
Are you implying that he did something so she lost the baby? Potentially. Is that what is being implied here?
Pregnant. He wanted to do it. They did it once after she found out she was pregnant and there was a little bit of blood, and so she was really worried for the baby. So she...
Oh. Okay, he might have been the reason. Yeah, he was the reason. Yeah. I think this is the main contributor to the downfall of the relationship.
She kept refusing to have intimate relations after that. They fought about it, and she told us that she ended up having sex again, even though she didn't want to. And then she ended up miscarrying. Nurses see a lot. That's an understatement. Nurses have probably seen more of me than my own husband, which sounds crazy, but my husband has never pried my mouth open, shoved a flashlight down my throat to see if there is like a foreign body lodged in my throat after a particularly intense meal. Okay, so these nurses, they see a lot, and they see a lot about people's personalities, especially couples. One Reddit thread from a nurse writes, "Husbands in the delivery room often do more harm than good. In my view, the husband in the delivery room often can't provide meaningful support and may even create more stress. Many people frame fathers being in the delivery room as a romantic or heroic act, as if witnessing every moment is required to be a good dad. In reality, the practical benefit to the mother is often minimal. A husband who stays outside, handling logistics, communicating with family members can actually provide more meaningful support." Would you have a lot of people disagreeing? I would also disagree, stating that women are the most safe in medical situations, especially childbirth, when they're relaxed and comfortable and feel supported. However, there are a lot of nurses fighting back saying, yeah, in a perfect world, but most husbands, they're on their phones the entire time while their wife is in labor, or sometimes they're causing more distress, making their wives feel more pressure, or they're not being helpful with other family members that are hounding, giving their 10 cents to the wife about how they should approach childbirth. One woman writes, "My husband went downstairs to charge his phone and call his mom from the car. When I called him an hour later because I was 9 centimeters dilated, he said that he was at Sam's buying Tupperware."
That is such a man-coded thing. That is such a man-coded. That is so man-coded. Can't even be mad. It is so man-coded. Bro, I do things in stressful situations just at random. I get that. Oh, that is so man-coded. She miscarried when after the sex, exactly. I think after a flight, she miscarried. So far as I'm aware, but that is so man-coded.
What?
Tupperware. Another wife writes, "My husband asked if he could borrow one of my pillows because his back hurt and I had too many." The nurses see it all. And for Haeyoung, it's not just a miscarriage, which is already very traumatizing. Haeyoung actually suffers from a very rare condition that only 1 in 30,000 women have, where she has a miscarriage, which a miscarriage is when you have a fertilized egg in the uterus. And the pregnancy is not going to come full term, so you miscarry, right? She also has an ectopic pregnancy at the same time. So Haeyoung's ectopic pregnancy goes unnoticed for a while because this is really rare. So if you don't know, an ectopic pregnancy...
Oh yeah, so the egg doesn't continue on the uterus, right? It gets fertilized here, right? And then stays somewhere here, right? And that usually you need medical attention to help yourself get done with that, because that is super painful and super dangerous. So yeah, it's usually, right, there's not much explanation. The kiddo is placed here, which in this case it needs to be removed.
Is when you have a fertilized egg, but it doesn't end in the uterus. It's outside the uterus. A lot of the times it's in the fallopian tube, and this is very dangerous. You can die. You can very easily die if you have an ectopic pregnancy, because that fertilized egg is going to start growing. And a fallopian tube is not like a uterus where it's meant to bear a child. It's not going to stretch. So what it'll do is it'll burst, and then you will be heavily internally bleeding until probably you die unless you get emergency help. It's very dangerous. So she has an ectopic pregnancy outside of the uterus, and she had a miscarriage inside the uterus. So with all of that, a lot of the symptoms of the ectopic pregnancy, she thought that it was from the miscarriage. So it goes for a very long time that she doesn't realize that she has this life-threatening condition, and eventually...
So the original in this case, right? Okay, then it wasn't his fault. Then it wasn't his fault. Okay, we'll take that back. It wasn't his fault.
Once it is realized, there has been still
a piece of shit, but it wasn't his fault.
So much damage done that the doctors tell her that they need to have emergency surgery and remove that fallopian tube.
When was that surgery? Or
this is before the wedding, so this is like a month after, so around September.
There's so much happening. Like they came back from Vietnam, she miscarried, and then the surgery, and then the wedding, and then 3 months later. This is just like
in 6 months. So Haeyoung is texting her sister about what's going on. I had surgery with one.
Okay, so this is before they got married. Even this is before.
Fallopian tube removed. There were also 2 uterine cysts when they opened it up, and they were black and about to burst. So in Korea, it's not as common in the United States. I think in the US, I mean, they'll probably charge you $5 billion for it, but a lot of the times, the nurse's duty to feed patients who cannot eat by themselves. In South Korea, unless you're in very specific, like, intensive care units, a lot of the times, it's up to the family members to feed the patient. So the nurses, they will bring all the nutritious hospital meals that have all of the requirements, and they'll make sure that you're eating, and they'll check up on you. But a lot of the times, unless you're in like the ICU, a lot of the nurses depend on the family members to provide care. So family members will do shifts. If you've got work, then someone's doing like a breakfast shift. If someone's doing a lunch shift, someone's doing a dinner shift. It's just a thing that happens in Korea. I don't know if it's embedded in the healthcare system or if it's just like a societal thing that is built into the communities and the families. I don't know, but it's a thing. So every time Haeyoung is recovering from the surgery, she's laying there. Every time the nurses bring food, Haeyoung doesn't want to eat. She has no appetite. She doesn't want to do this. She's exhausted. And it's up to the family member to airplane that spoon, to beg, to plead, to negotiate that your loved one eat the hospital food. SJ's supposed to be spoon feeding her, but because she doesn't want to eat, he is sitting there eating every single meal that gets delivered. And
Bro. Crazy work. Hey, at least it didn't go to waste. But yeah, you're just supposed to. Here comes the plane. Yeah. Well, interesting. It's not such a perfect marriage after all, or couple. You're actually seeing it with a female's view, not with an unbiased view. Kinda, a little bit at some points, yeah.
Every single nurse that walks by is judging the shit out of him. Haeyoung has no appetite. She feels too weak to eat. And eventually, she's getting annoyed by him. She's sick of seeing his face, and she tells him, you know what, go home and just feed the dogs. He ends up going home. She checks the home camera, and he's not just feeding the dogs. He ordered himself a pizza, plopped on the couch, and is watching TV and munching while she's recovering from this ectopic pregnancy, which he got her pregnant. And he's just at home eating pizza. So understandably...
Well, but it's not his fault, right? It's like not his fault that she got pregnant that way, right? He has no control over what her body does. That kind of... I don't feel like you should put that on the guy in general, right? And like, she sent him home, right? And she refuses to eat. I'm gonna be honest here. There needs to be accountability. There needs to, you can't put that on him. If I try to feed my girlfriend and my girlfriend refuses to eat for hours on end, sure he's a dick for eating it, right? I would have just left it there. Maybe she doesn't want to be spoon-fed, right? Maybe she wants to just be left alone for a little bit, right? It's a miscarriage after all, right? And a bad one at that, right? But she did send him home, and he ordered pizza, because what is he supposed to do at home? Like, what is he supposed to do? I don't see that. That's kind of silly. That's kind of silly.
With all of this like trauma and pain and the emotions, Hae-young tells her friends she just feels really disappointed in him. Like, she just doesn't like this. But worse is that 1 month after this, so this is again still before the marriage, 1 month after, there are text messages between the two where Hae-young is telling him, ever since the pregnancy and the miscarriage, my body has been so weak. Everything changed suddenly. It's been hard to adjust. I'm just exhausted. He responds, when we're tired, we should support and lean on each other. Yeah, what you're saying is right, but you only want one form of affection expression, and I only have one body. So he's saying, you and I are both tired, and when couples are tired, we need to depend on each other. And she's like, the only way that you think you can depend on me is for sex, and I can't have sex right now.
That's crazy. So he's asking for sex,
yes.
Basically.
1 month after the surgery, she texts him, if we tried it once and it hurts, shouldn't you think that maybe my body hasn't recovered yet? It hasn't even been a month yet. The scar on the outside of my body hasn't healed. How could the wound inside my uterus be healed? SJ responds, well, the doctor said we should return to daily life in a month.
That is crazy.
Which, by the way, that is a suggestion. Doctors are all over the place. Some doctors, I was on Reddit of women who were recovering from similar surgeries. They say their doctor said 2.
Well, he's absolutely a dick here. Like, he's absolutely a dick. She hasn't recovered yet. She's probably even meant psychologically, right, mentally not well yet for this. I feel like for something that big of a deal, I'm gonna be honest, she should have never even gotten together with. She should have never even married him. I feel like, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like the red flag was already visible before the marriage. Right? It's a clear that is a clear red flag. They're sexually not compatible, simply put.
Weeks, you can return to normal life. Some people said a month, 6 weeks, and these are guidelines. Usually, the rule of thumb is when you want to return to normal life, especially when it comes to sex, because it's not like, oh, my arm broke, I can't have sex for a month. It's like you're talking about the exact same body parts. Hae-young feels like this is happening because of an act we did together, but alone I have to suffer, and yet my body is still an object of desire for you. Like, it doesn't make sense. She's texting her friends in frustration. After the miscarriage and the fallopian tube removal, it hasn't even been a month, but the doctor said it was okay to have intercourse after a month, so he keeps whining, and we did it, and I didn't say anything, but it just really hurts my feelings. Her friends are upset. Why didn't you say anything? Someone else is responding, God, this must be really hard for you.
I need to hold her responsible here. Sorry, but I'm going to. I know she passed away. I know she died. I know he killed her. But there needs to be some responsibility taken. This relationship should have ended. Right now. It should have. This relationship should have ended. I don't get it. Okay, she's not stable at all mentally, physically, emotionally. In such situation, a man should take care of the girl. Yeah. Okay, I know where we are. Yeah. Basically, she had a miscarriage, and yeah. Nothing. He doesn't care at all, right? You're not married yet! They're not even married yet. She can still leave. I have to hold her accountable here. I'm sorry, but she is not some innocent woman needing to be, what's the word? Needing to be coddled. The truth is, you picked a shitty man, she still had the chance to get rid of him, and she didn't. Instead, she rather portrayed the loving wife. Whatever we're doing, man. Whatever we're doing. Like, if I was a husband being mistreated by a boyfriend being mistreated by his girl, I'd leave. No matter what you do, I'd leave.
Haeyoung texts SJ, stop whining. And like this, I will say it's like okay, usually there are different Korean words. Sometimes there's not like the exact word that you can use in English. When you have someone who is complaining, like a husband who is complaining, it's a very different vibe. But the word she uses is like 찡찡. 찡찡거려. It's like very much like like when kids are like 찡찡, like like I want to do this, I want to do like
that was his energy.
That's the word she uses. Otherwise, you could use stop complaining.
A man-child. We're talking about a man-child here. The English term I would use is man-child. That's harsh, but it's the truth. It's the truth. I don't know why she allows herself to be treated like this. I know different culture, different norms, right? Some people just aren't confrontational. Yeah, but then don't complain that you're being mistreated if you're just gonna take it. Then I'm gonna be honest. If you're gonna take it, then don't complain afterwards if something bad happens. I'm gonna be real here. Both of them are complaining in this situation. Like, you are not compatible. Break it off. This is very obvious.
Stop nagging. Like, there's other words you could use, but 찡찡거려ing is very infantile. It's like what kids do.
Yeah.
Like, you really only use it. I would say that my parents treat me like a giant child still, but they still don't tell me don't 찡찡거려 because it's such a specific thing.
Like, yes, stop being a baby.
Yeah, it's very like, it's not just whining. It's like very,
yeah, that's so weird.
It's like that rhythmic tantrum usually. Because 찡찡, it's almost like an onomatopoeia. It's like a sound. And he responds, if I don't initiate skinship first, we never have skinship. Skinship, by the way, is like the Korean term for touch and sexual activities. They call it skinship. I'm just asking you to love me as much as I love you, or even just a little. There's a famous Pilates studio in South Korea called Diana Pilates. It's a 6,000 square foot. It uses...
Truth is, they're not compatible. They're sexually... His libido is way higher than hers is. Way higher. They're not compatible. And that is what where this whole drama starts, with them not being sexually compatible.
Is the entire 9th floor of a glass down building. I mean, you see the whole view of the other buildings, the mountains in the back. It's beautiful. A lot of good K-dramas were filmed inside of this studio. I feel like it was really popular during the Pilates hype during COVID. And then they started doing some reinvention. Once the reformer Pilates started slowing down, they went into flying Pilates, which is when you put on the bungee cord and you just...
Oh, yeah, the
That looks... I'm gonna be honest, that looks kind of silly. But okay.
one that you hop around?
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I don't know. I think it was really popular in Korea. I think that it's probably not a tried and true tested form of working out. In the sense of, I'm sure you get a lot of results, but it becomes like a thing where people don't know about it or they have to find out about it. It almost feels like a trend. You know how there's always trends for workouts?
Yeah.
So they switched to this, a lot of the flying Pilates, and eventually the membership does take a dive with Diana Pilates. And then this definitely makes it worse. There's a new notice on the front door that reads, following the traffic accident, the director, SJ. His spouse has passed away, and SJ remains in critical condition in the ICU. The current owner of the building, who knows of the director's sincerity, has arranged it so that the members can continue using the facilities without any inconvenience or charge. Members may rest assured and continue using the premises as usual. We will continue to repay you with a better environment and service. We ask for your attention and your support.
Wait, is he the owner or he's the...
Yes, SJ is...
Wait, he had an accident? Is he also going to die? That'd be kind of justice.
The owner of this Pilates branch.
Interesting.
Yeah, and this notice goes up after Haeyoung dies, but there was no car accident.
Right.
Haeyoung did not die in a car accident. SJ is not in the ICU. In fact...
Oh, they lied. Oh, so they want to make it seem like it was a car accident in which she died, and he is in critical condition. Oh, what the fuck? Interesting.
He's getting arrested as the main suspect for Haeyoung's murder.
Oh, so they're trying to hide it. Hide the fact. I see.
SJ is defensive. He's asking the officer, what are you saying? That I did this? We didn't say that. But was Haeyoung sick? And these are direct quotes. Why are you asking me? What did I do wrong? SJ tells the police, I have no idea what happened that night. He explains they came home after drinking, and even with drinking, Haeyoung has really intense insomnia. So the typical routine is that he sleeps outside on the couch until she can fall asleep inside the bedroom, and then he'll quietly go into the bedroom and sleep. She has trouble falling asleep, but once she's asleep, she's not a light sleeper.
I'm really curious what he did again. Nothing from the outside seemed to have been visible, right? Right? Because they did immediately say, yo, we need to do an autopsy, right? That's usually, I don't know if this is usually the case, but like, if something from the outside happened, you would be able to see it. That was not mentioned until now. So I wonder if he actually did just straight up poison her, or put something in her food, or like made her overdose on something. I don't know, something.
He goes into the room a few hours later, and he knows for certain she's knocked out. He's like, which by the way, I'm not like awake for all of this. I fell asleep with the TV on outside in the sofa. I woke up early in the morning to go use the restroom, and that's when I was like, oh, she's definitely asleep. Let me go sleep in the bedroom. I moved back into the bedroom. I lay down next to Haeyoung, and then I wake back up to go to work, and she's still asleep, so I'm letting her sleep in. He explains that when he gets to work, however, normally Haeyoung will wake up a little bit after that, even if she had been drinking the night before, but she doesn't text. He calls her 4 times around 2 p.m. She doesn't pick up. How are you still asleep till 2 p.m.? He's like, this is weird. He runs home. She's dead on the bed. He calls emergency services, and that's all he knows. He doesn't know anything else. I mean, to some degree, this is all very trackable. There is CCTV footage of him leaving the apartment to go to work at around 10 in the morning. His body language looks nonchalant.
10 a.m. in the morning, he goes to work?
Yeah.
But she was, she has passed since 6.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
And he looks really relaxed. He starts walking in the direction that work is. But when the police ask his employees if he got there as he normally does, they say, well, no, March 13th was weird. He didn't come in. He usually comes into the studio by 11, but he wasn't there. He did text me, though. So
He didn't appear at work, it seems. I wonder why.
One of the Pilates instructors is like, he texted me around like 1:30 asking me about my paycheck. It was just like a normal conversation about the pay stub. That was it. Then he calls his wife 4 times. She doesn't pick up. He rushes home and then calls emergency services. Haeyoung's friends have problems with this because it's very nonsensical. What do you mean? A completely healthy 30-year-old woman who, by the way, she has been very health conscious. She's not the type to notice something wrong with her body and hope for the best. She's getting a checkup. What do you mean she just passes away in her sleep? She didn't drink heavily the night before. And when it's not like she threw up. There's no evidence of throw up. There's no evidence that she was so drunk she couldn't get up and she choked on her vomit, which is a very real concern.
Here's a little fun fact. If you come by this, you have watched this point. You could right now be at the verge of dying, and you wouldn't know. No matter how healthy you have lived, you could be at the verge of dying, and you wouldn't know. Because some artery in your brain just explodes out of nowhere without any prior knowledge or any announcement. Did you know that? That just something in your brain just can go wrong, and then you just like, and you don't even know it. Next thing you know, you just fucking die. So while it's unusual that somebody dies out of nowhere with no clear sign, doesn't mean it doesn't happen. And you'd never find this out that this could happen, that something in your brain just can like go poof, and you just die from internal bleeding. The more you know.
She just passes away peacefully. There's just no way. Looking at the autopsy results, she has a bruise on her upper lip on the left side, a faint, very faint bite on her lower lip. So again, these are all things that she could have self-inflicted, as maybe she's choking or asphyxiating. But one thing you can't explain is this very faint red line around her neck. Are we supposed to—
Oh, brain aneurysm. Exactly. And you don't even know it. Big shit. Big shit. He choked her. Isn't it suspicious, though? Now it is. He choked her to death.
to believe that she was wearing a scarf when she went to sleep, or that there was a random string on the bed that she laid in, rolled over, somehow tied it around her neck to asphyxiate on by herself. It doesn't make sense. One of the neighbors in the building, the one right below Haeyoung and SJ, they say that night they did hear something weird. So much so that they even reached out to Haeyoung the next day to make sure everything was okay. What did you hear? We're light sleepers, pretty sensitive. So we normally actually just block out normal life sounds. So if we hear someone thumping or it sounds like someone dropped their phone or stomping, you kind of learn to disregard it living in an apartment. But that night, it was a strange and unfamiliar sound. It felt like something dragging, like heavy, like if you were to drag furniture, but it doesn't make like you know how furniture legs will make like the squeaky sounds? Yeah. It's not that, it's like if you were to drag a mattress. It's like fabric or like just something heavy and soft.
What?
And then we heard this really weird flapping sound. It was kind of like 파다거리는 소리, like 파다거리는 like a bird. Okay.
I'm assuming that was her legs. There's always a reason though, isn't there? For that. Yeah, but if that happens, usually it happens completely unannounced. When that happens, as far as I'm aware. That flapping sound, I'm assuming, was her legs. Because, right? You're gonna try and move and get out of in some way, shape, or form if somebody does that. And the only thing that can reasonably flap is not the arms. It's the legs.
The word is like the bird wings trying to flap, but you're holding onto the bird. That's kind of the feeling. It's like a flapping noise. It's not like a thumping noise, it's like a flapping noise. It's like a very specific noise. And like that you just don't expect that to hear from a neighbor in the middle of Seoul. And then a strange like noise. Like almost as if someone is like breathing out. Like
That's really like clear. They can hear very clearly.
Bro, are the walls in Korea made out of fucking paper? What do you mean you can hear somebody well, that was exhaling from relief. And it's probably his.
And it sounded like a woman, it didn't sound like a man. And that lasted maybe about like 30 seconds. They didn't think much of it. They might have thought if it was something else, maybe. But the next morning they see a bunch of police officers, so they start freaking out. And that's when they text Haeyoung and they find out that she's gone. Yeah.
The flapping noise, how long did you say it lasted?
That they don't know. But they said it lasted a while, like all of this. And then it sounded like choking for like 30 seconds. Yeah.
Or choking. One or the two.
Okay.
This is where it gets weird. There are home cameras inside the house, which is typically odd. People don't really like to have home cameras inside, especially with a lot of recent developments. So this was earlier in 2025, but recent developments of a lot of South Korean home cameras getting hacked for intimate websites, like illegal websites. But Haeyoung had these 2 dogs. And they were 15. She's had them for 15 years. So she just wanted to make sure they're okay when she's out at work. Her family is like, we gotta look at the house cameras. If we don't know what happened in the house, just look at the house cameras. They get Haeyoung's phone, not only...
They were probably turned off, I'm assuming, why there are cases, people commit Sudoku and frame someone else. Yeah, I don't think that is the case here. They lied, those people lied, I don't know, we'll see.
Is the footage gone? The app for the house camera is gone. It's like if someone has a Ring camera, you get their phone and the Ring app has been deleted.
Wow.
What do you mean? So eventually, SJ changes his story because none of this is adding up. The asphyxiation, the way that she died, the evidence, there's no evidence that an intruder had entered the home cameras had been deleted. He is the only one that could have done something. He changes his story and he says, fine, I killed my wife, but it was an accident. He says that they had gotten into a drunk fight and all he did was push her because she was trying to get physical, and that led to her hitting her head and passing away. The injuries don't line up with that story.
Yeah, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. Because there was no head injury.
She doesn't have any lacerations on the back of her head. How do you explain the marking around her neck? How do you explain the fact that her cause of death was manual asphyxiation? And what's crazy is he starts blaming Haeyoung. He says that she was looking down on his family. So he actually got upset, not because he is a volatile, violent man, but because he had to defend his family. This is like family honor. He had to stand up for them. SJ will later try to claim that he had read messages on Haeyoung's phone where she is talking to her girlfriends about his disabled mother. And that because of his disabled mother, Haeyoung did not want to have kids with him because she was concerned this is a condition that could be passed down to their child. Authorities go through their chat logs. This is what they find. Haeyoung texts her friend. So he's saying she's like a filthy person. She's evil. She was shit talking my disabled mother. She texts her friends. My mother-in-law can hardly speak or walk. When I go there, I just end up sitting with her for a while before coming back. But SJ says he's happy that I talk to her and I make her smile. Then later in the group chat, Haeyoung texts her friends, why did I marry this piece of shit? So it's like no one really responds. And then she texts this.
Yeah.
He's trying to argue it's because of his disabled mother. She's texting that. But just listen to the rest of the messages. Why? What happened? I'm not getting pregnant by this motherfucker. I'm not going to have his baby. Huh? Actually, I would rather get pregnant and not have to have sex with him for a whole year. He actually argued with me, saying, you promised twice a week. Why aren't you keeping your word? Wait, but it's not like you guys aren't doing it. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not like I refused for a whole month or anything. We did it. And then the next day, the shithead just keeps starting again. He just
wants it every single day. Which I could probably understand, right? Every single day is just too much. I feel like. Maybe if you're like a really young couple, I get probably both wanting to do like every single day, up and down, back and forth, vertically, diagonally, at the ceiling, at the floor. I get that, but I would understand that. But like, they've been together for a while now. We didn't get anything information from the autopsy.
Completely obsessed with sex. I feel like he's lost his mind. Why did you even marry him then? Another friend chimes in. I mean, you must have married him because there was something good about him, right? I thought he would be a good husband. I didn't know he was sex obsessed. Clearly, she still wants to have children with him though, because later she writes, the doctor said it would be better to remove my other fallopian tube too, but they told me that they could go ahead in the surgery and get rid of both, but I told them I would discuss it with my husband first and then get discharged. Either way, I think I'm gonna try IVF. But as the police go further down into their text logs, they find more messages from Haeyoung to SJ because, I mean, none of these motives make any sense. It's clear that he did not accidentally kill her in a drunken fight, which, not that that would absolve anything, but it just doesn't make any sense. Haeyoung's messages to SJ read, but we always end up fighting because of physical contact. He responds, I want to be close to you because I love you. If two people love each other and feel good together, isn't it natural to have sex? I don't want to right now. If this keeps happening, we really can't keep seeing each other. Okay, I won't push you anymore. Then right before they get married, SJ texts Haeyoung, why do it if I'm the only one who enjoys it? It should be something that we both want. Fine, from now on, we're not gonna fight about sex anymore. Haeyoung is upset by this. She's like, we already had this conversation before about the same exact thing. Then another from SJ to Haeyoung. Don't say that you want to break up. There's nothing wrong between us. Haeyoung is agitated. You know, this is the first time I've ever told you that I want to break up, right? It's because I don't respond to your physical affection the way you want, and I can't match the level of affection that you expect. Let's just stop here. Honestly, it would be better for you to meet someone who fits your needs because I can't do it anymore.
And she would have been right. And she'd probably still be alive if she ended things here. That is the sad part. She is so close to getting it. She's like so close. She's like inches away from understanding the core issue, and that is that they're sexually not compatible at all. Right? He's a freak. He needs a freak. And she's not a freak. She's so close to getting it.
The police investigate and they find that in the toxicology reports, there were sleeping drugs in Haeyoung's system when she died.
I knew it! I knew it! I knew that he drugged her. I knew it. I knew it. What a piece of shit.
She would never take these drugs, these sleeping medications after drinking. She was really big on that. She thought that any sort of medication mixed with alcohol was like a surefire way to die. She would tell her sister, like, if you drink and take anything, like any sort of medication, you will die. The prosecutors believe that SJ approached Haeyoung in the morning, asked for intimate relations. She is having a very heavy period. So it's kind of complicated in the sense of she was not actively miscarrying when she passes away, but it seems like there are lots of complications that were occurring after the miscarriage, after the ectopic pregnancy, after the surgery. And this period, it wasn't just like I'm just having a rough menstrual cycle this month. It seems like this is the after effects of everything that's happened. She's having really heavy bleeding. She's feeling unwell. He approaches her in the morning, asks for intimate relations. She denies it. And then he decides that he is going to impulsively kill her. That's how he describes it. But that impulsion lasts 12 hours later. So that's in the morning. She denies having intimate relations.
Oh, that's after the night out.
No.
Oh, wait.
So earlier before.
I think even without the period, she would have still denied her and he would have still taken her out.
for the night out, he asks for intimate relations.
Yeah.
She says no.
Yeah.
So then they go out, they have a good time, and then he's very upset. He ends up killing her that night.
She come back, fell asleep. Oh, that night.
Yeah.
This is premeditated.
Yeah.
So is that what they...
That's what the police come to, and there is a whole...
I knew that the title was a little bit of clickbaity. This man has no chill, none. Like I said, bro was not thinking with his D. He was absolutely possessed by it. Is deportation to North Korea an option, right? In some kind of like slave labor camp?
Like a behavioral psychologist that works for the police, they stated, I don't think this is a matter of sexual desire. So a lot of people are saying, okay, is this like a sex addict that is mixed with someone who has murderous tendencies? Not that we're finding excuses, but we're just trying to understand the concept of this, because how does a husband murder his wife because she doesn't want to have intimate relations? Usually you hear of husbands who are having affairs. You hear of husbands for A, B, C, and D, E reasons. This feels a little out of the norm. The behavioral psychologist says, I don't think this was a matter of sexual desire. If it's just really high sexual desire, he could have been sexually obsessed with other women as well. But that doesn't seem to be the case. This seems to be about control.
Always.
Yeah. They found other messages where he would text Haeyoung like, don't ever think about cheating on me because I will track you down and I will kill you. Now, I know a lot of people love to victim blame and they're going to be like, oh, well, she should have left and not gotten married if he threatened to kill her. But I will also say that even in English, I think that there's miscommunication of like, I'll kill you, like I'll kill you if you do something. Like, I guess some people could think it as cute, but in Korean, it's even more so because, like the term,
is it like 죽을래?
yeah, or like,
You
oh,
wanna die?
죽여버려. It's like, people say that a lot.
The thing is, I'm gonna say this. We hear this oftentimes where like people who were killed didn't leave out of the fear of being killed. Well, you're dead anyways. So like, I'm like, I'd rather die standing than live and die kneeling at that point, right? At this point, like, right? She didn't leave, and he killed her anyways, right? I'd rather die fighting, but that's just me. I wouldn't take this. Nope.
Like, if someone is late for something, it's very common for family members to be like, oh, 죽여버려. It's like, I'm gonna kill them. Like, I'm gonna kill them. It's very like, it's very,
Yeah.
So it was probably texted in that format. But I mean, there were some alarming things about him. And again, this is not me saying like, oh, she should have left. He's the problem, clearly. But there is one time where Haeyoung's friends said they were in the car driving, and this is in Seoul. They get into a fight. He just stops the car in the middle of the road. There's cars honking behind him. And if you've ever driven in Seoul, if you've taken a taxi in Seoul, I mean, it's like New York City. People don't play.
Yeah.
They're honking and he will not stop. He just stopped and will not stop fighting. The psychiatrist comments, from the perspective of someone like the perpetrator, the victim leaving and becoming another man's wife was unimaginable. So it seems like she had brought up divorce in February. They don't end up getting the divorce, but things are progressing worse and worse. She rejects his advances. He decides
he's gonna kill her. That's pretty much it. You envision your own death. Maria, I am a victim of year-long bullying that got progressively worse and progressively more violent. Yes, I have envisioned my death. Yes, I have fought back instead. It's that simple. He's the problem. Yes, she's also at fault as well. The red flags probably did not pop up like during the marriage or barely before the marriage. The red flags probably were there from the get-go.
it's okay, she's definitely going to leave me then. And then decides, with the lack of control, the anger, and his bizarre feelings towards having intimate relations with his wife, he kills his wife. And they write, in other words, if I can't have her, I will destroy her. The case goes to trial. He's sentenced to 25 years in prison because it's Korea. A lot of people think that there could be more to the case in terms of he was alone with his deceased wife's body for hours.
No, don't go there. No necro stuff. Please do not.
Are suspicious of what he could have done. Yeah.
And what are those sounds?
Him choking her. And I don't know where the dragging noise is, though. If she was fighting and then she ended up on the ground and they're dragging in a tussle. I don't know if maybe he choked her somewhere else and then dragged her to the bed. But Haeyoung's mom still keeps photos from the wedding day in her house, but she has cut out SJ out of all of them. And
that makes sense. That makes sense. Look, I have news. I'm going to shiny hunt. I'm going to try shiny hunting today. Good luck. You're going to need it.
Young's friends say it's been really hard. And also, this is the thing with SJ, we don't know his name. We don't know what he looks like because of the identity protection rules in South Korea. In fact, we weren't really supposed to know who Haeyoung is, what she looks like, or anything.
I do not think that violent criminals deserve any way, shape, protection, private protection. I am sorry. But yes, post his face and name everywhere. Make it public. I don't give a shit. Literally, kick them out fully of society. Don't even give them the chance to reintegrate after they finished their prison sentence. I'm gonna be real. Obliterate this man. And if somebody takes him out afterwards, I don't mind.
About her, but her parents wanted her to be revealed because they said, you will never understand what was taken from us if you don't see like the beauty in our girl, if you don't know who she is.
That's so rare.
Yeah, and I think a lot of Haeyoung's friends see this as a way to.
I think that in general, the media should barely even cover the ones who did the crime, and rather the victims. I think the media overall should cover the victims instead, because I feel like those aren't really being covered. I feel like if you cover more the criminals, I feel like you giving others the idea, other deranged motherfuckers, that they may end up on TV if they do something like this and may get attention for it.
Prevent. I think it's different. So I think everywhere, but especially in places like East Asia, marriage is seen as like you have to get married. It's the next step of your life. And so a lot of people are using this case amongst other cases to be like, hey, you really don't have to get married, because if you marry the wrong person, you could also be dead. Haeyoung's friends say, whenever I'm struggling or I'm frustrated or I'm happy, I want to call Haeyoung and I can't call her. And I think about her every single day of my life. And that is the case that recently went viral.
Okay, now, at least now we're at the point where she's crying. Hi, London, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. At least now we're at the point.
On Instagram, where it was just like a headline of like, husband in South Korea kills wife because she said no to sex during her period. But it's just so, there's so much going on aside from that. What are your thoughts in this case?
Okay, so in my opinion, this is incredibly simple. Bring back the death penalty. Marriage is a step that should not be rushed. Correct. Bring back the death penalty. Thank you. It's that simple. Or maybe handle a deal out with North Korea that you can send your criminals back to them as like slave labor. I feel like I have an interesting idea for like prison thing, which is that you force them into work so that can monetarily compensate the people that they have hurt. But that's just me. That's just the crazy idea I have. Anyways, yeah, this was rough. This was rough. Hi Jody, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. That one was rough. Also, I really need to take a break. Real quick. I'm gonna have to take a break real quick. Alright. I'll be right back. I haven't fed my cats yet, kiddos. Isn't that crazy? So yeah. That happens though. They work and earn really less. North Korea is good, not gonna lie. Not everywhere, right? For example, here in Germany that doesn't happen, right? They don't send them into like working camps, so they pay, like, I specifically want them to work to compensate financially the victim. That doesn't really happen though, I feel like. At least not in Europe, right? Which I would love to happen. Anyways, guys, I'll take a quick break. I'll be right back. Back. Me back. Now something funny, please. If not, I give something. I just say it. I literally have nothing funny in here today. I got nothing funny. We do have to make fun of a male feminist VTuber though later. So yeah, if you have something, why not? Tell me. Please, nothing that's too long. Oh my god, Duck, you yap a lot. That took a while. An hour and 30 minutes. The recording isn't. Let me check. Let me check. The recording is. The recording is an hour and 30 minutes. No, an hour and 40 minutes. It's a rant. I send it's a rant. Okay, real quick. But yeah. It's more actually. The recording itself, the video itself will probably be an hour and 30 minutes, probably somewhere. That was long. Yeah. Well, what did you expect? You wanted me to react to this. And my yapping's probably at the same amount of time as the video itself, because we ran it on 1.15 times. So yeah, do not complain, kiddo. You wanted this. I did it. That's gonna be like a rare. That's gonna be a rare occasion. I won't do hour-long ones often. That's for sure. Bro, does this? I'll add it. Okay, perfect. Okay, here we go. Quick. Not the chat one. The chud. I don't know what that is. Interesting. Interesting, okay. That sounds interesting. We'll see what that is about. And after that, we'll do the male feminist VTuber because I already did part 1. We need to do part 2. Anyways. We'll look at this. How to identify quality in clothing, a rand by Bernadette Banner. Okay, we're gonna look at this. Educational, guys. I am not. I don't buy clothes. I'll be real. I barely buy clothes, right? At all. All my clothes were sorted out. That's the only good. I think that's another good thing that this bitch did. Is she sorted out all my bad outfits, and now I've only good outfits, I guess. Which is nice. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We're gonna look at this. I'm curious. That's not what I wanted to press. Here we go. Let's see. Also, wait, this is probably at, yeah, 1.15 times. We don't want that. Here we go. All right.
It is no secret that the quality of our clothes has been steadily declining drastically before our eyes, especially over the last 10 years with the rise.
Yeah, the kids, the Southeast Asian kids in slave labor aren't working hard enough. We gotta get them whips out. Anyways, moving on.
Of ultra fast fashion that is practically made to be disposable. Oh my god, it's like swimsuit material. This is the thinnest.
I like her outfit. I like how it looks. I really like how it looks. She looks pretty in that.
Corduroy I have ever seen. I need to calm myself. We're gonna get kicked out. In 2021, UK households discarded an estimated 546.
546. Not bad. 546,000, not bad. Also, I like her hair. And she seems to be a Doctor Who fan as well. Because she has one of the cyber... She has a helmet of a Cyberman in the background. That's also cool, I guess.
1,000 tons of unwanted clothing. Add to that an increasing population of people who are never taught how to sew or repair textiles, including a fifth of participants polled in a survey that if they so much as lost the button, they would...
A quarter of those polled do not even know to on a button, with a fifth admitting that if they lost the button, they would rather buy a new item of clothing than fix it. Ha! I'm different. See, I know how to sew. So if I have a hole, I'll just fix it, right? If it's not something that's like too visible, right? I don't want to wear something. Yeah, she does as well. Yeah, absolutely. Looks really good. If I have a hole and it doesn't seem to be too visible, or like it's something that I only wear at home anyways, right? Usually I'll just get out a needle, my sewing kit, and then I'll just fix it. I got no problem with that, right? I'll just fix that right up, no problem at all. Like, put the button back on, right? I have, for example, a lot of like the bed sheets and covers, right, that have buttons or like if they do get holes. I just fix that. There's no point, right? Yeah, a real man knows that. Yeah, I'm a real man in this case.
rather buy a whole new garment and throw the old one away. With the ubiquity of low-quality materials and cost-cutting manufacturing both flooding the high street and the so-called high-end market, how can we tell...
To be fair, this is nothing, like, right? Things that break easily, things that, right, low quality. To be honest, that is nothing unique that's to clothing. Look at your electronics. You know, having, what is it, right? Guarantees? Is that what you call it? No. Right? When they fix it for you, should it break in a certain span of time, right? Here's a fun fact. These electronics are built in a way that they break not that shortly after it runs out. Which is very funny. Right? They do it that way as well. Buttons are the easiest shit you can sew. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. It's really easy. It's really easy. It really is.
Just by looking at a new find, whether it'll be a wardrobe staple for the next 10 plus years or shedding buttons after the second wash. To help you find some answers, I think we need to go on a little shopping trip. Thanks to Midas Merge for sponsoring this video. If you're looking for a perfectly enchanting new game to enjoy, I'm so pleased.
I'm just gonna say it. She just does these videos to flex her outfits, her style, her knowledge in fashion. I'm gonna be real. That's the only reason she does this. Obviously not, but still, she's flexing her outfits. She could be straight out of a... She could be straight up just like a female Disney movie villain, not gonna lie with that.
I am so pleased to recommend Midas Merge, the adorably whimsical Merge 3 game. Your aim is to help King Midas rebuild his Garden of Gold by merging items to hatch creatures, to collect items, to go on quests, and to unlock new areas to explore. None of those pesky real-life annoyances here. Just pure whimsy. The creatures are just so adorable. Although as a certified rodent person, I have to say that Cappy Bird is undoubtedly my favorite. It's completely free to download, and I love that it's available offline so you can play it on your commute.
Nothing in this world is free. If it is free, it'll take your soul. It's that simple. It's that simple. Acknowledged, dear. Acknowledged. Also, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
On subways, on plane rides, which I have been doing quite a lot of recently, to discover this gorgeous game for yourself and to start healing the Golden Garden. Download it's okay, it's part of the vibe. To discover this gorgeous game for yourself and to start healing the Golden Garden, download Midas Merge for free by clicking the link down in the description box below or by hitting the QR code. Today, I'm going to focus on two primary categories to look at when assessing the quality of our prospective new clothes. The construction, or how the clothes are put together, and the content, or the materials that make them up. Because unfortunately, even a well-skilled tailor would be hard-pressed to make a well-formed jacket out of Shein chic polyester crepe. In the construction realm, we're really going to be looking for indicators that time and effort were put into the making of the garments. Any indication that time-saving methods may have been favored at the expense of durability, or that.
So we're really gonna just look at stuff and be like, basically, what we're gonna do here is essentially look at the qualities of like certain outfits or pieces of clothing and like look if they were made with love or they were just like sloppily made by barely paid workers. I'm here for it.
That corners were sometimes literally cut entirely is going to be a huge red flag.
That's diabolical right there. That was diabolical right there. Wait a minute. That was actually... Hold up. That was actually diabolical. I see these things often, though. I see these things often. Or, like, you wear something one time and it's, like, diabolically broken already. I have that as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see it.
To be a huge red flag.
Aww, they're fake. Fake pockets? Oh, delightful. Okay.
They really just are putting pockets on there for nothing. For aesthetic pockets.
One telltale sign that a garment has been made too quickly is the length of the stitch.
See, here's something interesting. I had this before, right? Where something did have false pockets. And I did try to stick my hand into them and just like tore it apart. The pain. We know how shit your fashion is. Watch and learn how to buy good clothes. Hate fake pockets, hate them. See, I don't have... I dress well, I do dress well.
That were used.
The stitch length? Marley's hand for scale. That's insane.
This makes the sewing process faster, saving time and therefore some small amount of money in manufacturing, which also indicates a laser focus on profit. The longer stitches are also more prone to snagging and being cut, and fewer points of contact between fabric and fabric will ultimately mean a weaker seam. Sometimes when the stitches are too far apart, the whole seam can feel really loose, and a good way to test the strength of your seams is to hold it up to the light and pull each side apart. If you can see light coming through the seam, and your fabric, of course, isn't sheer, you've got major structural problems. That is not a garment that is going to stand up.
You dress well, Cap. Fuck off, first of all. Fuck off. I've been told I dress nicely recently, right? Thanks to the evil woman, so stop complaining. Second of all, I see these things, and just it's horrible. Bro, most jeans for women have shit pockets. Stop complaining. You guys don't know the true struggle. But we don't have much. See, shut up. You know why? At least you have variety in the stuff you can wear. For us, it's just it's jeans and shirt. We don't have that much in between. It's just jeans and shirt. Everything looks the same. And we can't even wear vibrant colors. You know why? Because it's gay. Gay, I tell you.
Too many washes, and certainly not to any stress or strain. Pattern matching on straight seams for regular patterns like stripes or checks or tartans is pretty commonly applied even for some of the more fast fashion-y of high street brands, but any lack of pattern matching is really going to be a huge indicator of extreme cost cutting in manufacture, or just plain negligence and lack of quality control. In any case, you probably don't want to be messing with that. Curved seams are exempt since the patterns probably won't naturally match up along the complex lines anyway, and some...
To be fair, I don't like if clothes if clothes have big buttons. I don't like that. Who told you that? Your mom? The women I went out on dates recently because I'm being forced on dates. Well, I would also choose a gate, right? Leave this world and never come back. I take that as well. Not poke color are nice, okay. But depending what color you are, it's just gay. Well, you could just wear them and be gay. And if you want to, that's a choice. A woman can never comprehend a man's struggle. Get out of here.
More complex fabrics like florals may also be exempt if the pattern is subtle enough not to scream at you on first glance. But definitely bold or regular patterns like stripes and checks and tartans, that will really stand out if the pattern isn't matched. And that's really something that the manufacturers should be looking for when making a garment. One should also beware invisible zips. They are fun and inconspicuous, but they are also plastic and one of the weaker forms of zipper out there. Especially if it's on a tight-fitting garment, be extremely cautious.
Zippers are a pain in my ass. Okay? Zippers are the bane of my existence. I wear a jacket for a week, just for a week, and that zipper just gives up. Either the lines itself, right, on the zipper, like they just break and then you can't get the zipper further, or the zipper itself breaks. You just pull once and then suddenly you have this, like, you have the zipper in your hand and it's like, oh well, I just had this jacket for like a day. That's cool. Or the handle on the zipper, right, that you pull on just rips. You have it in your hand, like, oh cool, that's awesome. Hey, at least I can still close it and open it. Miserable experience.
Because that zip will be prone to sticking or splitting, and if you're not prepared to either replace the zip yourself or take it to a repair shop, you're probably going to lose access to the whole garment. Generally, the wider the width across the closed teeth, the stronger the zip will be. Garments that take strain probably shouldn't be closed with something less than 6 millimeters. Medium snug garments can get away with about a 4 millimeter. Anything less should be worn very loose with very little pressure on the zip. It's also really great to look out for healthy seam allowances. The more the better. Oftentimes manufacturers are not leaving a lot of room in the seam allowances because the closer you can cut the garments, the more material you can save to make more garments out of. But it does not give you the option as the buyer to customize the garment fit as much as you'd like. Be wary of serged or overlocked edges. The word, by the way, is interchangeable, but serging and overlocking, same thing. It is one of the weaker forms of edge finishing, and it contains lots of long float threads, which once again means it's really easy to catch and to pull. A lot of brands I'm finding nowadays, especially a lot of the really ultra fast fashion brands, are trying to just get away with just serging the two edges together and not actually stitching it first, or using one machine that does both at the same time. This seam is going to come apart so fast.
I am discovering this specific thing so much. I think most clothes I see that are affordable or just cheap do have that. And then every time I end up just having some loose threads just hanging around, I'm like, if I pull on that thing, it just falls apart completely. It's just so miserable. It really is.
Once again, serging is not the strongest of stitches, and it's so easy for those float threads to just pull on something and to pull right out, and there's your whole seam gone.
Bro, what's the point of the serging if it's still shredding? Bro.
For vibes.
Oh my god.
Not to say that all serging is bad, it is a very fast way to finish an edge, especially for fabrics that are pretty durable. And serge garments that I particularly don't have a huge problem with is if the seam has been serged on either side, but the seam is otherwise pressed flat open. Serging is not doing any structural work, it's really only just doing the work to try and seal off an edge. This also, of course, allows the buyer access to the seam allowance if you do wish to make alterations at any point in the future, so it's just good practice on the part of a manufacturer of ready-to-wear clothing that is probably, let's be real, most likely not going to fit everyone perfectly and probably will need some alteration for a significant portion of their buyer base. The much more durable way to finish seams is either by binding, where another strip of fabric is sewn around the raw edges, flat felling, where the raw edge is turned inside and stitched down, or French seaming, where the seam is sewn twice, once outside and then inside, so you have a fully encased, clean seam. But you should definitely try and avoid overlocked edges on looser weaves that are more prone to fraying, especially if you can see little bits of frayed material coming through the overlocking. I'd avoid that. One would think that this is a no-brainer, that you look at a garment and, you probably shouldn't see loose threads.
Yeah. Yeah. This isn't that uncommon. Like, sometimes I just look at something, right? And, like, even, like, just, like, putting it on, and I feel like, oh, wait, hold up. There's just loose threads hanging around everywhere, and I'm like, yep, giving that back. Giving that back. Because, like, bro, I'm not doing that. That is horrible. Especially, like, since they're already loose, right? If they get stuck somewhere, like or you accidentally pull on them, the clothing is just done for.
But I was honestly so shocked at the amount of fraying and threads and bits just coming apart in the shop. Some little stubbles here and there, I would think I would expect, but entire loose, like loops of thread, that to me screams lack of quality control, rushed manufacturing, lack of finishing, potentially weaker stitching. And honestly, it kind of says to me that the workers making the clothes are not given ample time to properly finish a garment, which doesn't feel great to me as a consumer and doesn't bode well, I think, for the longevity of the garment. So definitely look on the insides, have a look at the seams and the threads, especially around the buttons where the buttons are stitched on. You really don't want to be seeing loose threads.
And yet, if you're not someone like her, you just won't give a shit. Let's be honest. We're all gonna see this video here, right? And we're just gonna go back to usual thing because we don't give a shit, right? Just buy a new one.
We'll also need to consider what the garment is made from and how the components will stand up to wear. First and foremost, I like to make sure that the fabric is appropriate for a purpose by examining the fiber content. That it has the warmth or weight or breathability, etc., that is most appropriate for the context in which I plan to wear the garment.
This is a spandex suit. Are you kidding me?
It's like swimsuit material. This is a swimsuit.
Oh no, it has 49% wool.
Wow, that's the highest natural fiber content we've seen in this whole store.
And 48.
Crazy. Crazy spandex suit that's just made out of swimsuit stuff. That's funny, dude, the color shit. I had a denim jacket when I washed it, bleeded color on everything. Yeah. There's a bunch of clothes that if you wash them like a few times, they're like completely washed out. Even with like appropriate even with the appropriate way to wash them. It's diabolical.
3% polyester.
Okay.
And 3% other fibers. What does that mean?
Oh my god.
What does other fibers mean?
So a general rule of thumb is that cottons, linens, those really natural light plant fibers especially, are really great for warm weather, as well as looser weaves and cuts of garment. Wools and heavy silks, tightly woven fabrics and tight fits are better for cooler weather. Synthetics, like polyesters and viscoses and acetates, those are a bit of a touchy subject. They can and often do look and feel really bad.
Ooh, that is horrific. Oh my god.
This is the fabric that you get on like pillows on airplanes.
4%.
Yeah, I'm wearing an airplane pillow. That's even worse. Seems like it. The jacket was Levi. I don't care. Where you guys buying your clothes from? There's like shops that have clothes. Like literally super like I'm not going anywhere fancy, right? Right? We have a few shops that just sell exclusively clothes. And sometimes even like random supermarkets just have something like socks, for example, right? You can get them quite easily from there. That's not a big deal, right? Socks survive a lot. So there's that.
Elastane, 100% polyester. Don't worry, this fabric is 104% something.
Wow. Not to mention, of course, being really bad for the environment in the production and leaching of microplastics each time you wash them. But in terms of wearing, they can actually be decently friendly enough as long as they are not worn next to the skin. Since polys are effectively made from plastic fibers, they do not breathe well at all, which is why they make you feel so sweaty, and they get stinky really, really fast. So what I like to do, since I'm in the practice of buying natural fiber new garments, but I do a lot of secondhand and thrifting, and I still do wear polyesters that, are secondhand and pre-existing, but I keep the natural fibers near the skin, especially near the stinky bits. That way I can get away with wearing synthetics over top of the natural fibers. The natural fibers can be washed regularly. They'll stand up a lot better to washing. The synthetics will not need to be washed as much because they won't have contact with the skin, and they will therefore not get as stinky. A note on wools. I know we may think of wool as being scratchy and generally something to be avoided, but those are actually the coarser fibers that are on the outside of the sheep. They are, of course, the cheaper fibers that are often used to cut costs.
This is so itchy.
The more desirable inner fibers nearer to the sheep's skin are...
Yay, itchy stuff. I usually don't wear itchy clothes, so I don't care. Socks are fine if you're gonna buy clothes. Not gonna just go to a mall. Usually better quality, and you won't get a ton of variety, but it'll usually be a bit better. But again, they also have these issues, so now it doesn't really matter. Also, like, if I wanted to go to a mall, I'd have to at least 50 or 70, like somewhere between like 50 or 70 kilometers. That's just really not worth it to get like a bunch of jeans or something. That's really not it, right? And I do mostly just wear jeans, right? That's just really not, there's really no point, right? I feel like.
Are actually super soft and warm. Once again, it's perfectly fine to wear scratchier wool on the outside on, for example, a trouser or a jacket that's meant to be worn over top of other clothes, but anything coming into contact with your skin, we shouldn't have to suffer. Wool is such a good, long-lasting textile. It's antimicrobial, so it doesn't stink as quickly, which in turn is fantastic for the garment because, once again, the fewer washes we can put our garments through, the longer they will last. So great for sustainability, great for longevity. It is a essentially waste product of the sheep at this point. Love everything about it. It's also really important when assessing the materials to test the weave. Fabrics with lots of loose floats in the weave will catch and eventually snap, which can be very hard to fix without patching. And if you aren't really skilled at this type of repair, it might be something you want to avoid. This also includes the underside of a fabric as well, especially on brocades or intricately woven fabrics. A lot of the times the underside...
Diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. 70 for a mall? Yeah, because we have, like, malls aren't really a thing here. Because we have like a bajillion different supermarkets and shops, right? We have like 4 or 5 big supermarkets here, and overall in Germany, right? Everywhere, and like there's multiple clothes shops too. It's like there's no point for a mall. A mall wouldn't last here just because it wouldn't like it would actually need to be outstanding to last. Right? Malls are just for like really big cities. That's it. Okay, please tell me you have formal pants. Oh well. Not really. I guess I do have some, but like I don't think they even fit anymore. Because I lost quite a bit of weight.
Side of the fabric will have a lot of loose floating threads. This is fine, but in this case
I feel like this is not fine because, well, if it's like one in a few clothes, yeah, okay, fine. But if like this happens quite often. Also, to the formal pants, I don't need them for anything at all. I don't go anywhere, so like, I don't really need any formal clothing. If I do need some, I'll just get one if I need one.
Case, a garment really should be lined just to protect that underlayer of the fabric and to ensure that your garment lasts as long as it possibly can. Looser weaves are going to be more delicate and more prone to snagging and forming holes, although not all loose weaves are bad. In fact, a lot of the time loose weaves are desirable for lighter weight garments, for diaphanous and flowy things. It should just be noted that these looser weaves will probably need more care and just a little bit of caution to keep them from snagging. The consistency of the weave is definitely something also to look out for, especially in linens. Historically, when linens were hand woven, they were gorgeously uniform. When you look at a linen nowadays, you will often find a lot of slubs, a lot of really thick sections in the linen. A really good quality linen will have as few irregularities as possible. This goes for any fabric, really. It could be a design feature, it could be a design choice, like a silk du peony, but again, something to be wary of and, not put those garments through particularly rigorous activities. Speaking of lining, not all garments need to be lined. Lightweight dresses and blouses can be weighed down by an extra layer, which actually might not be desirable.
I'm out of the loop here. I don't wear women's clothing, so that isn't really my forte. I'm taking away your men rights. Get yourself some formal pants, you fucking cock wobbler. But I don't need them. They're useless to me. Chances are I'd never wear them. I'd probably never really wear them at all. When am I supposed to wear them? There's no point. Baggy is in. It's all fashion. Baggy always works. But I don't like wearing baggy clothes, to be fair. You could wear a rag and someone might consider it fashionable. I'm gonna wear an armor, a knight's armor.
Nice weight trousers also tend not to need a lining, but a lining is definitely a sign of attention paid if it is there. And especially when it comes to tailoring, jackets, coats, suits, waistcoats, lining is in that case essential to hide all of the structural shaping and the layering that goes into a well-tailored garment. A jacket without a lining, where you're free to see the lack of structure inside, that is definitely bad news. So of course we wanted to look at some ultra fast fashion Shein garments while of course exploring the realm of quality. So we've purchased...
Isn't it called Shein? Also, I wouldn't get anything from that place. I also wouldn't get anything from Temu or anything, right? Because like this stuff is bathing in toxic metals. Toxic light metals and stuff, so like and other stuff like, but bro, learn about women fashion. It comes handy time to time. It never comes because I'm never gonna need to buy clothes with a woman or anything, so that is out of the question. I don't see that happening in any way, shape, or form. So I don't really need to know that. It's cool side facts though.
Some brand new with tags Shein garments off of Depop because we're not supporting that garbage. This one, by the way, arrived smelling so bad, not in a biological way. No one's worn this, it's new with tags, but in such a heavy chemical way, it still absolutely reeks. So I don't know what is being put into these garments, but that doesn't smell safe. We have a pair of trousers from ye old Shein. These have no structure to them whatsoever. I mean, you would expect, a lot of trousers are made from wools, or sometimes you'll get a cotton or linen that's a lighter weight, but it will still have dimension to it. This just sits so flat and is so wrinkled. You've got your frayed threads, you've got your extremely long stitch lengths. When you open it up, it's just all surging. Oh look, there's yet more fusible interfacing that is doing absolutely nothing to the structure of this waistband. The fabric is so thin and so flimsy, you're gonna see right through this. We have a dress here that's built like a...
That probably will just like, the toxic waste chemicals that has been in, bathing in, probably, I'm assuming, is probably deadly at that point if you put that on your skin, I'm assuming. Not gonna lie, right? Right? Also, don't get any makeup or nail polish from Temu, by the way. Or Shein, or whatever these fuckers are called, because, like, that shit will burn through your carpet. What makes it stop from your fingernail, anyways? Never been out shopping with Mama Duck? Not in a while. I think I haven't really, like, overall, no. Last time I bought clothes was with, the evil woman, and that was it. And before that, I haven't been out buying clothes for, like, what? A couple of years. Cause like, they just I'm just like, go ahead, buy stuff, I don't care. Before that, right? So there's that. I barely go out shopping overall at all. Like, maybe once a year. Maybe at best. That can also happen like once every 3 years or so. Depends.
Swimsuit. Oh my god, this is gonna be so sticky and so sweaty and so stinky. 94% polyester, 6% elastane. A dress like this, you know, made out of a good quality cotton, would last a long time and it would be so comfortable.
Also, like, I wouldn't like, this looks like this. I'm gonna say this. If she didn't tell me that was a dress, I would think like this was a swim, like a fuck diving suit. Don't buy yourself some clothes, man. What the fuck? But I don't have to. If others can do it, I could just be productive. Meanwhile, they do it for me. Like, it's that simple. Like, it's that simple. Once a year isn't too bad. You can get those numbers up there. I am not Jellywig. Let's up those numbers. Ever since I started to buy my own clothes, I started to get compliments for it. Ever a woman started to buy clothes for me properly, at least do it for the compliments. I kind of don't. I don't go out enough to get compliments. What is it with you? I don't go out enough. I don't care about such trivial things.
Like, there's no reason for this garment to exist. And it's gonna fall apart. I mean, look at the stitch length on this. 3 millimeters for this stitch. Victorian stitches are like 0.5 millimeter.
That's a big stitch. I don't know if that's a big stitch. Anyways, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. Again, from the outside, I looked at this, I was like, is this like a swimming suit or something?
Those garments, they'll survive a nuclear apocalypse. This might not survive 3 washes. So we have this jacket. I would say, you know, let's unpick this, let's open it up and see what's inside, but we don't need to do that. The whole inside is just here. Well, I am kind of impressed that they at least have a shoulder pad. Not that it's doing much, because this fabric has absolutely no structure to it. You know, at the very least they have a facing, but that's it in terms of lining. They've interfaced the facing with the weakest fusible interfacing I have ever seen. We've got massive serging here, and this is all one machine here, this stitch with the serge. We have a very weak button sewn on here. Lots of loose threads. This is gonna pull out in a couple.
Yeah, that button is clinging to dear life. That button is hanging by a thread. I'm such a comic. I'm such a comic. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that happens though as well. I'm like, dingle dingle dingle. I can't like sometimes if I see somebody have it right in my family, I'm up playing with my finger at it like dingle dingle dingle.
Of wares. You know, we've got an unfinished thread here. We've got a buttonhole that it's just been zigzagged. It's zigzag stitched over the buttonhole. This is not a buttonhole. As you can probably already see, it's already fraying. 100% polyester. That tracks. Here's the jacket that I'm wearing. You can see that it's got a whole lining on the inside of it. There's not only a jacket lining, but there's also a separate sleeve lining. You can see beautiful buttonhole here that's stitched as a proper buttonhole with knots on the edge so that when that button passes through, that edge is fully encased there. You know how when YouTubers are like editing me here and they have to like make an update or a correction? I guess that's kind of that, but this is just me in my natural habitat. I think it's important to recognize that there are tiers of clothing, and the affordability does not correlate necessarily with the.
Yeah, I get that. The thing is that if you want to live affordable, you're still gonna have to make some cuts, right? You have to make some. You have to cut some corners. Unfortunately, that's just how it is, right? That's just how it is, unfortunately. But yeah, that makes sense.
Quality. You know, we do run into a little bit of debate on price here, because you also can get designer things in which you're paying a lot of money, but you're paying for the brand recognition, not necessarily the quality or the amount of time or labor that's gone into the garment. Shein just so happens to be at the bottom of the barrel on both price and quality. The jacket that I'm showing in this video is a Vivienne Westwood jacket. It's a ready-to-wear jacket. So it's definitely a step up from a jacket that you'd find on a high street, but it's a significant step down from like a jacket that you'd find on Savile Row. I also altered it myself, so like, you know, I have opened it up and I have seen the inside. The point of showing these two jackets and comparing them is in knowing what to look out for. So knowing to look out for structural integrity, looking at the fiber content, looking at the constructional details, because you can find these constructional details in high street clothing, and especially if you're looking at thrifted and secondhand things. That's the TLDR, is price does not equal quality. Designer or brand recognition certainly does not equal quality.
On the inside, you've got, I mean, there's padding in the shoulder, but that's part of the design. But it really, you can see it really holds a structure. Even when I haven't got my hand in it, it's still holding that curved structure. Whereas you see with Shein, you just put that down and it just flops.
It's just like flat. It's just like flat and like a lot of folds and everything. That's interesting. But yeah, at least they think about shoulder pads, at least, you know? At least that.
There's an interfacing a canvas down the front here to really help that front sit smooth and have that dimension that the human chest has. And it's got structuring in the front of it to help that lapel really sit back like that. Instead of just being pressed with an iron, it's in the shaping of the material itself. You know, you've got this felt under the collar here, which is a non-woven fabric, which means it can be shaped and it can be molded. It's literally built into the memory of the fabric to be able to sit in this shape. Whereas something like this that's just been pressed this way, the minute it gets washed, that crease is going to come out in the wash, and then you're just going to have a basic floppy lapel. It's not going to want to behave in any specific way. I know ethics and sustainability haven't really been the primary focus of this video, although in many cases the issues are inextricably linked. But it's worth noting that even sustainable brands are not exempt from quality pitfalls. A couple of the self-proclaimed sustainable shops we went into had similarly poor, if not worse, quality than some of the brands that didn't even...
Well, keep away from fire is crazy work. Well, here's the thing though, right? Sustainability does not make money. That's the harsh truth. Sustainability does not make money. I say clothes in under mid-range price is the best price to value, probably, yeah. But yeah, sustainability does not make money, right? You can only uphold certain qualities still if you are actually profitable. If not, you're cooked.
Pretend to be sustainable, particularly this one that we went into that claims to be the most sustainable clothing option aside from being naked, which offended me so much. It took every ounce of my willpower not to leave. Okay, I'm gonna go on a tangent. Hello? The second most sustainable option to being naked is not buying new clothes, and then maybe
Technically, the most sustainable version would be if you buy decent quality clothes and also know how to fix them and also know how to fix them. I think that, well, you could go around naked, but you probably get jailed for public indecency or well, if you're a man, if you're a woman, you're just gonna be detained, right? You're not committing a crime in that way. Anyways.
repurposing old clothes, and then maybe buying secondhand, and then maybe buying new clothes from small-scale makers. We're on like step number 5 already, and we're still nowhere near the high street. It is inherently unsustainable to be producing items that are going to fall apart prematurely, especially when they are sold to a consumer base that doesn't have the repair skills to keep up with the high maintenance cost, or even a consumer base that has the awareness to prioritize longevity. But in terms of sustainability, there are two sides to this issue. Poor quality items that already exist, I think, don't necessarily mean that a garment should be completely dismissed entirely. They still have the potential to be worn and to live long, functional lives. The poor quality indicators are just indications of a garment's weak points and things that you, as the custodian of the garment, should be aware of when taking on the responsibility of owning the garment. It effectively transfers the labor.
Who cares? I'll be real. I'll just buy stuff when I need it. Literally. I mean, Germany has specific nudist areas, but they're usually limited to, like, beaches and stuff. Right? You can't just walk around naked in the middle of Berlin with your junk out. That doesn't work that way, buddy.
Labor costs skimped on by the brand onto the buyer. I say this to make the point that these garments shouldn't necessarily be treated like trash since they already exist. They can still be worn perfectly functionally and they do have the potential to last, but they'll just require a bit more vigilant care than a garment normally would warrant. However, it should also be acknowledged that low quality is inarguably a pretty shameful state for a garment to be sold in. And it's pretty shameful for brands to be prioritizing profit over longevity, especially in the catastrophic state that the textile industry is in right now. I'm going on a tangent, but a lot of the times we look at these portraits in history and they look so regal, they look so...
Yeah. See, here's the thing, though. We live in a time where profit matters most in all things. Like, this is not something that's specific to clothing, right? Profit is what keeps the world running, and that is, unfortunately, not going to change because overall, most people do not give a flying fuck, right? Now the big talk is AI, everything's made AI, it's soulless, it's fast, it's sloppy. The people are still gonna consume it whether you like it or not, and they're not gonna care. Some of the most major artists currently on Spotify on #1 spots and crazy stuff are just AI generated songs with like millions of listeners. There's like somebody who had like 3.6 million listeners. And I'm like, yep, that clicks, that does make sense. That does. It just does. You're never getting rid of this.
So different to how we look today. It's not that they as humans are shaped differently, it's the way that their clothes build out their human form, as it has been done all throughout history, the way that we build these incredible silhouettes to make us feel a certain way, to hold ourselves in a certain way. They're conveying so much about a person through the clothing and through the shaping and the silhouette that we are losing today because these mass manufacturers just cannot be bothered to put in the effort and just prioritize their profit over the long historic art of clothing the human body. I'm gonna die on that hill. If you're looking for some resources to learn or top up your sewing skills to start taking control of your own wardrobe, my book, Make, Sew, and Mend, should give you all the tips and techniques you need to get started. And I also have some classes over on Skillshare.
Nah, I learned my stuff from my mama. She's the best teacher.
If you prefer the visual demonstrations instead. Thanks once again to Midas Merge for sponsoring this video, and do be sure to subscribe if you wish to see some more videos on textile craftsmanship and all the things we can learn from looking back at the history of fashion.
Anyways, yeah, this was at least interesting to look at. I beg the diff if people talk about sustainable fashion more than ever. Brands with shit clothing are getting called out. See, those are the loud voices, but at the end of the day, what matters most is what's being bought. And the harsh truth is that stuff like Shein and Temu are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So much bigger, in fact, that we're now here in Europe debating on putting extra taxes on them or extra tariffs on them so they are just as expensive as the regular stuff here. Clothing brands are being outsold by cheap products from China. Get more plastics. Life's more gooder. You can listen to about what people talk all they want. Right? People are still gonna consume it. People are still gonna buy it. Regardless, right? Again, it's the same with again, I'm doing the comparison to the AI slop. in 2 to 3 years, most games will in some way, shape, or form have generative AI. And you're never going to stop them. Because the overall mass does not care. It doesn't matter what a few loud voices say, right? There's plenty of people saying how bad the meat industry is, or how bad how bad it is to use generative AI, or how bad it is to use some other slop, right? Then you look at the numbers, and actually the consumption goes up, not down. What people say doesn't matter. What they do matters, and what they do is they buy slop. You're never getting rid of this, right? You're never getting rid of this. It is what it is. It is what it is. You're never getting rid of this. They get called out as much as they want. But if that were the case, platforms like Temu wouldn't sell clothes en masse. You are never escaping, Joe. Buy the slop. Do it. Where's that deer now? Where's this deer? Anyways, since he's not been back, that deer creature. Right? He's not been back since. I don't know if he'll return. It doesn't seem like it. Like he said, watch it when he returns. But like when he's back and I'm already watching another video, then like, bro, is like never. Fucking never. You will buy the slop, kiddo. You will. You will. You will. You must. Anyways. I ain't getting into slop. Why not, you little piggy? Do you not like the slop? Cheese! The cheese of truth! You provide me with enough slop I can handle. You don't have to do me like that when we share the cold nights. Anyways. Hi Shadow Eclipse, how you doing? How you doing, dude? Hello. Alright, we're making fun of male VTubers now. Don't care.
Hey, what's up, guys?
If Deer returns, cool. If not, we're making fun of male VTubers. This is part 2 of the male VTuber arc. It is. It just is. You have to do it. Right, we're gonna make fun of male VTubers. Today. Because we have to. And I want to. This is essentially part 2 of this loser. Hold up, guys. I need to look at something real quick. Since the rare one has not returned, we're gonna have to do this. Also, I've been playing so much Arknights Enfield. Are we interrupting something? No, you're not. I thought we were keeping that a secret, but fine, I guess. No, you're not, Sumax. Can a man not kiss his homie goodnight? How dare you? Girls touch each other's boobs all the time, but if I scratch a homie's balls, it's gay. Nuh-uh. That's rough. By the way, I was jogging again, right? Apparently he also works at the weekends. So I saw her again. Every single day, bro. Anyways, we're gonna look at something really goddamn stupid. It's time. Male feminist VTuber ruins career about doubling down on hypocritical virtue signaling by ref. Here is something funny. So I reacted to a previous video about that, right? Where he essentially was just crying and saying that he hates men, right? Or men do not get enough hate. And then he was getting his ass beaten. He was getting his ass beat so bad. He was quote tweeted in different languages. They were not just beating him in the replies and then the quote tweets, but also different languages. I think I saw a few Spanish ones, and I think I saw also a few Japanese ones. He is getting his ass beat on Twitter, rightfully so. It's really funny. He's also a former Nichi-Sanji VTuber. That should give you more than you actually need to know. Not only that, but he's essentially just farming for female sims. That's what it is. And he also talks about how he's gonna off himself. Like, on his Twitter. Quite a few times. He also lost, like 7k followers? Or, what was it, 3k? I don't know. It was a bunch of followers, though. Here we go. It's gonna be real bad. It's gonna be really, really bad. It's time. Let's see. How bad has it gone?
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So believe it or not, we have a follow-up to a previous video I released about a week ago involving this VTuber named Curio. Curio has been doing his best to virtue signal on Twitter.
Is Ref always this short? I think bro shrunk. Wait, am I stupid? Is he always this short? Hold up, that's weird.
Whether it's for brownie points or impressing women, whatever his goal is, it's quite pathetic and hypocritical. Because just a month or so ago, he tweeted that people on this site are getting way too comfy with being unkind. Then fast forward to January 18th, he said,
yeah, we're not hating men enough. I'm gonna say something else. We're not calling women losers often enough. I'm like the anti-Kyrio. I am. We're not calling women often enough losers. Moving on.
We're not hating men enough. Yes, he's tweeting this as a man. But since then, he has been on an engagement bait farm, making an absolute fool out of himself, doubling, tripling, quadrupling down to the point where he's now releasing YouTube videos claiming he's been—
Bro, that's a tasty like to dislike ratio. It's not good enough yet, in my opinion, right? It's not good enough, right? We just have like 380 versus 366, right? It's not good enough yet, right? He's still getting his ass beat, but it's not good enough yet. It's kind of funny.
Been canceled by stupid men on Twitter. And as you can see by the like to dislike ratio, not great. Also, not even pushing 3K views. Was it worth it, bro? Was it worth the self-defeating nature of calling out your fellow man just for clout and virtue signaling? Totally not. And while this guy will judge half of the population and say they don't deserve anything good, I believe everyone deserves something good, and they shouldn't be judged by the nature of how they were born. And to celebrate that, we have another—
Really? Valentine's Day? Valentine's Day. I hate you. I hate you, Ref. Of all the places, I did not expect to be reminded of my singleness. I thought it would be here. I thought it would be here. How dare you? That hurts. I feel betrayed. The betrayal.
Another drop with Advance. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. A new Advance Valentine's Day drop. And we're even bringing back the classic Rev and Straub Love Potion flavor jar. It is a hydration flavor jar. You can see me and my wife, Darling Straub, featured on this. Delicious flavor. It will keep you hydrated. Great stuff as always. But what is really special about this drop is that if you use code REV30, you'll get 30% off your entire advanced order. And this is only available for a limited time through the 25th. So just a few days. You can use it on our jar as well as the new
surprise attack. That's not funny. Cheap shot. That went below the belt. Cheap shot.
New Sweethearts energy flavor jar that they're releasing for Valentine's Day as well, or my classic permanent fixture Jolly Pop flavor, which is also an energy flavor jar. Love that. proud to have that as a permanent fixture. We also got some old merch we're bringing back for Valentine's Day. We got some shakers, once again, celebrating Valentine's Day. We got some t-shirts and hoodies, which Advance was kind enough to send to me and my wife. They look very great, high quality stuff. And of course, you can use it on any flavor jar or shaker on their website. I'll put a link to my collection on the pinned comment, and make sure to use code REV30 to get 30% off your total order. Make sure to use it before it is gone, ladies and gentlemen. But let's
just a back strike. Just like stab me in the back. Of course you do. This shit is gonna be hard. Because I've seen already the Valentine's ads slowly pop up anywhere, right? This shit's gonna be rough. This shit's genuinely gonna be rough. That's diabolical.
go back to Kirio. So he made this post that we talked about roughly a week ago where he said, "We're not hating men enough." Stunning and brave. This guy is doing anything to impress women, even if it means throwing his fellow brothers under the bus and doing a classic all men type statement. But let's see the
Something's off with the video quality too, I've noticed. It's doing this in 720p since when?
The type of people who are supporting this. We saw the parasocial fans who were trying to prop him up even though he was getting called out for being a hypocrite and, well, a man-hater. Here's someone saying, if you're a man and respect women and their boundaries, you should have no problem with this statement or any iteration of it.
All Muslims are see, this statement is interesting. Would you say it's bad if I say all Muslims are terrorists? Would you have a problem with that? I'd say if you're a Muslim and you're not a terrorist, you probably would have a problem with this, right? But what if I say now, well, if you are a Muslim and you respect everyone, then you shouldn't have a problem with that. And now all of a sudden all the accountability is gone, because right, I'm not actually saying all Muslims, right? Or I'm saying Muslims are terrorists, right? Because you're not saying all, right? I'm not saying, right? If it doesn't offend you, that means you're not men, right? I hate this. I hate this line of thinking. Right? We're not hating men enough. But if you're a man, you respect women, you should also not have a problem with this statement. It is really like, oh, all trans people, all gay people. It's like gay people, trans people, whatever, right? Whatever group that would have some stereotype, right? You'd have a problem if somebody made a similar statement like that and was like, hey, you know what? If you respect a certain group, then you're not meant by the statement. It just doesn't make sense. Nobody would use this line of thinking because there's no logic behind it. If you're saying we're not hating men enough, you mean all men. There was no exclusion. Right? Because if a man made a woman, if a woman made a post, right, saying we're not hating women enough, you'd have a problem with that. However, you could then make the same argument, say if you're a woman that respect men, then you shouldn't have a problem with that statement. Absolute retardation.
With the amount of stories I hear from my friends about the disgusting stuff they've dealt with from men, especially in this space, this shouldn't be controversial, and if it is to you, you should fix this. Wow. That's
funny in this space. Should I pull out all the 30 instances of sex pesting by women? Should I do that? The grand sex pesting of women getting off on their own audience. Should we pull that out? Should we? I don't think so. Because then it looked funny. The only reason why it gets blown out of proportion when a man does something weird and disgusting is because he's a man. But if a woman did the exact same thing, you just stand there and laugh and there'd be no problem, right? It's cool, it's hot when a woman is a weirdo and a creep and a degenerate. Anyways, when's my turn? We just started this. You're a little wait.
Amazing stuff. Great logic. So basically this guy's saying if you have a bad experience with a gender, you're allowed to make a all blank deserve more hates type statement. Yeah. Very, very deep, high IQ. This guy rubbed his 2 remaining brain cells together to come up with this absolute drivel, this absolute slop, engagement bait, virtue signal, whatever you want to call it. And you can see the high IQ of this guy. So someone says, what? No, if
Shira! I like her. I like her. She's cool. I thought I gave the link. Yes, you did. Yes, you did, but you weren't there. That's the thing. You said when you were back. Listen. Kiri was rage baiting us and we're getting rage baited, Poke. That's not rage bait, right? That's not rage bait. He's right. It's not obviously right. He's making these posts all the time. He's just pandering. He's just a performative male, right? That's not rage bait. He just does it because it gives him money from his audience of lonely loser women.
If you're a self-respecting man at all and have any amount of common sense, you would not support the hatred of men. This post is disgusting. Shame on you, to be honest. And here's his amazing response. LOL. Good debate. This person says maybe you need new friends if all they do is drama dump on you and hate men, which I assume includes you, seems toxic AF. But I'll take the super controversial position, sexism is bad in general. He responds by saying, yep, I'm so toxic. This person says, you are a rather craven individual. Go apologize to some trees for being a waste of air. And he says, how about you try being a better VTuber and not being so pathetic? I don't really know where this guy gets off telling people to do better at their...
He's a male VTuber. Yeah. Don't go around call other people's loser, you failure. Because see, male YouTubers exist only because of one reason, and one reason only. They're not entertaining enough to be a regular VTuber. Male VTuber. See, male YouTuber, right, female YouTubers, usually, it's a quick way to get success, right? But they're also, like, oftentimes really into it. Male YouTuber, you only go that way because everything else doesn't work. That's the simple reason why you go that route, right? With 18 plus audios, right? We know it. Failure. L.
VTubing career, like, bro, settle down, okay? And also look at the profile type this guy has. He is a mirror of Kirio, the e-boy LARPer who's trying to...
Yeah, the sad e-boy LARPer who wants to end it all. That's what it is. Can't do this anymore. Horror. Can't do this. But we need more men haters. Nah, we need more people shaming these guys back into a backwater alley. Where they into the backwater alley that they belong, and then just like explode their penis. Most male VTubers getting pegged. Nah, it's just usually see, they're performative for a simple reason, and that is why, and the reason is that the space has a lot of women, right? And if they can mask themselves, it's like, yeah, I'm the good guy. See, I'm a good guy, right? By the way, nobody that ever calls themselves a good guy is ever a good guy, by the way. Just saying. The thing is that they do this because it gives them access to, like, collabs, right? That's usually what happens. I don't know if he's a male VTuber, to be honest, but he's probably. I'm assuming he's probably, right? I'm assuming he is, right? So yeah, this is usually the pipeline, right? They do this because then they get access to women. That's it. It's like a guy LARPing as a liberal. It's like a guy acting as a liberal to get pussy. Same. It's literally the same thing. Are you a good guy? I do not know. Others have to decide that for me. I think I think occasionally I'm a horrible human being, but that's just besides me.
Act all like deep and mysterious and talks in a deep voice. Like these are the most. This is the bottom of the barrel, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, we got to go back to Kirio, who has been playing this whole situation up. He loves the attention, okay? He is embracing being canceled. Buddy, you're not really canceled because your audience is so...
Bro, you're not canceled. People just call you retarded.
Parasocial by your design. You could do whatever you want, and they're going to stay with you. It's people on the outside who are looking at your sexist comments, your hypocritical ones as well, and saying you're an idiot. And you can't handle it. You're literally haywiring, which, you know, ironically enough, his former account at Niji Sanji was called Hex Haywire, but I digress. He has really double, tripled, and quadrupled down. So you have the original tweet down here saying we're not hating men enough. Then he says, getting canceled, so sad. Anyway, I'm live on Twitch. Then he says, in 2026, I will continue to rage bait men more. Interesting. The rage bait king here doesn't really seem to stand by anything, because if you keyword search men on his account, you get 2 tweets. The new ones he made, right? The original one that caused the controversy.
You let me guess. He deleted the rest so nobody could pick it up. See, if you delete evidence, that means we've got your ass. We've got your ass. That's simple. You're good enough? Maybe. I don't know. A good person, though, gets cheated on, I think. I don't know.
And a follow-up saying he's rage-baiting men more this year. But, of course, in my previous video, I keyword searched men on his account, and these are all the other tweets. He deleted all these. So the rage bait king over here, the alpha that this guy is covering up his tracks and deleting all of his posts saying he hates men, etc. Yeah, very bold of this guy.
Yeah, that was from the last time, and not gonna lie. If you delete your post, it's just the truth. You're not rage baiting. You just do it so you get attention.
And as Parrot points out here,
I love Parrot. Well, we get it, little bro. You got a demographic to appeal to. I love Parrot. Parrot getting involved. I like it. Yeah. It's horny, lonely women. Horny, lonely, bitter women.
It's like, we get it, dude. We understand, okay? We know what you're doing. We understand your parasocial demographic that hates men, and you're pandering to them. And it makes a lot of sense when you look back at his former Niji Sanji avatar. He had a plastic asset. I'll just say that.
That is just, in my opinion, just diabolical. He just had a fun. Now, here's the question. Is the plastic asset for the girlies, or is the plastic asset for himself? Here is the question. I don't know. Do you know?
Okay, I don't know if YouTube really likes that word. And he would literally hold it in his hand and wave it around in front of his extremely parasocial audience. And I can't stress that enough. But he wasn't done. The virtue signal was not completed from this guy. He needs to do more. He is desperately yearning for a crumb of attention and approval from any woman on the internet. So he makes this post right here saying,
we're not loving women enough. I disagree. We're loving them a little too much. Ha! I remember her birthday. Ha! I even have it in my calendar. Isn't that great? Same with you, dear. And Croco. Interesting. I wonder what he's gonna show. You on the same... If he's on the same page as Aster, that's diabolical.
We're not loving women enough, which is a sort of counter to what he said earlier about men not getting enough hates. Stunning and brave stuff. I'm sure your very parasocial audience will seal clap at this very low efforts post here. But as pointed out in the replies, let's go back to the whole Niji Sanji arc of this guy's career, where he played the character Hex Haywire. This photo right here represents the worst side of this guy's community. Okay, I'm not showing this for obvious reasons, but it's an arm of someone allegedly carving the name Hex into...
No way! No way! No way. So somebody essentially committed SH in his name? Crazy. He's really farming mentally ill. But now you told me again, and now I have it in my calendar, and now I'll never forget it. So calm down. Calm your ovaries. I don't know. It's okay. We get it. And Deer is now in there, and I specifically went back in streaming history to find the Croco birthday again. I got them all now. Some of them, I guess.
To their arm. Okay? And given this guy's history of engaging and promoting parasocial relationships with his audience, I'm not surprised something like this would happen. Kirio, as Hex Haywire, was known for his Twitter likes being filled with selfies of his own fans under related hashtags. There was hundreds of them.
Ew. Ew. Wait, his likes were public? Right. So wait, he was liking pictures of women when his likes were still public. When likes were still public. Ew. Interesting. Very interesting. Wouldn't it be sad if a few years down the line, somebody just drops information about him just being weird with women?
He was encouraging them by engaging with their behavior to do more. If a fan is posting selfies and photos of themselves with the clear intention, especially using hashtags, to get your attention as a content creator and you are liking them, you are giving them a feedback loop. And that is the most parasocial thing ever. As a YouTuber, that is a no-no. A content creator generally, that's a no-no. You don't engage with stuff like that because it gives people this parasocial relationship with you. They start posting more stuff. It's very, very unhealthy. And that's how you end up with stuff like this. Okay? Disgusting. But of course, our king of rage bait was not done. He took to...
He made another one! And he got his ass beat again!
YouTube. And I'm sorry, earlier I said he wasn't pushing 3K views. He got over the 100...
Never mind. Never mind. It's the same video. Sad.
100 view threshold here. He is now at 3K views. That is amazing stuff. Well done, Kirio. He's got the 50-50 like to dislike ratio, but clearly he got the last laugh in this situation by posting a 16-minute cope session in front of 3,000 people. Yeah, amazing stuff. He is, of course, streaming, and this is a video capturing some of that, where he's addressing all the backlash and how he's being canceled by all these awful people.
So if I had said, you know, we're not hating women enough, I would have not received half the backlash. But the problem with this statement is it's like very untrue. Like, women have it very much historically and observably harder than men in many departments.
Just in one department, and realistically, that's just power. Realistically, it's just power. Because the men are just more powerful. Right? Sorry, Kirio, but the unfortunate reality is that the stronger somebody is, the more power they can hold. And unfortunately, typically that's men. Even among other men, right? Again, and also, historically, women just had one problem, and that was mostly in the family structure. Historically, problems were in the family structure. Because men and women, the poor men and women, for example, of the Middle Ages, didn't really have that many rights that were that different. Rights were only really that different if you had, like, actually some power, right? You were royalty, you were from a family of a good house, right? But other than that, there wasn't that much difference, right? Men also didn't get, like, women just got the voting ability to vote not that far after men. Silly creature. Silly creature.
Right? I'm not saying that men have it easy or life is easy. Life is hard for everybody usually, right? Like, especially, except if you're like, you know, you've been born with a silver spoon or something. But life is hard. But for women, it's even harder. And if I had said that...
Not really. That depends on what... If you're telling me that the life of women is hard in Europe or in the US, I'm gonna point and laugh. I'm gonna point and laugh. Those women's lives are not hard. Women in poor countries' lives, those are hard. Silence, mortal. Silence.
We're not hating women enough. I guarantee that I wouldn't have received half or a fourth as much backlash. But it's these sensitive loser incels that are, you know, have been thriving in the dusty recesses of Twitter that are very pissed about it. And I absolutely am not backing down. Like, they can all suck my dick, to be honest with you.
I think you're sucking dick, to be honest. Also, it's like incel. Ah, yes. Man I don't like, or man that disagrees with me is an incel. We have had this before. We had this before. You're just a performative male who does everything he wants just to get female validation, because without the attention of women, you are nothing. Because you cannot exist without the attention of the other sex. Because that is the only thing that gives you any purpose. I don't know, but others, mine is hard. Periods suck, and the fact that you can't control the timing, oh my god, it's hard out there. Ever had the sperm cramp? You never understand our pain. You never understand our pain. Ever had the sperm cramp? You would never get it.
And again, I'm not trying to say that all men are bad people, but somehow it's always a man who's pissed at me. Never a woman. I don't get it. Like, I'm not...
I find that funny because Shiro was in there, and then Neven also responded, ah yes, those don't count as women, right? Because they're disagreeing with you, right? Right? Motherfucker.
Saying all men are bad people, but somehow it's always some, like, incel guy who is pissed at me, and never a woman. I don't really understand.
Okay, first of all, I want to point something out, and once I point it out to you, you'll never unsee it, okay? So, whether you rewatch that clip or you wait for the next clip we're going to watch, every 10 seconds or so, you'll notice this guy takes a heavy gasp for air. The reason that's happening is because he's putting on a forced voice. And this unnatural voice, he's...
Wow! He's using a deeper voice to get more attention from women. I can't do this anymore. See, my statistics tell me, if they're not bots, I have 20% women watching my videos. And I don't have to be performative. I don't have to lie about my voice. I don't have to cater to the ladies. And how often is that? Not every month, I assume. Every month, yes, it is. Once every month, a man just experiences intense, pulsating pain in one of his balls. This is so silly.
Trying to have like this deep voice. It's so unnatural that it puts strain on him. It puts strain on his lungs. So every 10 seconds, he has to take this deep every couple of seconds, right? It's very obvious. Once you see it, you'll never unsee it. It's very, very funny when you realize how forced all of this is. But
this would be like if I ever all the time talk in this voice. That sounds like ass, right? I'm lowering right now. That feels already annoying because I have this weird like it's forming a ball. Stop it! Shut the fuck up! Nobody likes you.
Anyways, his big point is that if he said a tweet where, you know, we're not hating women enough, he would have gotten half, maybe even a quarter of the backlash. That is a very childish and stupid defense. Like, no, really, unpack this. He's basically saying, I did something bad, but I could have done something worse. Therefore, what I did is not bad. What? Buddy, that makes absolutely no sense. That is the dumbest defense I've ever heard. Like, am I talking to like a fully functional human being here? But of course—
No, prefrontal cortex stopped developing at 12. It's that simple. If we could exchange them, I would. You can have periods. I would only take periods away and put them on me if it were my wife's periods. The pain, I mean, right? I take the pain. That's it, though.
Of course, you know, with his audience, they're so
that's it.
Parasocial. They're just gonna accept whatever this guy says. Like, he could show up and just like mumble random words, and they'd be like, "We love you so much! Oh my gosh!" But of course, he also brings up the
brain that seal clapping.
Classic. He calls his critics sensitive, loser incels. Amazing. Amazing that the male feminist is literally
the classic, you know, St. Paul once said, I've seen what no pussy does to a motherfucker. But I've also seen what pussy does to a motherfucker. And it's much worse.
Sounding just like your typical feminist, calling all their critics loser incels. But sensitive, that's very funny. This guy makes a terrible post about wanting more hatred towards men, and now he's gone on a 5 or so day crash out because people said, hey dude, that's hateful and you're a hypocrite. But the people saying that are sensitive. Dude, you're the sensitive one. Like, realize that. But also the loser incel comment, amazing. That's what they say when they have absolutely no counter argument whatsoever. That's what they say. Okay?
Real. Like, they have no counter argument, so they use this, right? Just like the previous guy, right? Who had no way to counter anything.
And at this point, it's obvious that's a very valuable currency, right? Whether someone's an incel or not, which is pathetic in its own right. But we have scenarios like this, and I don't like to pull this card out unless it's relevant. I'm a married man. And I think what you said is stupid and hypocritical. Now what? What do we do now?
You're still an incel because now, you're still an incel because he disagrees with you, right? You can't be married. You can't be literally out there having sex videos of yourself, right? He would still call you an incel. It was a lot. I never had a period in my life because I'm not a woman. If I were a woman, things would be quite different now.
Gonna like malfunction? Do you have anything else to say? Because what you're saying is not really an argument in the first place. It's just insulting people, but it doesn't even work on people like me. So, like, now what? But anyways, he also said in that clip, he's not saying all men are bad, but it's always a male, and also calls them incels again. So he's saying, when I said all men, I didn't mean all men in a tweet where I said all men. Make it make sense. But let's listen to one more relevant clip from this.
Lord have mercy from this loser. Oh my god.
Brooding intellects.
And I think the most ironic part is when so many men are like, oh my god, you will never, like, you will always be a virgin, blah 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 blah, in my comment section. Like, the craziest projections ever. You know what I mean? Like, oh my god, that is, I guarantee you, you have, like, it's just, it's so insane. it's so fucking crazy, the projections that they're throwing out there for me. I cannot even. I cannot.
That how can these women sit there and watch this, dude? bro. Listen. This obnoxious breathing every single time. Like, I can right now. I was breathing like right now really quickly and loudly, and you probably didn't hear that. He does it like after every sentence because of his forced voice. How can you sit there and bear with this? Jeez.
Not even, simply put. But yeah, I don't know. It's really ridiculous, and it's also really saddening and funny.
As I briefly pointed at earlier, when it comes to people like this, he calls everyone incels who he doesn't like, not only because he has no argument, but also because whether or not someone is engaging in sexual behavior, that is the most valuable currency to someone like this. I think it's very obvious this guy's entire LARP on the internet is...
Yes, it is. Sexual themes are his most valuable currency. Right? That's how he got The Sims. It's that simple. You know how much periods hurt. I don't know how much they hurt, but I know how much what it causes to women because I had 2 women in my life. Maybe you missed that point. I wish you were a woman, Doug. Then we'd have a good chat on which one is better, I guess. But I'm not a woman. Do you know how much a sperm cramp hurts? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I just recently had one. Almost made my left ball explode.
Is all about impressing women, right? It's so obvious. Like, it's the LARPing as an e-boy. It's the pathetic, pandering, virtue-signaling tweets. It's all about that. But at the end of the day, this guy is a self-hating man, and it's absolutely pathetic and shallow. But let's see the comment section. So I'm pretty positive he's deleting comments, but let's see some of them. I don't know, trying to force hate on yourself just because you want to appeal more to women sounds really like a douchebag. I don't think you actually care about women. You just care because it's content and it pays you.
Bingo! 10 out of 10. You got 100 points. D9, D470. Accurate. Yes, that is what he's doing. That is exactly what he's doing. Like, that's the exact reason. That's what he's doing. 100%. They had periods with you, I guess, when I was around. Not we didn't experience periods. They did experience periods, and I was just there, obviously. Are you sure you had 2 women in your life? Yes, just 2. Like, I guess you could count parents and sisters, but I'm not around when they had their stuff. So I don't know. I don't talk with my sisters or my mom about that. That is weird as hell.
I just know someone is working overtime to delete some of the comments here. Peak performative. I hate half the planet. Guys, half the planet hates me now. Bruh. So it's okay to hate on men if you're a content creator? For clout? Casual reminder, as Hex Haywire of Niji Sanji, this fella actively endorsed his viewers to vent, aka trauma dump in super chats to him, or to quote a Parrot 4chan video. He was monetizing mental illness. Wasn't he the one?
I'm doing that too, though. My mental illness.
One that called his fan base as sicklings. Yes, thank you for reminding me. His old fan base was called sicklings. Like a bunch of unwell people. He like literally played into that. This guy is the epitome of everything wrong with these performative, virtue signaling VTubers. It's just ridiculous. It's not even worth it. Again, 3K views on a YouTube video after getting clowned on for days and days and seething about it. But I'm glad you're getting seal claps from your unwell fan base. I'm sure that's exactly what you're going for. I don't think anyone on the outside even matters at this point. But for those peeking into this world of people like Kirio, we see how unwell and ridiculous all of the things this guy stands for truly are. But anyways.
Truly, but anyways. Yeah, this guy is absolute mental illness. 100%, no doubt about it. Out with this dude. I don't know what he's doing here. Shame him as much as you can. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. But I thought you had 3 X's? Nope. Just 2. Lisa and Frog, that's it. Those 2 women. That's it. Those were my 2 relationships. I'm getting cheated on twice. Alright, anyways. Funnily enough, I have the video, but I have funny. I'm gonna assault a VTuber and their name is... What the... Are you okay, Shadow Eclipse? What the... Nah, bro, if you're gonna try and assault me, you're gonna wear the maid outfit, buddy. Just saying. But funny, I had the exact same video from Sensitive Society about this situation. You know what? Let's go. Let's go. Okay. we're gonna look at this since the rare one recommended it. I'm gonna. Oh, I can't wait to watch some more anime later. Yay! Woohoo! I'm so ready. More romance, guys. More romance. I'm enjoying the current one, which is nice. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. We're gonna look at this. Oh wait. He's in that corner, right? Is he gonna appear more often in that corner? Yeah, just once, I guess. Well, the main important stuff is in the screen, so it doesn't matter. I'll beat you up with a stack of cash. I guess. Calm down. Do not. Lisa from Genshin? No, not that one. Do not beat me up with money, please. Do not. Do I get to keep it at least? Do I get to keep it at least? Anyways. Interesting. We're gonna look at this. Huge streamer exposes his collection of underage pictures. Life on stream. We're gonna look at that. I don't know how to pronounce that name. I'm saying Darth Vader. But it could also be Father. It depends. Anyways, he looks a little bit like a Yakuza guy. And you can keep it, but it's Monopoly money. Good peak. Anyways, that's not gonna be good. I'm back. Welcome back, Bryson. We're gonna... Oh god. I'm scared. What is this gonna be? I should probably move myself over. Well, we're not gonna see anything, so it doesn't matter.
K feeds! Let me at least add a way to the list of champions that I like.
The way bro was shocked is crazy work. I had to do some college schoolwork. Thankfully, I'm officially on a break until mid-April, so that's good. Oh no, bro.
This Twitch streamer just accidentally opened his corn stash live on stream, but I want to make something clear. We're not talking about the usual corn stash where you'd see bups like Riley Reid, Sasha Grey, or Sophie Rain. No, we're talking about the illegal...
My friend, you know all these names, and I know why, my friend.
...ton of corn stash filled with Clash Royale miners who look like the Berserker from Clash Royale.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous territory. However, nah.
But instead of immediately ending his stream like any normal potential PDF file, he decided...
There's definitely somebody who was, I'm gonna say it, there's definitely rule 34 of that little thing. 100%. You cannot, definitely. I'm not gonna check. I don't want to check, but 100%.
To keep streaming for like a whole other hour, where he tried numerous times to try to gaslight his chat. He even tried to craft some false narratives like, guys, I must have a virus on my PC. Let me boot up Malwarebytes and scan my...
Yeah. Yeah, the virus. The virus. Ah, yes. The virus that put CP on my computer into my files, huh? Yeah, that virus, bro. What are we doing? How do you know? Because if it simple. If it's fictional and it exists, then there's corn of it. It's that simple. It's that simple. I can guarantee you that the giant from Clash of Clans also has artwork on there 100%. Or Pekka. Didn't he try to say someone set him up? How could someone even set him up? Only if they got... I mean, that could happen, but, like, there's really no reason. Why? He hasn't done anything. That doesn't make any sense, right? Like, there are some weirdos who at least lock into others' accounts to upload literal CP, right? This happened to Chibi Reviews, right? Where I think they uploaded, right? The people who called him a PDF uploaded literal CP onto his was it a DeviantArt or Pinterest? I don't know, but they did that, which was really funny, right? You're calling a guy a PDF of a fictional characters while uploading actual stuff onto his Pinterest. Odd thing to do, right? It could happen, but like he'd have to actually have serious ops for that to happen.
My PC.
Text files aren't viruses. Okay. Continue with free. Can I just start my scan?
What are you trying to do now?
Scan by PC.
Ain't no way. It is so over. It is so over. It is so over. It is actually over. He's really acting like he has a virus. Can you now pause? This is when he looks like that.
Yeah, I don't have any threats. Virus free.
The funny part is that I genuinely feel like he was praying that he had a virus, because then he could have gone with the angle that, see guys, I have a virus on my PC, and that's definitely why I had some cheese pizza link pop up on my notepad. But obviously, no one in his chat was buying his BS.
Self-reporting. Zero detections. It's so over.
Yes, even Malwarebytes wasn't buying his shit because it didn't find any virus. Let me tell you exactly what happened so we're all on the same page. Essentially what happened is that Lucari's running Windows 11 on his PC, and during his stream, he decided to boot up Notepad. But little did he know is that the thing with Notepad is that on Windows 11 is that if you close it off and you reopen it, it's going to pop up the last thing that was showing on your Notepad. For example, me, if I boot up Notepad, you see like something popped up. Okay, so this is my filter on Path of Exile that just popped up. But what I'm trying to say is that this whole, oh, I've got a virus on my PC. Oh, I don't know why this link appeared on my notepad.
Oh no! Oh no! Wow. I'm not sure you have time, but my new song is called Bleach. It's about horrible people that tear others down unprovoked. Okay, yeah, we can do that after this one, sure. I'll do it.
That whole angle doesn't work, Lucari. And to give you an idea as to how horrible the content within the links that Lucari accidentally exposed really are, and I do want to be transparent here for a second and say that this is research I personally didn't do and wasn't comfortable doing, but fortunately for all of us, some people on Reddit actually did the research themselves and clicked on those sus links that Lucari accidentally leaked and confirmed that the content within them is absolutely despicable. We're talking about lollipop content, we're talking about content that features Clash Royale minors.
Well, the lolly stuff I don't give a shit about. That I don't care about. But if it's actual minors, then we have a problem, right? The lolly shit I don't care about. But the actual minors, that's a problem.
Minors and animals, this is beyond.
Get me the wood chipper. And minors and animals, get me the wood chipper twice. Just Send him. Send me the chipper.
Despicable, bruh. I mean, I always knew that Lokari kind of looked like EDP, but I didn't want to say nothing. But now it looks like he actually might be like EDP. And to be clear, supposedly when they're saying teen, they're not talking about the category that you would find on sus websites where teen is short for 18. No, we're actually referring to a Clash Royale minor teen. Someone on Twitter even went through all the files within the link and found some pretty disturbing file names. 6,000 GBs, bruh. This is insane. You know the, oh, this guy's definitely got 6 terabytes of weird shit on his hard drive meme. Well, it looks like it's not a meme after all with this guy.
No, but seriously, is hint legal in Texas? Like to have on your PC? Because if it is, I have to delete it. Okay, Grog. Is having on your PC in Texas illegal? 43K? And that's it.
He's dying and he's doing anything. He's actually doing anything. We're jamming to at my work. That's nice. A lot of people not beating the allegations because that guy had the content together. To be fair, oftentimes when I'm around and I see this shit, it's usually the people going after lolly people that have the stuff, unfortunately. It's like really funny. I've seen more people that complain about lolicons have actual real stuff on their hard drive or in the past, some other weird shit, than the actual lolicons. It's really funny. Like, it is. No, I do not have a stash like that.
If they think it's like, oh my fucking god. Bro, it's not worth it. Just fucking delete my hard drive.
At what point do you start asking yourself, what the fuck went wrong
At this point, you gotta do more than just the hard drive. I am sorry.
in my life that I'm now asking Grok whether or not it's illegal to have lollipop content on my hard drive? Smash like and subscribe if you'll never be in a position where you're asking Grok unhinged questions like that. And the fact that he's saying multiple times, I have to delete my hard drive, it ain't worth it. Even Saul Goodman can't save this freak, like he's every lawyer.
I think it's illegal in France, I think, maybe? And Canada. No, not Canada. Australia. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong though.
Here's worst nightmare. But yeah, big surprise where Lokari lives, having lollipop content inside of your hard drive is against the law. And inside that disturbing link that
And then what I've also noticed is Germany really doesn't like petite women all that much in gacha games, right? They tried to censor around us too, which I don't like. Like, let me smack booties. What is wrong with you?
Accidentally leaked, there was apparently an unhinged amount of lollipop content. Now, for all of you well-adjusted adults who have no idea as to what lollipop content is, well, it's essentially the exact same thing that Chris Tyson was gooning to and got cancelled for. We're talking about anime videos or anime drawings of 5,000-year-old characters, but who have the physical body of a 7, 12... And those anime Clash Royale minors, well, at least in the links that Lokari accidentally leaked, well, they're most likely drawn and involved in some sus disgusting activities. Now, I really don't know how Lokari's gonna come back from this, because in the whole stream, you could clearly tell he was...
Simple. Remember, Vosh had pictures of lollies getting essentially dicked down by horses. You can recover. Though it's gonna haunt you for probably the rest of your online career, right? Just like it haunts Vosh. That just is a reality you gotta live with. The thing is, either there is a way to save this, and that is just be an absolute degenerate. Just admit that you're a degenerate, right? At that point, just admit you're a degenerate gooner. I think that's the only way to properly save this. Right? If you're denying it, it's still gonna rile them up. Right? At this point, just like, bro, just admit you're a lolicon and move the fuck on, jeez. Unless it's like actual real people. Then you gotta go, bro. Then you gotta go. What are your plans for our Valentine's? Get a bullet and fire up. Also, Bryson, I need the channel name. Again, I think. Unfortunately.
Stressing out, schizoing out, he was self-incriminating himself pretty much by saying, I need to delete this, I'm gonna delete this, oh, is this illegal? I'm gonna have to delete this if it is. Like, he was saying a bunch of stuff that you just don't say if you're not guilty. But the funniest part about all of this is that people on Reddit Redditards are unironically digging into Lucari's past, and they're pretty much releasing the Lucari files. Some people found an old clip of Lucari admitting that he goons to the same stuff that Chris Dyson goons to.
Do you like lollies?
Yes. Oh no! But not like that.
Holy fuck.
What does that even mean?
I mean, his shit.
He's a lolicon in denial. That's funny. Yeah, okay, Koto Bra. Yeah, that was the one I forgot. He's just a lolicon in denial, bro. See, he would never have this problem, right? If he never was a lolicon in denial. That's the funny part about it.
Spike, but I think it's just
Not like that!
You're playing fucking Snake over there. What are you doing?
Not like that!
Well, it turns out it was like that.
I'm joking about it! What the fuck, dude? What are you just writing your own narrative? You're just writing your own narrative, man! What the else do you want me to do? What do you want to do? Oh, I'm so sorry! Oh, I didn't do anything!
Well, you can see his crash up, but you can hear it.
I didn't fucking do anything! That's why I'm not fucking crying and sobbing, bitch! I didn't fucking do anything, dumbass! You just want me to be guilty so fucking bad! Shut the fuck up, retard! Jesus Christ, I'm so sick of this! You want me to be guilty so?
Wow, well, if that's not the reaction of someone who...
Bro, you're just a degenerate. Move on. See, the problem is with these things is also, right? Which is, I feel like a lot of creators don't know how to handle controversy, which is like, you shut the fuck up, and that is it. He probably got one guide. Like, it's pretty obvious. He's just a degenerate. Move on. That's it.
Who's innocent? I don't know what that is. You wanna know what else screams innocent, guys? The fact that he just deleted his VOD while I was researching.
You're just writing your own narrative, man!
Yes, Lucari, you're right. People are definitely creating a false narrative around you opening up Notepad and a cheese pizza link popping up. Like, when people are calling you a creep, they're definitely out there, like, creating a false narrative. But to be fair, I do want to give my man's Epstein Carey the benefit of the doubt here. All he has to explain is, why is it that when he opened up Notepad, a cheese pizza link popped up, but not only that, but the cheese pizza link was highlighted when he opened up Notepad. This tells me that, oh, he must have selected the whole link and copy-pasted it, possibly on a web browser or something. For example, if you don't understand why it's so suspicious to me personally, let me like have this, right? Like have this random text, highlight it, and then I'm gonna click off and reboot Notepad, and let's see what happens. You see, it's instantly highlighted. So why was the cheese pizza link instantly highlighted when you open up Notepad? Epstein Carey. Don't worry, guys, because it gets even worse. Because when Epstein Carey opened up Notepad, there were several tabs that got open at the same time. One of them being at JB.
I have to say it. Are you ready? What Fable Phantom? What am I ready for? No. So here's the thing. I'm gonna just straight up say it. Why do you have corn on your PC that you stream on? I'm gonna be straight up honest. I would never, ever, even if I was consuming this stuff, corn in general, have this on like short axis on my laptop or PC or anywhere visible. It's just cheese, bro. It's time you give a pun and show how your training pulled off. Bro, I have no idea. I can't do puns. I can't do puns. But yeah, it's just silly, right? Just admit you're a degenerate and move on. I feel like that would be it's horrible.
It's a tab. So one Club Penguin tab wasn't enough for Lucari. My boy had two. And once again, for all of you well-adjusted adults who have no idea as to what JBT is, well, even I didn't know what it was, but fortunately for all of us, some Redditards shared some valuable insight as to what JBT actually stands for. And apparently it's like a...
Wait. I have one about pizza. Nah, it's too cheesy. Diabolical. Wait, do I have one? I think I have one. I think I have one. Maybe? Does this work? Does it work? I think it does. Let me think. Maybe about paper? Forget it, it's terrible. Oh my god. Wait. The tallest building in town is the library. Because it has thousands of stories. Does that work? I don't know. Have what? Again, dear, I have no plans for Valentine's Day.
Category, like a forbidden category of people who look like they're Clash Royale minors and they're doing like sus content. Now, I want to ask yourself this question. Would a normal human being have a collection of women that look like Clash Royale minors? Would a normal human being goon to a collection of girls who look like Clash Royale minors? Fuck no, this is something you expect Epstein to consume. Not someone normal, but it seems like everyone's gonna start calling Lakari Epstein-Kari. Let me just...
Nah, Epstein likes real people. We need to differentiate. I don't think that lolly stuff is CP. It just isn't. It just isn't. It just isn't. It's weird. Sure, I don't get it. I don't understand the interest. But they're so as long as it's just fictional, I kind of don't give a shit. I don't think it is. However, if there was actual humans involved, then guillotine. That's that.
Emphasize that Epstein-Kari's decision to keep streaming after exposing himself with that link was probably one of the worst decisions he could have ever made. Not only was he clearly stressed out, schizoing out, and trying to come up with some BS excuse like, oh guys, I've got a virus on my PC. Someone else gave me the link. But his chat was just cooking him the whole time. But I wasn't kidding. When that virus excuse didn't work, when Malwarebytes said, bro, you ain't got no virus. I don't know what you're saying right now. He actually tried to blame another streamer for supposedly giving him the link.
Why would you stream it?
Actually, Miskiff linked it to me. He did.
Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. Just stroke it on Valentine's. It'll help. I'll help. What the fuck? Get out of here. No, I won't do that. I miss Frog. Same. I do. Yeah, kinda. Even though she cheated, I do miss it. But Poke, you're fictional too. Yes, stroke it to me. I have no problem with that.
Okay. Nice. That is absolutely defamation, and I will be suing you for that.
Ghost put those... Okay, first off, you're fucking...
But anyway, smash like and subscribe if Lakari...
It's that simple.
Lakari is EDP's brother.
I just think he's a fucking degenerate. That's it. He's just a degen. That's it. That's it. He's a degen. I wouldn't call this CP. I wouldn't. I don't agree with that. Right? He's not a PDF. Right? As long as there's no real children involved, I disagree. However, maybe next time, maybe this is a lesson for a lot of you degens out there to not have your corn stash be easily accessible. That is the lesson I take from this. Your gooner stuff, regardless of what it is, right? If you goon into latex shoes or gloves, that's your thing. But don't make it everyone's thing. Thank you. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. I miss Coco's 4-year-old frog. Fuck that frog. No, not that frog. But for me, it is that frog. I miss that frog. Right? I also want to come home and my girl waiting right at the door. I would also love that. Too bad. That'll never happen. Anyways. Moving on. Okay, now the song as usual. He's definitely a degenerate, that's for sure. Not this one. Experiencing interruptions? I always have this problem with this fucking stupid browser. All right, we have a song again. We have a song again. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I am subscribed. It just didn't show up. Anyways, let's like this because it's necessary. And then let's look at this Bleach. Let's see. Let's see.
I told them boy to drink bleach cause they just bottom feeders. Crabs in a bucket, mindset, it's still some glizzy eaters. They riding left, right, and center, but they ain't even a prize. If they claiming they got talent, just know they telling lies. I told them boys to drink bleach cause they just bottom feeders. Crabs in a bucket, mindset, it's still some glizzy eaters. They riding left, right, and center, but they ain't even a prize. If they claiming they got talent, just know they telling lies. I don't know a man who got it, that's the field in need of hate. If I see a brother winning, I'ma let the man be great. I'm gonna put the team on, cause the team there for a reason. Never hang with a lane, cause all they know is treason. They don't add to the table, they sit down and make a mess. They feeling sick in they soul when they see you at your best. I told them boys to drink bleach cause they just bottom feeders.
See. See. For one, I think it kind of slaps. And also, it gets better. Like, the songs get a little better every single time. I must admit, we're doing music now. Yeah, because Bryson is the one at work here.
Crabs in a bucket, mindset, it's still some busy eaters. They riding left, right, and center, but they ain't even a prize. If they claiming they got talent, just know they telling lies. I told them boys to drink bleach cause they just bottom feeders. Crabs in a bucket, mindset, it's still some busy eaters. They riding left, right, and center, but they ain't even a prize. If they claiming they got talent, just know they telling lies. They can't stand the light, cause they schemes gon' get exposed. Why they name pop up on thing that's undisclosed? It ain't no mystery, they wanna tell tales like they the Walking Dead. Some actors don't break code, they just take a whole head. I get so cold, I give them trauma like I'm Frost in a fight. If you never weigh a battle, then you really never. I know them boys that drink bleach cause they just bottom feeders. Crabs in a bucket, mindset, it's still some glizzy eaters. They riding left, right, and center, but they ain't even a prize. If they claiming they got talent, just know they telling lies. I told them boys to drink bleach cause they just bottom feeders. Crabs in a bucket, mindset, it's still some glizzy eaters. They riding left, right, and center, but they ain't even a...
Like, that part is actually really catchy. Like, that part is really catchy. I could catch myself just like this, having this in my playlist, just at random. I think I could have this. Not gonna lie. You're welcome, buddy. It's true.
Prize. If they claiming they got talent, just know they telling lies. They can't suffer in silence, so they always wanna yap. They see you up, they throw mud, cause they wanna close the gap. When's the last time you seen a happy person spread hate? They can act all surprised, but I'ma tell it to them straight. Hey, hit dogs holler so a bark a confession. If you been through this too, you understand my aggression. I told them boys to drink bleach, they just bottom feeders. Crabs in a bucket, mindset, it's still some glizzy eaters. They riding left, right, and center, but they ain't even a prize. If they claiming they got talent, just know they telling lies. I told them boys to drink bleach cause they just bottom feeders. Crabs in a bucket, mindset, it's still some glizzy eaters. They riding left, right, and center, but they ain't even a prize. If they claiming they got talent, just know they telling lies.
Not bad. They do get better every single time. They do get better. I was at site eating food and a concert, so I was late. No biggie. No biggie. Valentine's Day. Don't make me suffer already. Don't make me suffer more than I already do, buddy. I already feel like shit because of this fucking garbage. Okay, we need to reload this because we got another video for Krokorok as well. And then we can lastly, I'm gonna lastly do this one probably, right? The Africa one, because that's interesting. I want to look at that. We already did the video like that, and it was fairly good received, which I really liked.
Hey!
So yeah, we got this one. As usual. Gonna be interesting. How many You're Stupids are there altogether? It's 22 already. Jeez. Thank you, bro. Glad you like it. I do. And I usually don't even listen to anything like that, right? I'm a rock and metal dude, usually. Surprisingly, but it's catchy. The one before that was also catchy. But yeah. Voice dying. Hello. Hello. Check, check. Fluffy! Anyways. You're stupid! Number 22. That appears to be a lot of you're stupids at this point. By Fluffy Talks. We're gonna look at this. We're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. Thank you. Okay, I wonder what stupid things are we going to see here? I'm curious. If you're McDonald's at 6 or 7 a.m., try their sausage McMuffin. And hash brown. And coffee too. Too bad I don't really go to McDonald's that much. And now, for the foreseeable future, not. Because they give me soggy cups. Anyways, we're gonna look at this.
Hey, what's up? And, yeah, welcome to my YouTube channel. Today we're gonna be doing another You're Stupid video. That's right, boys.
Yeah, you're stupid. Are we gonna see people do stupid stunts? Right? What's next? We haven't seen... Well, we have seen someone leaning a ladder against the tree that they were cutting down, so we'll see. We hate Lisa Gaming. What are you on about? What are you on about?
And girl, I assume there's only probably about one girl watching my videos, so hi. And
hey, still better. I have multiple women watching me. Multiple women. 20%. I don't know. Hi women. Hi women. I do not bite. I don't know where you came from. Same with the Swedish people for my stream. I don't know where you came from, but 20% are Swedish. And for my shorts, Japanese. You should talk to all your ex on Valentine's. So, I won't do that because Frog is in a relationship. Right? Lisa, I don't know where she is. I don't think if she's even alive. Who knows? Just disappeared without a trace. And that's about it. So yeah, it's gonna be rough. And I also don't have a lot of girlfriends. I have no women I'm talking. Well, I am being forced on dates, but I have no women that I talk to. So no.
wait, what was I saying? Oh, that's right, boys and girl. It is time for another You're Stupid video. This is You're Stupid number 22. Let's do it. Hey, what's up? First, here's someone standing dangerously close to an alligator because...
Damn, Croc. That's me and Croc. That's me and Croc. Look at this. It's me and Poke. That's why you wanted this, huh? Yeah, it is. It's me and Croc. Look, it feels like he's smiling, right? I don't think that's the mouth, but I feel like he's smiling. He knows I'm gonna lose. He's gonna... don't forget the Filipinos too. You guys are unfortunately just 3%. About 3%. Yes, dear. Yes, I'm being forced.
I don't know. I don't know why you would do that. Are you a trainer? Because you don't look like you're wearing proper gear to be an alligator trainer. You look like someone who wants to get their arm bitten off. Did he already get his arm bitten off? Is that a missing arm? Huh? No, I think it's just tucked behind his back. This alligator could bite you in half. I don't like to stand in front of things dangling food. I don't like to stand in front of things that can bite me in half. I don't like to stand in front of things dangling food and taunting things that can murder me. I wouldn't go up to a serial killer and just like prance back and forth.
Well, technically, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Right? A dog can technically still kill you, right? A dog is like a gun on a leash, so technically, my plan for Valentine's Day is simple. I'll sleep. I'll just do YouTube stuff as usual. We're not talking about dates like as food. I mean, they're pretty good. Not gonna lie, they're pretty good, depending on how they're made, but usually they're pretty good. We're talking about going out with women.
Forth in front of them and like, hey, am I your MO? Or am I the type of person you like to kill? Huh? Come on. I know you like brunettes with blonde. Brunettes with blonde.
Funny, I think bro can add himself to the You're Stupid video. Brunettes with blonde hair. Shit is crazy. Brunettes with blonde hair. That's a new one. I've heard that one before.
I know you like brunettes with brown eyes. That's what I tried to say. I know you like out of shape YouTubers, you know. We can't run. I can't run that fast. I can't. Oh, well, I can, but then it lasts about a minute and then I get winded and I fall over. I'm the perfect victim. My point is, you don't taunt things that are capable of murder. Oh, here's a couple geniuses. Yeah, you just hold his ankles while he fixes the sign. And look, this guy is all...
He's already not paying attention. There's probably some hot lady over there. That's diabolical, dear. I'm not watching that. That's crazy. Look at it. Look at him. He's already looking away. Yeah, he's gonna drop him 100%. You can't be this stupid.
already distracted. Look at him. What are you checking out? He looks like he's checking out a girl. He's probably looking over there like, holy crap, a pigeon. A pigeon eating Smarties off the ground. Holy shit. Oh, I dropped my friend. But I'll remember the pigeon for the rest of my life. Oh, this is, even...
Is that a toilet? What is that? What is... That's a toilet. What? I think that's a toilet. Oh no. But how deep does it go that you can stuff an entire human in there? Also, I think that might be a lady. Depending on the luck. Bro, what the fuck? Poker, would you do this? I would be the one shoving them in the toilet, but I'm not gonna be the one going into the toilet. Still no dear G's.
Of course. Well, you know, now that I've seen this picture, what the guys on the roof are doing doesn't actually look that bad. What did you do? Did you drop your cell phone in the porta potty? It's gone. You drop something in the porta potty, it's gone. You're not getting it out. You drop something in the porta potty, it's dead to you. Go buy a new one. I don't care what it is. He's just like dunking his head in shit right now so he can try and find it. Did you find your wallet? I can't hear you over the
doo-doo diving. We will call this doo-doo diving.
Gargling. God, it must smell so bad in there. Why? Oh, God. I don't even like to go into a porta potty to use it to go to the bathroom. I'm not going to stick my head in the toilet. Here's a masterful way to do stairs. If you have no idea what you're doing. I guess they kind of work. What? This is so confusing. Do you have to jump over the railing at some point to get down to the bottom floor? This is like those staircases in the Harry Potter movies. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe it's the Harry Potter set. It's just not a set anymore. Now someone's actually living there. They're like, yeah, the stairs suck in this place. Oh, here's a guy trying to blow himself up. Correct?
Peak, I see no issue, bro. Yeah, bro is cooking out here. I don't know what he's cooking, but he's cooking.
Hey, yeah, that's hilarious. Wow, it's all fun and games till you either explode or set.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, if you want to go out, why not go out with a bang, right? And that is quite literally a bang.
Whatever area you're in on fire. It looks like you're in a shed, and it looks like there's lots of flammable shit around you. This is just a bad idea all around. Some people should just not drink, because then they just start thinking things like this are good ideas. I assume he's drunk. I see beer cans and stuff on the table, okay? I just assume when I see someone doing something this stupid, they have to be drunk, right? If you get drunk and you think you want to play with fire near a propane tank, you shouldn't be drinking. You fail. Yeah, again,
Yeah, that bike's gone. Look at this. So, basically, he made it around this, but if I lift up the bike, it's just free. Right? Don't even need to cut anything or so. Right? I just lift up the bike. Yeah, that is mission failed successfully.
One who does not understand the concept of a bike lock. Maybe they forgot the code and this is just their solution. Oh, and I'm not sure if this is
that's not, there's supposed to be electricity coming out, not water. That's weird. That's weird. Why?
Stupid construction or stupid, but that electrical outlet is doing the wrong thing. It's supposed to be conducting electricity, not crying profusely. What happened? Why is that electrical outlet so sad? It's so sad. It's crying.
It's sad. That's crazy. That's crazy.
So much. Hard-hitting questions. Can pregnant women go swimming? I am a man, so I don't know. Okay. That's not an excuse to be stupid. Is it possible for pregnant women to go swimming without unintentionally drowning the baby?
Yeah, I'm shutting off the stream. This can't be real. You can't be this retarded. Women go swimming, baby drowns in belly. It's crazy. No, I don't want to argue. I don't have the energy to argue. I just want to react to videos and after that watch some anime.
How can the baby breathe if the vagina is underwater? Should the woman keep the vagina above water so the baby can breathe through the vagina? Oh my god, how can you be so clueless? Sexual education has failed you. Your school system has failed you. How do you not know the basic concepts of childbirth? I'm a man.
Remember, guys, from now on, the baby breathes through the vagina. The more you know.
And so I don't know, okay? No, I'm really dumb, so I don't know, is what you should have said. You being a man has nothing to do with your lack of knowledge of how the reproduction system works. Could you imagine, like, you just see a woman swimming, treading her vagina above water, and be like, ah, she must be pregnant. Yep, she's vagina floating. She's got one of those vagina floaties on that just keeps your hips above water.
The vagina floaties, it just gets crazier. Dear, stop with the lolly derangement syndrome. Stop it. Stop it. You'll never get me to agree on it. Stop it. Never. Stop with the lolly derangement syndrome. You already got the role from Lumi called the retarded. Stop. Because of that. Stop.
Nevada man who claimed to have proof of illegal voting pleads guilty to voting twice. Well, he's not a...
Wait. Wait, what? There's no way.
Liar, he had the proof the whole time. He just didn't want to give up the proof because the proof was that he was the one illegally voting. You get it? You get the joke here? All right, let's move on. Blue whale. Without dispute, the blue whale is the largest meat-eating mammal ever.
The blue whale. The blue whale. Do you see this? This is the ultimate whale. This is a whale.
To exist on the planet. At up to 100 feet long and weighing 200 tons, it has larger body and weighs more by far than any other mammal. The blue whale is a carnivore that eats krill, which are tiny shrimp-like creatures. That's a polar bear. Come on, Google. Stop being so stupid. Google. He left this morning, and I can still smell his colon on my pillow.
No, I want the woman to love me like that. Anyways.
Okay. He used your pillowcase to wipe his ass? What happened here? Okay, I get it. Cologne is a hard word to spell. This one happens a lot. I just love throwing it in there every once in a while. And you know what?
Bye-bye, duck. Good night, Sumax. Rest well. Have a night. Good night. Bro.
I just left the weird-looking Elmo in there because I think he's funny, too. And that's the face you would make if someone was happy to smell your butt. I can still smell his colon on my pillowcase.
I can still smell his ass. Ah, that's painful.
He always sleeps with it in between his butt cheeks. He says it keeps his butt cheeks from sweating.
So you're not only smelling his butt, you're also smelling his his sweaty ass.
Man sued his employer for racial discrimination, settled the suit, took the settlement check to the bank to cash it. Then the bank didn't believe the check was real and called the cops on him, leading to another racial discrimination lawsuit.
No way, this can't be real.
This guy's making being racially discriminated like a career for himself. Jesus, man, just give the guy his money. Stop discriminating him. He's gonna get another check from this bank, take it to another bank, and that bank's gonna be like, yeah, right, man, I'm on to you. This is so stupid. Anyway, that's the video for today, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Or maybe not.
Interesting. So, in summary, to summarize this entire thing, these people do be goddamn stupid. Very fucking stupid. We'll love to see it. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was an interesting one. I think the worst one was probably the colon one. Why would you smell someone's... You get the idea. You get the idea, right? You get it at this point. Do I have anything that's like super short? Not really. Honestly. Not really. So I think I might actually end here and watch some anime, I think. Read my chats. Women need to know. Women should avoid swimming. They can slip around water. Diving or jumping in water because they stupid. Well, technically that's true. That's technically true. I send another one. You want another one? Sure, we can do this, I guess. That's fine. Ah, perfect. Tattoos? Perfect. I love the last one, so this one's gonna be peak too. Tattoos? That's nice. That's peak. Okay, that's peak. Okay, great. Great, we have another one. We click something else. We're fun boy here. Peak. Alright, this one's gonna be great. As usual. So yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Amazing. And then I'll end. And then we'll do some I'll watch some anime. I always win the lolly debate. No, you don't, because it's fictional content. As long as it's fictional content, I don't give a shit. And if you want to say that fiction affects reality, then you must also ban every shooter, every game that has violence against animals, any game that has violence, period. Games with potential gambling. All games with guns. Yeah, it just doesn't work. It's a slippery slope. What are lolly? Small, petite women. Technically, Frieren is a lolly. Short, petite women. Anyways. For example, Cyberpunk Edge Runners also has one. I forgot what her name was. Violence against animals, just hunting. But you might just kill an animal you're not supposed to, right? You might just shoot a cow, right? You might just start hunting a cow. What are they representing? Petite women. Children, not necessarily. Is Frieren a child? That's interesting. The problem is that you associate a small build with child. That's the problem. Which, in other words, you're also infantilizing real women, because you see real women with small builds and small bodies and small booba as children. So you're essentially body shaming women, IRL, technically. Anyways, enough. Worst tattoo fails, Roast, part 4. There's 4 parts of this, that's crazy. By Fresh Prince, we're gonna look at this. Usually, they're pretty bad. Either because they're spelling mistakes. It does a small, laughing emoji. But anyways, we're gonna look at this. We are going to look at this. Curious.
Are all nerds as good as you?
Yes. Y'all had the picture right there, man.
Diabolical. Wait, you had the picture right there? No way! How is this? What? This is not even close to accurate. What is this? This looks like something out of horror. Wow, that's crazy. Okay. It's like, here's her normal face, and there's like, whatever that is. Whatever you've been cooking, stop.
And her look like Lurch in the Onimusha doll. She looked like a stand-in for Samara and the Grudge. She over here contemplating whose head she about to pop out while they shampooing it. If you don't get your old looking ass out of here, this dude look like he cosplays 24/7.
What the actual fuck? That's just like the electric like guy from Clash of Clans or Clash Royale. What is going on? The Grudge gives me the creeps.
He looked like he's trying out for Ivan Ooze Minions and the Wizard of Oz monkeys.
True, Ivan Ooze minions. Interesting.
This is supposed to be Final Fantasy's Cloud Strife. Why Cloud look like David Bowie from the Labyrinth? Your old Team America bobblehead ass tattoo? Place boob here. This is a surefire way to get your ass on the sex offenders list. You can't even get a job.
Place boob here. I should try that. That wouldn't work. I wouldn't work. I disagree, dear. I disagree.
Like this. He gonna walk into an interview and David Hansen gonna come out like,
You want to explain to me what you're doing here?
if you don't get your old To Catch a Predator ass hands, this is the most awkward shit I've ever.
Oh God, what were you thinking? What? That's a very deformed heart. Maybe that heart has a disease. That's a very deformed heart. Why did you do this? What were you thinking? What were you thinking? What were you thinking? What are you thinking?
Ever seen. It don't even look good when they together, so I can only imagine when they apart. These are not relationship goals. Because what happens when y'all break up? Y'all about to look stupid as hell looking like you got some bold font hoop earrings on you. Here we have one of the great cats what appears to be on an imbecile's face. She over there looking like a black box of Frosted Flakes. If you don't get your old head ass, this tattoo is supposed to be an ambergris.
I have no idea what this is supposed to spell. I have no idea what this is supposed to spell.
But the thing is, I don't know what it says right side up or upside down. I think it says family upside down and then do
family. But there's no way this says this is family. There's my brain cannot comprehend.
Doodle when it's right side up. Y'all made this lady look like an NPC from Fallout New Vegas. This looked like an America's Most Wanted sketch. She went from Abuela to a caricature of Michael Jackson.
Bruh. Dad's... That eye is not supposed to go there.
Dad's angel. Y'all just be pulling letters out of nowhere just hoping for the best. You might be his angel, but you damn for sure ain't his spelling bee champ. This fool done got a tattoo of tattoo. This is the type of dude that'll make his password. Why her head look like spaghetti noodles on fire? I really wish I had a reference picture to go with this. Because this tattoo got your mom looking like a Ronald McDonald wax figure zombie. I would have got this tattoo and been like, I'm sorry, mama. God damn. Did y'all even try? She looked like the lowest ranked orc from Lord of the Rings. She looked like Rocksteady and Bebop's second cousin. How y'all get her to look like a moldy Cabbage Patch doll? This old Hills Have Eyes meets Texas Chainsaw Massacre looking ass tattoo. One step before everyone. You know damn well you ain't a
Sorry guys, I was stopped. I think you could probably hear it, which is frustrating. Anyways. One step before everyone. One step before everyone. One step before everyone. That's highly interesting. Again, dear, I'm anti-Corn. Of course, I think it's weird. But I'm not gonna... No child will be saved by you having a mental breakdown over pixels. Especially, like, it's like, there's no... Right? There's also something missing. And overall, the sentence doesn't make sense.
Step ahead of anybody. Spelling like that, you and your tattoo artist got held back. Yo kid's ugly as hell. They got...
Bro, if your children look like this... You might want to check if you're either Pakistani or if you're siblings. Just saying.
some decent flowers on the right, then you got the kids looking like some old pumpkins. The little girl looked like an onion. Why it looked like that bee stung them and did work on both their faces? They both look like offsprings of the thing. Always clobbering time face asses. She went from a cute blonde chick to the most Botox mime in history. It looked like y'all saran wrapped her face then tattooed her. Face looked like a big toe. Y'all made her face look like...
True. She kind of looks like that. Dear, argue with a wall. You're never gonna change my beliefs on this. As long as it's fictional, I kinda don't care. Do as you wish.
Is that letter?
Mom and Dad already ugly, but look at Missy over there looking like a Jaws poster. If you don't get your
Again, if those are real faces, then again, check if you might be, if your parents might be, you know, related. Just saying. And maybe even the parents' might be related. I'm just saying.
Shark Week face ass. Can't I be dreaming?
Why your forehead? Anything but your forehead. Why on the forehead? Anything but your forehead.
I don't even know what the full thing says. Her forehead is wide as hell. In your case, I hope you dream because your hairline pushed back farther than LeBron's. Forehead look like Uncle Fester and Krillin. Did y'all put Joker in the oven? Look like
He's not very serious, I must admit. What is going on? Bro, that's crazy. That's insane.
over here melting. Joker over here looking like beef jerky. He looked like a colossal titan. This Chucky don't even look scary.
What the fuck? Why would you put Chucky on your arm? Why would you do that? Why? You didn't see the reason.
This Chucky looked like he went to rehab and he a changed doll now. This Chucky looked like he just gave up on murdering people. He just looked stressed out. Why Chucky look like he just saved people from a burning building? Y'all made her hair look like Bulbasaur attacked her with
That's crazy. The nose is probably the worst part of it all.
razor leaf. Y'all made her look like a fake Allegra's window. She looked like Android 19 with hair. Why y'all make this little boy look like...
I mean, that's decently accurate, I guess. That's decently accurate, actually. I think a better photo would have been better. Maybe one without the teeth? I don't know.
Frankenstein at his school photos. He looked like he about to greet me at the door with his lurch looking ass. Man, what the fuck is this? This
fucking diabolical. That is crazy.
tattoo and whatever that is hella disturbing. It looked like the monkey over here pulling out a chewed up nipple. If a nurse come up to me look
that is fucking diabolical. Why would you do this? Not gonna lie. That's fine. I mean, the fate, you can. Well, if a nurse like that comes in, you can still get like a McDonald's paperback, so it's not a big deal, right? You can still do that.
Like this, I'm never going to the doctor because I'm going to be healthy all the time. How y'all make her face look like a human Miss Piggy and an apple at the same time? She looked like the leader of those nurses from Silent Hill. Noah post.
There's so many people who would without a question do the Silent Hill nurses. You're not getting away from this.
Just did the homie whole sleeve. If y'all looking for a good...
What the fuck is that? That arm makes me feel ill. What the fuck? What is that? That is diabolical. What is this?
Tap, man, fuck with me. I do it for the low blow. Did you tattoo a cast on his arm? It looked like you tattooed 3D pancake batter on that fool. This not even a tattoo. This fool got branded. His arm looked like Arnold's face on Total Recall when his helmet smashed. And the thing is, I don't even see a tattoo. I just see swollen ass skin. His arms look like the walls in that movie The Frighteners. Arm looked like he got a mean case of the T-virus. Arm looked like booty bumps. Arm looked like eye boogers. How you make the tattoo look like fossilized dinosaur bones? Arm looked like Zarbon.
There's gotta be some skill, Pokemon. Would you do that? No, definitely not. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Massive.
On second form. Boy got a sleeve of struggle waffles.
Bruh. Drums, please. Wow, that was interesting. That was interesting. Anyways, we've got some horrendous tattoos here. in 4K. That's great. Awesome. Very awesome. Yeah, I'm just saying, man. At this point, the fact that they have these tattoos, and there's again, that arm is crazy, by the way. Bro was rendered like a cow at this point. That's just the truth. But like overall, the fact that people make these tattoos, there must be two retards. The one requesting it and the one making it. Just 100%. Or they're doing it all at home and think like they're tattoo artists. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. And that'll be the last one for today. Because I will be now ending. I'm just gonna jump into some romance anime right now. And just gonna watch some lovey-dovey stuff. Right? Some lovey-dovey. Right? Gotta fill up that hole. Dear's dead. Finally, we are free. Free from the rare one. Very true. Very true. Finally. No more deers. Deers are dead. Deers have passed. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day or night. Don't goo no gum. And yeah, we've got some more stuff to watch tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.